Futures trying to get back into positive territory here as we look at a few interesting movers here so far in the pre-market. We're going to touch a little bit on Tesla. We're going to touch a little bit on everything else that's moving around so far. We'll deal with some chip names, tech back to the upside as well after showing a little bit of relative weakness late in the session yesterday. NIO earnings are out. Deliveries, not the greatest, but hey, we'll deal with it coming up. We'll also talk on GM. GM joining Ford with this move to Tesla technology for charging stations. So good thing for Ford, obviously going, or good thing for Tesla, obviously, with both of them going forward. Just reading through DocuSign's earnings report as well. Looks pretty good. Surprise beat right across the board for Docu. To the upside we go. A ton of things to get to this morning. It's Friday, June 9th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go, a mixed board to deal with right now, but we are trying to get back to the upside. It's just the Dow lagging a little bit right now. The S&P basically flat to start, 0.23 there for the NASDAQ. We're looking good so far for crude oil getting back into positive territory, basically flat for Bitcoin and Ethereum to kick things off on a Friday, where we do have a number of individual movers, really light on the economic calendar today, kind of light on Fed speak ahead of, obviously, next week. We're in the quiet period when we get the Fed. But Tesla, an absolute monster here so far. GM jumping in the Ford bandwagon here and going to adopt their charging network, which, I mean, it makes sense right across the board.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling this is probably not the first thing or the last thing the auto industry is going to adopt from Tesla. The full self-drive is another one. That's what I'm trying to hint at. But yeah, there you go. You and I talked about this before. There was a study done of a drive from Albany to Buffalo, and they did 3 different tests. They did the ICE car, the internal combustion engine, they did a Tesla, and they did a regular EV. And the regular EV, took like 15 hours or something like that? Tesla took like 10, and the regular car took 8.
Yeah. Shout out to MKBHD, Marquez Brownlee on YouTube. If you've ever, I mean, a lot of people have watched the channel, but go and find that video because it's worth watching. It was a Mustang Mach-E, a Tesla, and I think it was like an Audi Q5 or something, like just an SUV. Yeah. And they went from New York to Niagara Falls and then back again. And it was an interesting experiment, but worth a watch. Anyway, we'll get into Tesla a little bit further. On the EV front as well, NIO, as we said, out with earnings. We had Fisker also announcing that they're going into China down here. Lucid yesterday, obviously making the same announcement, but here's FSR today. Not a lot of volume, but it is higher on that to start. Sean is off, having a nice, enjoyable long weekend. I mean, it'll be enjoyable, I think, until he starts golfing. But, I mean, golf is always enjoyable. So shout out to Sean on a Friday. Max is back in the building for a Friday.
Stepping in. Why will it not be enjoyable for Sean after he starts golfing? What are you saying, he's going to have a bad round? The air today, and I don't know, I'm not an expert or anything, but when I stepped out, it wasn't as bad as yesterday. I didn't think it smelled as bad, but it's still kind of hazy out here.
Didn't seem so bad. It was raining though.
Yeah, it is.
Could be like some kind of polluted rain situation now that it's raining.
Oh crap! I don't know. See, it's raining in the wrong spot though. It needs to be raining in Quebec. Yeah. It's raining here. We need to be raining in Quebec. Obviously, Tesla has already broken 250, so let's get that one out of the way. It's going to be interesting because it's a Friday, right? So options expiration. 250 on a name like a Tesla. If it starts running above that price, and on a day like today, you know, a lot of people don't want it to be closing above 250. Let's be real, right? There's a lot. It would have been a lot of options written for this price. I'm going to make an assumption on there. GM's going to be making some moves on that deal as well. They finally caving. I shouldn't say finally caving, but joining Ford in sort of caving to Tesla being superior for the charging. The market itself is relatively flat, so we're going to be focused here. Obviously, Carvana is going to be a part of our attention. SoFi is at big levels. There's a lot to be watching that's going to be interesting. And NIO reported, maybe not the greatest report, but still at that $8 level, which should be interesting, I think.
Yeah, yep. You know, I always say this, I'm not an analyst, I'm just a trader, but I'm not totally understanding why Tesla's up another 7% today on this news, but you know, I'll take it. Happy to trade it above 250. This should be a spicy day on the Tesla, Carvana. You know, it's all the crack stocks today. So
Tesla's not a
didn't even need
crack
coffee.
stock.
Oh, yeah.
Is it a crack stock?
Tesla's one of those stocks that, you know, if trainees trade them, you know, they're probably getting in trouble. So
Okay, no, that's fair. That is fair. Like when people start on the floor and they first start as a trainee, Tesla's probably not in your wheelhouse.
it's always futures and Tesla that get people offside when they start on the floor. But yeah,
That's a fair point.
love trading Tesla.
The explanation I would try to give for, so like the way I look at Tesla, if you're gonna give them the valuation that they have, that's obviously not making sense if it's just an EV kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Because if you look at the market share of like all the EVs, blah, 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 everyone's done that math and said, well, how can Tesla be more than yada, yada, yada. However, if you think about like autonomous as if they're the software that runs the majority of North American autonomy, or even just in Europe, probably tougher there, or if it's the charging infrastructure just becomes the standard, then suddenly you have all this scalability that just goes beyond the vehicles that they're making. That's the case. That's the case Kathy Wood is making, and I'm actually probably paraphrasing her to a certain extent. So I think that's where you get it. GM joining in that case just means that their charging solution, the supercharger, is the winner. And that's the bet that you're making with Tesla, that they're the winner on not just EVs, but on the infrastructure in North America. And the Ford deal and the GM deal, that's why it goes up 7%. I think part of it is once it started breaking out from 239, some gravity towards 250 on a Friday. That's the other aspect of it too as a trader. So we're still back and forth off that level. It'd be nice if we got further away from it so that we can maybe have some opportunity to the long side. Because I would not be punching long 250 at the open. That's just me. I think on a Friday, somebody wants to Huadunk that for traders.
Netflix having a good start to the day here, 3.5% already to the upside, extending these gains from the past couple of weeks. We cleared that high, 421, going back to, what was that, Tuesday, I guess it was, we got up there initially. So we're above that here in the pre-market. We'll see how things open, but 3.3% on this. This Antenna analytics data firm suggesting that subscriptions in the U.S. have skyrocketed just in the past couple of weeks here since they began the password sharing crackdown in the U.S., the final market for them to do so. A couple of price target increases here today, one from Pivotal Research. They went to 535. If you remember 2 days ago, I think it was, we were talking about Wells Fargo going to 500. Yeah. So here we are at 535 now.
Yeah, with respect to Netflix, we kind of knew it was kind of day of reckoning that once the password sharing crackdown was instituted in the United States, their biggest market, there would be a flood of new accounts. So the analysts thought, and so the analysts were right, because between May 25th and May 28th, the streaming giant amassed more new subscriptions in the U.S. than at any other period before 2019, which is when they started compiling this type of data. Yeah. So big move for them. Was it priced in though?
We'll see. And I mean, it's kind of to be expected, I think, in the sense because all the other markets that they've already done this saw the same thing, especially with Canada. You know, a lot of people jumped over to that, what is it, $6.99 or something like that here with ads supported. So we'll see. But we've been discussing this all week long. We saw Amazon come out say the same thing, that they are going to introduce an ad-supported tier on Prime Video. Warner Brothers, Paramount, HBO, all of them going to have an ad-supported tier. So Netflix gets there first and seems to be benefiting.
And the 420 level is broken on Netflix. What are you chuckling for? You're the one that just said the 420 level to me. As we're doing this,
always these like $4.20 on a small cap, $4.20 on Netflix. Like why? This market is a joke sometimes, I think.
Because the market has a sense of humor. That's why.
Exactly.
The market has a sense of humor because it's run by machines that have a sense of humor. That's how it works. So 420, look, it's a thing, whatever. It's already broken. On the daily chart, it would be really fantastic if if you continue this move to the upside, you still have a big gap to be filled. I mean, to say it went from 700 to everyone already knows this. I mean, Adobe It went from 700 to something, and it's gone almost halfway back. And now Netflix is trying to chop through all of this. It looked to me yesterday like it was going to try to fill the gap and kind of ran out of steam big time in the afternoon. It just, it was going, and then I don't know what happened there. It kind of ran out of steam. Today, I feel like you've gapped a little bit far. On a Friday, I'm always looking. If you like the long, probably dip buy. There's a buyer I saw at 416 for 10,000 shares. That's also the previous high. So if we don't hold on to 420, I think that's where I'd be looking if things can kind of, I don't know, I call it stink bidding at the open. Like if you stink bid, I think you're looking for something in those teens there in front of 16, where if it just starts falling pretty quickly, that's why I try to catch it. I think 420 be too obvious. Like it might blow through that if it dip buys. If it does consolidate off that level, plenty of room to the upside. The thing about a lot of these names, you either sustain this break and there's another run. I mean, the S&P just got out of the bear market officially. So you have a lot of names that are making a late stage breakout in this move, and they either hold above that breakout price and have lots of room to the upside, like this does to 450, or you give up this breakout and we start settling down today. So when you're above that, I look long before, and then you convince me that the breakout isn't going to be sustained, and then you can look short underneath. So that 16 to 20 level will be the entry zone on Netflix. You can probably look at Amazon too, but Netflix, that was the one that got away yesterday because I did miss my dip buy.
Yeah, I like that 420, 419 kind of price. That was the previous high during market hours, 418.95 on Netflix. So going to be looking towards that area potentially for a dip buy. I like the idea of it maybe consolidating below 420 for a while off the open and then breaking back through. And then now you have people who are collected short below the price that we think is, inflection, and we're above it, and now they are offside. And I mean, if you look at the daily chart, this 415, there's basically nothing until 460. And I'm not saying that it's getting there today. That would be insane. But I mean, it has done that exact move before in one day, 425 up to that 460 price. So, there's possible, if we're going to just break ranges all over the place today on NQ, things could get a little nuts today. But I imagine there are a lot of people with a lot of money who are going to be trying to keep these stocks in line today.
Well, you pointed to the 460 level. The only reason I said 450 instead of 460 is because we closed at 409 yesterday. So 10% would actually be 450. And it's a Friday. So the way I see it, the pre-market high is 425. You closed at 409. 10% up is 450. It's a Friday, so options levels matter more. So if we break out today on Netflix, we're going to 450. It's just
right. You heard it here first.
Well, it's more along the lines of if I was thinking about if you're long and it's just working, where would you be like, I'm getting out now and starting to think about a reversal? Like that price, if things go crazy today, I don't think would be until 450.
I think you'd be insane if we do break out and start trading to short anything ahead of 450.
That's the better point to make. That's the more eloquent way to say it, Max. Eloquent already.
So far this morning pre-market, Adobe catching an upgrade once again this week. It's been pretty impressive all week long, including what happened yesterday. We go, oh God, there's that 420 again on Adobe. It just keeps popping up. 440 was the close yesterday. We're all the way up to 450 today. So nice look for Adobe on an upgrade.
Yeah,
today.
Neil and I talking anecdotally off camera this morning about how, one of the legacy players from the 90s that I remember anyway, that haven't gone to the wayside, but like Corral and some other names, Adobe stuck around. But I've been seeing a lot of videos, and I know how much you love TikTok. And the TikTok is showing these excellent videos of, I believe, the AI app. I think it's called Firefly or something to that effect. Yeah, where basically you're entering directions for the AI, and it's generating pictures on your instructions.
If I could get back all the time that I spend on TikTok, I would have a lot more time on my hands. But no, I don't use TikTok. Wells Fargo with the upgrade today, pointing to more positivity to come from generative AI boom for Adobe. So going to overweight on an upgrade here for Wells Fargo, guys.
Yeah, there's so many winners in the space right now, and some of them that have been around for a while. Like this is an old head that's coming back and managed to survive here. Like I mentioned this in passing. when we're talking about Netflix, just because it happened to come from $700 as well. This will have made a 50% retracement off the bottom on the daily. If we come to my chart for a second here, a 50% retracement from the daily when it gets to 480. So like that's, again, within spitting distance today. It was a bit of an inflection point, I want to say, on the daily chart here at that 480 mark. So we think it has some sustainability to get to there. You haven't really broken out just yet till you get past this 50-60 zone that it's in.
I wasn't even listening.
I think probably Netflix is something I would trade before I would trade Adobe here. And then, yeah, I mean, you could go for a dip buy into 450 on Adobe, but I've never traded this stock at the open, actually. No, sorry, that's not true. I traded it one time at the open, and I remember having it, getting into position, getting stopped out quickly because I tried to give it like $3 or something, and it took that $3 like that at the open. And then if you look back at it, half an hour later, it was right. So I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole until about 10 o'clock or at least 9:45 when things settle down. But if it's still above 450 in the pocket, I think it could set up a break. 480 would be the first level that I would get against it. It's only now just making the breakout. So it's gapping above what's been a consolidation on an uptrend. So you want to be looking long until you get to resistance.
It's been a long
I
week,
just don't really see anything that I'd want to take at 9:30.
Yeah, another name that's just breaking out of its area on the daily chart. I don't think that this is much of a day trader's name, though. I think this is a swing name. I mean, when I pull something up and it's a 50-cent spread, I kind of just get away, especially with no volume. So I have no idea how to trade these, but I know that people do day trade them, but that's just not something that I have any experience or desire to get into. So. Yeah, good breakout on the daily chart for sure, and definitely a swing possibility up to that 480, 500 level. But for me today, I don't think I will have my hands on Adobe unless something goes really wrong.
Look at all that volume on your time and sales, Max.
Oh yes,
You're
this
not
is all the volume on the day so far. I think.
Like that's insane how little volume there is. Yeah. No, but that's sort of the thing. Like you have to group stocks that are in your bucket for trading, or they're outside of the bucket. Actually, that same day, I remember I was trading it, and Arun was also. We both got stopped out.
It seems like an Arun stock.
But it was the open. There was just the spread opened up so much. Like you just had no ability to sustain your position for the first like 10 minutes or something.
Yeah.
And then after it settled down into a trend, if you just waited till like 10, you could have could have had a punch in, could have had a reasonable stop, and then it formed a trend. But yeah, too thin at the open.
All right, it's Friday. Let's bring in Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, to get a discussion on. If you watched back on Monday, we were talking about a number of different ideas that he brought as potentials for what we were expecting this week. We'll recap how those played out and give you a preview of what's to come maybe over the next couple of weeks. Mr. Noss, good to see you as always. We have a big deal to get to at the end of this, but if you're looking at some stocks over the weekend, we'll pass along some good news as well for you as far as Trade Ideas is concerned. But as I mentioned, let's cap off the week that's been full of opportunity, and you found some good ones for us back on Monday.
Yeah, thankfully, considering what the market was doing from a swing time frame, which, if you go to the daily chart on the SPY, pretty much all week it's been overlapping candle after overlapping candle after overlapping candle. So the beauty of what we do at Trade Ideas is we're always able to find something somewhere because we're scanning the entire market in real time. So as Brendan was saying, on Monday, we're trying this out for a bit, see how you guys like it. On Monday, I'm coming on and I'm saying, hey, here's some ideas I came up with from my weekend research. Here's areas that I'm interested in getting involved and all of that. But then coming back on Friday and saying, this is exactly what I did with the ones that I did something with, to try to help, guide the hard part of trading, which is actually the trade management process as well. So I gave you a couple, only one or two actually triggered, but I got some real good stuff to show you. So on the first chart here was actually the chart of ACVA that I showed you guys on Monday. And this is exactly what it looked like. And basically just talking about my new favorite scan. You guys had Brian Shannon on. You were talking about the anchored VWAP from before a large gap. And you can see ACVA was holding that. That's just the purple line on the chart right there. And I basically said, hey, if we get some strong movement away from this, then that's where I'm going to take my trade. And again, with the market doing pretty much nothing this week, if we go to the next chart, I can actually show you how I place that trade. So ACVA broke out the next day. So the next candle was a bullish candle. I was able to buy it at about 17.50, and my stop just goes right at 16.50. So I'm risking about $1. It's around 18.30, 18.50 now. So what I do is I consider that 1R, right? And I don't talk about the actual dollar numbers, but and I'm sure you guys have talked about this, and I've heard you talk about this before, where it's you measure it by how much you were risking. So I'm up about the amount that I was risking on this trade. So today on the open, I'll probably be selling some of that position and moving my stop to break even. And the beauty of it is psychologically that gives me a free ride. You know, I've taken my risk off the table. If it comes back down, it stops me out break even. Hey, I still had a small profit, not a great profit, but a small profit. And that gives you the ability as a swing trader to say, okay, now I can kind of shift my focus from that one. I'll come back and check on it once a day and see if I have to manage it. But again, it allows you to kind of detach that emotional side, which I know, especially from swing trading, a lot of people have a problem with because they're holding these for long periods of time and holding them overnight. The next chart I showed you here was CRNX. And if you go quickly just to the next chart, you can see pretty much nothing's happened from here. So we're still holding, and it's wild to see on this one. Every single time we dip under this anchored VWAP from this earnings gap, every time on an intraday basis, we close higher. It's a little bit too liquid, I think, to play too much intraday to actually play these little scalps. But there is something going on there that I definitely want to trade. I want to keep an eye on. So this one will probably still be on the list Monday, assuming nothing crazy happens with it today. I want to show you guys CVNA in the next one here, just to show the power of these. So I drew an arrow to where I drew the first anchored VWAP. And again, it was right before an earnings gap. So the earnings gap's up, and you can see how price just bounces off that purple line for a long period of time. So I really wish I could say that I got this one because, you know, the entry would have been about $10 or $11, and yesterday was at 25.50. I think it hit as a high and closed at 24.75. But just to show that, you know, sometimes with these things you can get really, really explosive moves. So the last one I'm going to look at before I give you guys at least one idea was this chart that I showed you guys of NVIDIA. And I said, hey, watch the anchored VWAP right below. I've noticed, especially on really, really strong names like this, on an intraday basis, you can actually get a trade using this VWAP as a support and resistance level on the daily chart. And I actually got an intraday trade on that this week. So if we go to the next chart here, you can just see one day we came down and we tagged that on, that would have been Wednesday. And then yesterday, you can see that green candle that we had as well. So zooming into the intraday chart here, that purple line that I drew, that is exactly where that anchored VWAP was from. So yesterday, we open up right at that area and start to rebound off it. So I don't really trade the open. I'm not as fast as you guys, but a little bit of consolidation. And then as we start to bounce off that, I took a little trade. And again, just to show you can use these intraday or these daily anchored VWAPs and this daily anchored VWAP scan for a little bit more intraday action as well. So if you're not a swing trader, still worth checking out. So just one thing I'm looking at today is the next chart here with BV or BlackBerry, good old Canadian company. This one I'm actually kind of looking for a longer term type of a trade. And it showed up on this scan yesterday. And you can see the anchored VWAP from that gap is sitting right at about $5. So if we can hold $5 today, I think I'm going to put a little bit of this in my long-term portfolio with a stop at $5. And the reason for that, if you look at the bottom left, that's the weekly chart in these picture-in-picture charts we have. And it putting in a little bit of a rounded bottom, a cup and handle. I've said it many times. I've been taught to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. So maybe BlackBerry's not as dead as we all thought. You know, I'm just a little bit of a good Canadian company that I'll feel good putting a small amount with a really, really tight risk. I'm only going to be risking 25, maybe 50 cents on this trade in a kind of a long-term Canadian account. So all of you that have joined the test drive, thank you very much for that. You still have a week to go if you join the test drive. But for all of our test drivers, and really for anyone, if you want to give Trade Ideas a shot, we're extending an early bird special. If you used it for the first week and you really like it, go to tradeideas.com. You can use tradertv30, save yourself 30% off your first month or your first entire year if you liked it that much and you want to sign up for a yearly plan.
You just made our friend Neil, you made his day, you made his week, you made everything about it. He's a big fan of BlackBerry. So yeah, interesting look.
I see it in the email all the time. It's sent from BlackBerry. I'm like, oh, at least there's one, you know?
You still have that on
Only one.
Anyways, I love the fact that you take it from a higher time frame and you can come right down to an intraday level and still get the same concept and the same outcome and the same idea off of anchored VWAP that we've touched on many times. So great look once again, Mr. Nas. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll touch base again on Monday.
You too. Stay safe over there.
My daughter puts her stickers on there. Every time she gets a new sticker from swimming, she's
The
like, Daddy,
only guy in the world with a BlackBerry.
You know what? Actually, Michael, I'm not the only person. My neighbor came over. They have a daughter who's the same age as mine, and it was like a play date. And I saw him go to his phone, and he was kind of like in his pocket. And he was like hiding it there. And then we were at a birthday party like a few weeks later for his daughter, and his friends were mocking him for only now getting rid of his BlackBerry. I'm like, that's what you had in your pocket? I'm like, dude, we had the same phone. In all seriousness, even my wife has told me that I have to get rid of this. So
hey, I'm going to be a shareholder after today, so spread the word far and wide. Let's get the sales going so I can talk my book a little bit. Okay.
They don't even sell it anymore. It's more technically an Android phone, and they don't make them anymore. But look, I love the level. I love the level, and I love that you actually. I love that you actually showed that NVIDIA chart because quite frankly, when we were looking at NVIDIA the other day, like there was some support down in the 70s, but you're like, where is it going to actually bounce when it does those little bit of a dip? Like, what do you want to see hold? Because you knew it was consolidating after earnings a little bit, but I mean the spikes at the open were a little bit wild, and it was all over the place. So as you said, if you have that extra indicator out there, which that's a 77, now this is just my 15-minute chart, but when you come back in to the 3, like if you were looking at 77, once 77 was established, suddenly you break out from there, whether you take the break or the consolidation with a 77 stop, you could have a 78.5 with a $1.50 risk, and then I mean, you don't know what's going to go $12 or $11 or whatever it is, but it's that extra layer of conviction. So I appreciate you, Michael, for taking it from the higher time frame, swinging to looking at some day trading applications to anchored VWAP. And I'm going to be doing a celebratory dance the rest of the day. There's one other thing I wanted to show you guys, because I don't know, like, we didn't do it yesterday, and the plan is today. There's like this. Oh, we're doing it? No, we're doing it, Prad. Like, we have this putting green thing now on the trading floor. Sometimes in the afternoon, you might hear some of the traders, or during lunch, they're messing around. But there was no putter yesterday, so today we've got whatever. I don't know what brand this is, but it's a right-hand putter.
I think that's probably a $10 putter that Greg picked up from.
Based off of what?
Or we stole it from. I have no idea where we got it from. However, the challenge is there's like 3 holes, one in the middle, a couple on the sides. I don't know if we have the shot of it. And at some point, I'm going to take mine. Max will probably, Brennan, everybody. And of course, I'm going to do the best because I'm the one that doesn't golf. So we'll get that one out of the way. So a little bit of a fun time I think we'll have on Friday. I like all of those. I like those setups. I mean, BlackBerry looks interesting on the chart. Let's just leave it at that one. It is a good setup. It's just interesting that a name that normally we wouldn't talk about has that kind of this. It's that same setup. Like you just take the 5. I mean, if there's a big size down there, is a day trade? Probably not because there's not a lot of volume, but that's more of a swing trade idea. There are a lot of stocks that look like this. Bull flags to the left of them, to the right of them. Some are breaking out today that we've shown you. Others are already or still in their consolidation phase. So I'm rooting for you, BlackBerry, if you can go to the upside for Michael.
One name that I really liked out of that list, and you already know what I've been trading, Carvana. Going for the highs already today, so this one maybe not giving us any dips for the trade off the open today. Might have to pay up for the old Carvana if the shorts are getting squeezed out, but I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to structure trades around this one. If you're swinging it from $10, I mean, congratulations. And, hold it for the dream, I think. The dream being infinity on a short squeeze and beyond, says Brad. I'm liking that this 25, 26 kind of area today. See if we can get some breakouts on Carvana. They didn't work yesterday, though, too well. The 25 worked, but...
The 25 worked.
I mean, it didn't go like $10, though, so...
No.
We'll see how we can get into Carvana today. I hope we dip off the open, but it looks like we may not get that chance, unfortunately.
But if we do, so you got to set it up that, if we do dip, you were sitting at 22 in that trade for the greater part of an hour, right? Like that was, let me come to my chart for a second. No, it was more than that. It was like an hour and a half. So there was all kinds of failed breakout support at 22. I mean, this is technically 21. I drew lines here and tweeted them out, and then the lines aren't here anymore because that's what happens when you switch from one stock to another on P per weight. So it's 21 and a half to 22 and a half. When I say 22, that's the range. So if it were to dip, you're now more than 10% away, but that would be the area. If it bounces there, you like it even more. If it can't get through that today, I don't want to be thinking about short unless it's like the prices this would have to go to, because I didn't even try shorting it yesterday. Off the top of my head, which I'm not really going to go off the top of my head, I'm just going to pull up the daily chart, 40 to 40, 40, which is here, to 45. 40 to 45 would be an area in front of 50 that would make some sense. If it got that high today, you at least think about it. And now that I'm saying that, I should actually preemptively pay for locates on the off chance it goes up $20.
I did just actually send a message over to Branko
already did.
To grab me some shorts on that one. And yeah, that 2150 to 22 kind of area, maybe even 2350 was that high that it broke out from and kind of worked from there. So I don't know. I think, I'm going to give Carvana a lot of shots today. I'm going to, not try to go too hard on the first entry there, so we're not down too bad on the first entry. But I think,
trying to take the halt? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's not really a strategy that I use. But, I mean, after yesterday's action, if this does halt up today, I feel that you can get a decent gap up.
If it halts.
It does halt.
It didn't halt yesterday. It went into it broke 21 and went into what was potentially a halt. It looked like it was going to halt 1 second away from halting, and then somebody sold it down. It ended up stopping a bunch of people out who would have had tight stops taking the halt, and then broke out from there. So that was a frustrating trade. And it's really cheap to short. Yeah. 1/3 of 1 cent is what we're paying at Day Trade the World for shorts on Carvana. So that's basically free. That means that day traders are paying nothing for locates, and it's going to be really popular to try to find the back end of this trade where it comes back in. That just makes it more dangerous a lot of times.
For what it's worth, that's actually double yesterday's price.
Oh, is it really?
Yesterday I only paid, $1.25 per 1,000 shares. Today it's $2.50. So
okay, but that's still so cheap.
Yeah.
Segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code bottom of the screen, TTV. Get you 10% off. Shout out to our friends over at Surge Trader. All right, let's get a quick check at how the overall market is shaping up here for a Friday morning. Sharif's going to look at the futures.
How many times have we talked about 4,300 this week, guys? It's been the level we've been wanting to take, but it's been elusive. Have not been able to close above 4,300 this week. Yesterday, in fact, we almost got there, 42.98, but not quite 4,300. We're above it right now. We're dancing at 4,300. That's the level I'm looking for. It's the level that I want to trade above and I want to hold above. Not these quick wicks here that we had on the 7th and the 5th. No. To the downside, though, guys, very clear level developing here at 42.75. Every time we dip around there, buyers are stepping up. So that's a 25-point range, but I'm looking long above 4,300. Let's see how it holds.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open so far this morning. We are looking at, as we saw there, basically a flat start to the day. QR code or watchlist.tradertv.live will get you to the same place. Enter your email address. You get that every single morning. Before we come on at 8:30, top of the list today, Tesla, obviously. Tesla going to be on watch, I think, as far as everyone is concerned, with Ford 2 days ago, GM today, after the close yesterday, GM joining Ford, adopting all of Tesla's charging network.
This must be very affirmation. This must be good affirmation for Tesla is what I'm trying to say here with no eloquence. But yeah, let's see how this develops. Tesla now taking the lead. I'm looking at some of these EV charging equities like ChargePoint, EVgo, Blink. They're all down on the day as a result of this new deal, Brendo.
Yeah, looks pretty strong here, guys, overall, as we said. To kick things off this morning for Tesla.
Definitely. Show you guys. I'm going to pull up a weekly chart of Tesla because this is something we talked about yesterday. So obviously it's a good deal for GM. It was good for Ford when it happened, but winning this battle is great for Tesla in terms of the eventual EV infrastructure which is coming. If they're going to win in the charging space, and if they're the standard, I mean, you got to figure that that's going to be a bounty for them. They just broke out now, and Tesla just broke out from the 50 on the. This is a weekly chart, by the way. You can tell by the W. This is my trade ideas chart, by the way, because my P per 8 chart hates me right now. So this is just gone now through that 230, mid 230s breakout. You're starting to really churn. It's actually getting a little bit exponential. So each week in this like 4-week up move has been a little bit bigger than the last. There's nothing in the way until you get to the range of 265 to 300. So that's a pretty wide zone. The problem with all of that is 250 here at the open. We've been back and forth off the 250 level several times, which I think that poses a bit of a problem. That 250, yeah, I have these crazy wicks that just came out of nowhere, dark pool prints, but you've been above and below 250. I'm just going to zoom like this and not look at the current. You've already broken 250 several times. Right now you're trading at 249.2. You can see that by the blue current price. I think you might run away from this price at the open, and the dip buy, I'd be looking somewhere in the 44 to 45 range. Like if it dips down to that price, I think that's where you could get into the long. It has to show a bit of a bounce there first. I wouldn't want to stand in front of the falling sword. I'd rather try to have it bounce, try and catch something on the upside, stop out underneath the bottom, that kind of a deal, as opposed to just going long if we take 250 at the open, and then just kind of hoping it holds 250. I think there's going to be a lot of shenanigans around that price in the first few minutes.
Yeah, the way that I want to execute on Tesla today is around every kind of dollar level. Look for potentially a fail break off 250, a fail break off 251, and take it back down into this area. I feel like, Tesla, we're up a lot today, and we got to kind of repair some of this gap before we keep going, in my opinion. So I'm going to be looking for potential fail breaks off the open, or if we get down to 246, I want to see like a failed breakdown off 246 or 245 or 244. I'm not going to be going too hard. Same thing as Carvana. Buying the dip is not as easy as just taking a breakout. So I'm going to be giving this a lot of shots, but I think like Tesla to the long side is what you want to be in today on an options Friday. I think, that 250 price is going to be a magnet today, and there's going to be a lot of, as Neil says, like a lot of bamboozlement around this price. So I think getting too fixated on that 250 price could be a mistake today. I think we definitely get back up to it if we do dip. So I'm going to give myself a lot of shots at Tesla today, and hopefully one of them takes me to the promised land, and we do end up trending back above that 250 in the afternoon. But yeah, Tesla definitely going to be the main watch today. This the crack stock of the day should be Tesla. I can't imagine we'll be under 100 million shares traded today on this.
No chance.
On this name.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. Probably not.
How do you not have that wick on your chart?
I think a little bit better than expected. Overall, we were talking about NIO. Overall, a little bit better than expected as far as earnings are concerned. Deliveries on the forecast side of things in line with expectations. So, I mean, one of those reports where there's a few question marks and a few kind of what ifs. We've been talking over the past little while about how Li Auto seems to have kind of climbed its way to the top of this list when you're talking about the three major Chinese manufacturers, but decent report anyway.
Yeah, not bad, Brendel. 31,000 cars they delivered Q1 2023. However, the deliveries for the forward year 2023 go down to between 23,000 and 25,000. What's going on here? That's not the number that I want to see. Also, a little tidbit that I picked up here. In terms of the vehicles they delivered this quarter, 10,400 were SUVs, 20,000 were sedans. Why are they focusing on sedans when SUVs far outsell sedans on the market? Look at the Model Y, outselling the Model 3 decidedly.
Yeah, especially in that market, in the
EV.
Chinese market. I was just double checking here. 8 o'clock was the earnings call for NIO. So cue the sell-off after the initial move higher to $8. So we give it all back. Now negative on the morning here for NIO.
Another day for NIO, another pre-market move through $8, and then you're back down below. If you've been tracking this one for a while, like waiting for it to break $8 has been a bit of a pain in the butt because it's sitting there for you. It made the wipeout bottom on volume, touched $7. That was a great long off 7 even. And you even got like a 730 dip buy, and it's been fantastic if you've been playing the ridiculous dip buys each time. But it has to do a real Huadunk or a real flush for those who have been good. They were both fantastic longs. I mean, this one you got the bottom because it was $7, so you could just be sitting at 3s or 2s. But the last time it was more a consolidation breakdown or break back up. I'd rather be playing this on an 8 break. It has not been above 8 in the open market, whether it's today or yesterday. The 8 break has only happened in the pre-market, so I think it's still valid to look for a breakout. If on what was not a fantastic quarter, it wasn't all bad. I mean, if you were to compare them to anything that's not Tesla or Li Auto, you know, quite frankly, it's really not all that bad. But if it's not great earnings and you break out after already having a couple of massive dips bought up, this could get spicy. It's only 7% short float. It'd be better if it was more, but there's just room here. You know, the next level up outside of the 50 period at 840, you have like this area just underneath $9. So an 8 break does sound pretty juicy to me. Maybe it has to hold through 805. I'm just not sure we get there. I sat there with a stop order yesterday that never ended up filling. So, and that's been the entire week really with the 8 level.
Yeah, I think like if we do end up breaking that 8 level on relatively not great earnings report, then a lot of people who just shorted on that and who are thinking, you know, blood in the water could get a little offside right now.
Hope so.
So yeah, that 8 break I think is pretty spicy. I think you could also look at like XPEV or Li Auto or some of the other automakers if NIO does get running. I know that XPEV has short squeezed before, so I'll be looking at that if NIO gets running, I think. I don't really like trading NIO myself. I don't know, just for whatever reason, the way that it trades doesn't sit well with me. So I don't think I'll be on NIO specifically today, but yeah, maybe if this gets running, some of the other EVs like XPEV or Li Auto, they can get going. I guess that's on NASDAQ, and start putting in some moves, doing some volume. We may see some sympathy there, especially with Tesla running too. Like,
True.
You know, Tesla is going to pull up the whole sector possibly, although sometimes you get that little divergence of people thinking like Tesla is the leader now, so, you know, they're just dominating more and more. But I don't know. I'm going to keep my mind open on these, possibly that 8 break on NIO.
You know what I saw? So I'm glad you mentioned Li Auto, because I saw a graphic this morning when I was kind of going through the NIO earnings on Twitter. Someone posted it, and if you were comparing the big EV makers on gross profit per vehicle and actual profitability, just the last quarter, the only one that was comparable to Tesla on those metrics was Li Auto. And that chart on the daily looks absolutely fantastic. So this is it's a better looking chart than NIO, that goes without saying. It's a better looking chart than XPeng or Lucid or Rivian or any of those other ones. So yeah, tight consolidation up at the top here, another level to be broken out if you can get through 33. That's not a bad look. I mean, NIO might be the flavor because they reported, but these guys have been winning for a bit here on Li Auto. So if you like top end breaks, it's not doing anything pre-market because that's not where the catalyst is. But yeah, this one's, I mean, you're also in an upward trend too. Instead of anticipating NIO trying to break out into an uptrend, Li Auto's already in one.
Yeah, that 33 possibly a level.
Yeah.
I know Sharif has something to say about Li Auto. This is his new potential baby, I think, on the swing side.
Ooh, I like that. Should already be in with that.
Likes the Li Auto. DocuSign actually moving right now. I'm not seeing anything as far as coming across, but I mean, it's very, very thinly traded here pre-market, so tread lightly if you are going to. But yeah, nice little pop here from 62 up to 64 now for DocuSign trying to get going. Almost 9% to the upside. We were just trying to figure out exactly when Kathy Wood and ARK got out of DocuSign, because apparently she's not, according to Kathy's ARK.com, she's not in it anymore. So anyways, well, I'll keep digging on that. But let's talk about the earnings. Decent results here, beating Q1 results, and they raised their full year revenue forecast as well. JP Morgan, Piper, Citigroup, Wedbush, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, all with positive notes and price target increases here for DocuSign. Yeah,
a name that we typically associate with the pandemic, having to sign documents in absentia, from home, from wherever, but they're growing. 12.4% year-over-year increase on revenue, an EPS surprise upside, 35%. Good look. Let's see how it trades.
Yeah, nice move, as we were saying here, right now, guys, for DocuSign.
It's approaching 10% to the upside here. So, this is a name that obviously got anything that was, pandemic boosted, I guess is the way to think about it, has had a bad go of it, but you just broke back above the 50 and 200. You're making another consolidation breakout from the 60 level. I do like, I wanted to stink bid 60s because it looked like that might have been an opportunity for a fill. You have a wide range, 60 to 70 on the daily chart where it's got room to run. The problem with the mid 60s is that's right in the middle of that range. So, I mean, if you're breaking out from here, what are you doing? Stopping $4 lower on a $60 stock and then hoping it gets to 70? I don't know if that's the case, but price is a little bit tighter to 60 even. If that holds on a dip, would be a little bit more appealing because that was that level you're breaking from on the daily chart. So if we get that, there's an opportunity. It's got decent volume pre-market, no issues with the spread or anything like that. It just has to actually set up. It could always form a trend that you can just join maybe after 10 o'clock, because that's the thing. If you don't get the price that you really want for that, oh, this is my price, this is where you hold from all day long, this is where the move starts from, you can always just try to join the trend somewhere else in a setup.
Especially on an options day when it might just trend all afternoon.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, Kathy's gone. Time to pump it.
Pump it.
I like the 60.5 level on the daily. Maybe that's a little bit too specific, but I found the 60.5 level on the daily chart.
I like it.
That I like for a potential dip. It doesn't look like we're going to get that. I thought that 63 as well, which I can't find right now. I don't know. I found 63 before when I was looking at this. Pre-market as a potential dip candidate, or maybe like an inflection point, 63, 63.50 is kind of the spot where, this is either going to trend up or trend down. And then, if we get to 65, I think that's possibly the turnaround spot. And if it's not, then we're looking at these tops at like 69.70. But yeah, good earnings. I don't know if there's a short float on DocuSign. Maybe I'll look that up right now. Yeah, 5% according to Trade Ideas. So that's enough to get things going a little bit. Nothing crazy though. And I mean, if we are breaking the top side of the range, then, maybe the shorts get a little bit squeezed, but you'd be thinking that this would be like a 10%, 12% short float. So maybe not, nothing crazy on DocuSign, but I like the idea of the long today. I'm not going to pay up here for it, but if we do get down to like 60, 50, 61, maybe that's a dip candidate for sure.
Let's talk some NVIDIA here as we continue along back to session highs, with the overall market currently still holding basically little change, but 1.3% here once again for NVIDIA. There was some positive AI talk surrounding what they are doing specifically on the software side as well. But we get this note in combination or deal anyways with MediaTek, which makes displays coming through this morning for NVIDIA.
Yeah, and the talk there is the collaboration is going to help the car graphics system. Yeah, that took me a while to get out there. But Brendo and I talking off camera, a lot of these new EVs, they're coming out with full dashboard screens. And we're talking from the driver all the way to the passenger. GPUs got to have some sort of role to play in that. The Model 3 has how many GPUs, Brendo?
I forget the exact number. I'm going to look it up again, but we were talking about it. Sean brought it up a couple of weeks back. I think it was like around, it was either 12 or 15 per unit. So a ton of them. I believe it is the Lucid, what's it called? The Dream?
Air.
Or Air,
yeah.
or one of them. has two, like if
Yeah.
the passenger has their own essentially entertainment screen in front of them, and then the rest of the dash is all
And the
driver
Mercedes
and-
EVs, same thing.
It's crazy. So yeah, I mean, there's obviously a massive need here. NVIDIA has been a monster. Obviously, we've touched on it, but back to the upside again, guys.
Lucid's vehicles cost so much. So that's why they're so expensive, I guess. But yeah, we're just, Max and I were just sort of talking here, and like NVIDIA, it's set up here. Obviously a great long yesterday. Michael Noss actually pointed that one out. The anchored VWAP on the daily gave you that 377 support area, and then it ran from there. But when everything looks like a long setup at the open, well, where's the short setup? Because a lot of times that can mean if the short works, it's really good. Well, NVIDIA 395, I'm going to dare here we go. I'm going to pull up my 15 chart a little bit further back just so you can see. The fail of $1 trillion, which was 405 or 406, somewhere up there is the trillion market cap for NVIDIA. The following day, you put in resistance just above 95. A couple of days later, that was Wednesday, 395 top. We're at 90s right now. So this 395, that would be the short for me. It's a lower high. You're still underneath the trillion market cap. If you cannot break out there, if you fail break there, that's where I would be looking for a short on this name. And there's just got to be something out there that sits well for that type of a trade. I understand it made a big rebound yesterday, so that's one of those you take your shot and maybe get away from it. If somehow it's back down in the low 70s, I suppose that's where I'd like the long. Don't really like any levels outside of maybe like a failed breakdown at 80. And then you could maybe have a long off the 80 level, 77 support. But the 395 sets up pretty nicely on NVIDIA.
Yeah, I like that 395 fail break. I think if we do end up trading above 395 today, then like 405 is just that next obvious stop. And I mean, if we get to 405 on Friday, do we get all the way up to 420? I don't know, possibly.
We need a 420 graphic.
We do. The fact that 420 almost exactly is the high on NVIDIA is nuts, and that's the third name that we've talked about 420
It's
on today.
perfect is what it is.
Yeah, but yeah, we're starting to break out right now, so we might just get that 395 today off the open. I'll be looking short initially. If we go back through to the upside, yeah, I mean, I guess it's a long. I don't know that I want to pay that high for NVIDIA, but on Fridays, sometimes you can pay up for these tech names, and then they just run for you. I don't know. I don't know if we can get to all-time high today. I'll probably just be watching Tesla and Carvana as far as these crazy high flyers go. But yeah, I mean, if something's going to fail break off the open, I feel like this is the one. And we got lots of room to the downside. But I can't get my 15-minute chart to load. Oh, now it's loading.
There it goes.
So like the bottom of the channel was this 378 after earnings, basically. And we basically just did a little like liquidity grab for, let's say, 4 hours of market time below that area, and now we're back trading above. So NVIDIA kind of rejected the downward breakdown and is now trending up off that 375. I mean, I didn't think that we'd be trading at 390 off 375 already, but
Here we are.
maybe I'm convincing myself that the 395 breakout is the way to go. This name was nuts. We did like a 40, 50-point range on earnings day. I know you sadly weren't here for that. That was an insane day.
I was telling the viewers, the only thing I did in terms of checking the market, when I'm in Paris with my wife, and the trip was literally for her, was when NVIDIA earnings were out. I did check NVIDIA earnings, and I was glued to my phone for just a little bit. I was just really curious. Because Sean's not here, I do want to go over AMD, because AMD to NVIDIA's 1.5 is up 2%.
Yeah.
So for now, it's stronger. And you had a similar, I don't want to say the similar liquidity grab because it wasn't quite as extreme to the downside on NVIDIA on AMD this week. 117 has been that bounce spot. It's had some trouble up at 125. So I think you've got a pretty solid range here on AMD. Its high is a little bit higher from where it pulled out, but you can see the lower high. It's trying to break out the 125 level. That all eyes are on that. I would feel the way about 395. 125 would be the same thing here on AMD. So that's worth watching. And the long yesterday on Micron at 64, I'm not sure we see that again. However, this is Micron. That's the 50-period moving average. This is what 64 looked like on the daily. This is where it bounced here off that 64 level. If there's any chance that it gets back down to that price, there's two ways to look at it. If the market huadunks and this gets through the 50-period downside, this was the weakest of the bunch. It broke down, it held down, but 64 is a monster level on Micron, so I think that's going to be worth watching as well. Currently, we're $2 above it, so this is on the off chance that we actually end up pushing to the downside here. Then you got to be watching some Micron.
All right, we'll wrap things up here with CVNA trying to get back to highs once again here in the pre-market, up more than 6% after what happened yesterday. If you missed it, they came out and increased their forecast for the remainder of this year and going into the next quarter. There's also a bunch of positive notes here from analysts this morning, including Wells Fargo and Evercore, both increasing their price targets. I mean, Wells Fargo saying $15, Evercore saying $20 for CVNA.
Okay, well, it's at 25 right now. So
details.
Right? Great trade for Max on the midday show yesterday on Carvana. We saw how this one danced with 22. 22 was a level it had trouble breaking. That's come and gone, though. 24, 25, yesterday's close. That'll be my base case level. I'll be looking at base trades off there.
Was top of pretty much every volume-based list that I was looking at yesterday. And here we go again. Relative volume anyways, guys, trying to get back to day highs here.
Oh, man, it's trying to go. So Max had it yesterday. That was definitely the trade. We highlighted that it was a 22 level where it really jumped out from the open. So if we get that, I think that's probably where you look for the dip buy. I don't like a break at 9. I don't really want to take a breakout on this at 9:30. I feel like that's a little trap-ish. Part of it could be because, you know, like that 21 break it wasn't really a 21 break, so it was breaking from 20.5. That wasn't a great fill for me. So I'm looking for the dip buy if it does happen here in Carvana. There are some other small cappers out there that are making some moves. I believe it was SNOA, am I right? Sonoma Pharmaceuticals up 50%. Making a bit of a run here. I love stocks that consolidate off of $1, and you look back. It's like if you're tracking one of these, if you're ever for whatever reason looking at a stock like this is the thing that you're in, or this is the thing for some reason you're watching for a few days or for a few weeks. When it tests below $1, cannot break 90 cents, and then any consolidation break just sets up like the easiest risk to reward trade you've ever seen because it's simple like break of 10, 15, stop 90, can it double? I used to trade penny stocks, and so the first things on my personal account when I was a day trader was to actually get involved in penny stocks. I learned my lesson and then just started investing in the actual market at some point. But yeah, that was like one of those easier setups that you could always do on small caps. And I'm watching one name that has no volume right now. However, Camber has been bouncing off this $1 level for a few days. It got to 101 yesterday. It's trading at 102 right now. If this makes the break of $1, you might see me involved in this as the volume picks up underneath to try to short it. If it fail breaks it and the volume picks up above it, you might see me try to go long off like $1.99. It's just setting up that it might give me something here. Hasn't happened yet, not a lot of volume, but it's been on my radar for this $1 break for a while.
Yeah, as you say on Carvana, like I think that breakouts off the open on this name have been kind of trap levels before. Like how many times have we seen this name, you know, have that day that it gaps up and everybody's like, okay, it's go time off like $11, I think it was, maybe 13 as well, where it goes, breaks that level, and then it ends up halting down off the open off of like a fail break of one of those levels. So I'm going to be nervous about that, especially now that we're at $25. The halt down is now, you know, a bigger notional or a bigger per share amount. So like I don't want to get halted down for $2 and you know, opening up another $2 lower.
And you have to get out. And then what happens is the entry ends up being on the reopen consolidation. Like that's the long. It's the longs after the Huadong to the downside. I want to shout out a couple of people here. We got 90 seconds to go, but 509 Blackjack member for 23 months. Best show on YouTube. Thank you very much for finding us. Stick around. It's going to be a wild Friday. Shakib. 29 months. Oh my goodness, 2.5 years, Shakib. Hydration Nation is always in effect because traders got to stay hydrated. I know you're a big fan of that as well. So hopefully we have a fantastic day. I think it's going to be a good one. I do want to, you know, focus a little bit here on some of the big cap tech names. I don't want to ignore that the SNOAs moving around. There's a couple of other small caps out there. So Tesla, that 250, I'd rather be dip buying it here. The notion of a fail break could happen. And oh my goodness, 1 minute to go, and I completely forgot to mention SoFi. Getting really close to a triple top on the daily at 850. So here is 850. I have to zoom out a little bit. There's your triple top. 1, 2, 3 times at 850. Is it a charm today? I'd like to hope so, but it's been a pretty good run for SoFi. I could see on a Friday, maybe you pull back off this 850. Find yourself a consolidation. $8 looks interesting. I'd let it settle down here, but a lot of names are at these breakout zones. We got 20 seconds to go, and Cat's going to be on the bell. Someone just said there goes Beyond. Oh my goodness. If Beyond Meat's running as well today already, that's going to be a very, very spicy meatball. But you got to focus on what you're trading. You can't trade it all at the open. So Katrine in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it. Casino open. So a bit of a move here. Wow, what is this? Here we go. Tesla, yeah, pulling back a little bit off that 250 level, already down at 249. Want to see if it can get to that 240, 245 level to the backside. Carvana as well, maybe not doing too much at the open. SoFi not doing anything. I'm just tracking NEO as well. NEO, it's getting close to $8, not there just yet. But guess what's already going to the upside? It's NVIDIA.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, NVIDIA broke out. It's headed toward, see, this 395 is going to be incoming pretty quickly.
Yeah, that Tesla never gave you the fail break. NEO. So just going straight down here. Carvana's breaking 26 right now.
NEO broke.
Yeah, don't know what to do with that. I got to just sit on my hands here and wait for my levels to come in. But things are happening, and it's easy to get a little bit of FOMO with these moves. Yeah, Carvana's through the high now. So 26.20, 26.31, 33 the high. So Carvana getting going. Tesla's coming into that 246 level. That's what I'm more interested in right now. I want 246 to fail break and get me in to my initial position. But got to wait on that. Got to be patient and wait for your levels today for sure. Netflix coming into that 420 now as well. So
that was
Netflix
fast.
making the move. And Carvana quadrunked a bit.
It did, but yeah, that was really fast on NEO. It broke that even, the $8 level. I got twos when it took it out, but I want to be a little bit more patient if I'm going to be adding to this or jumping into more shares. Just, it's been above that price a couple times. We did like it if it could hold above on that earnings, which weren't necessarily the best. For now, the volume's starting to pick up above that $8 level. Yeah, I might get a little bit more in, and if it can't hold 95, take it out and reassess. So we're in NEO. That's the only trade I have right now. I did see that move in NVIDIA to the upside, but that's already retracing, and it seems now that Tesla 245 will happen before we get a crack at that NVIDIA.
I'm actually long Tesla right now. It was reserving on the bid at 246.60 there. So yeah, we're now almost $1 in the money. Small size though, now breaking 248. I don't think necessarily that we break 250 right now, but that's kind of the target on this one if we are going to hold this level. Got to get right back above this 248.75 kind of level. If we come back into 247, I think I'll just bail on this one because I think we can get a lot lower. But right now, ton of buying on Tesla. Carvana too did a dip, and now it's coming back up. So yeah, not sure what to do with Carvana. The fail break of 25 was kind of my idea on that one, and that didn't come in. Tesla now $1.50 in the money, so let's go Tesla, come on. Gets right to that pre-market level and pulls back, so maybe have to take some profit here. I'll give it a second to go. 247 now the stop on Tesla. Looking for this to go to 250 and then maybe short it back down for a fail break. Or we just moon, but I would honestly rather that it didn't because I don't have the size that I want on this one.
I know the feeling. So I played the conservative route on NEO. If it was no dip beneath $8, it actually didn't hold up. I was able to get a little more at threes. It got to 10, 15, and 20. I'm done taking shares out. At this point, it's probably trying to make it fill into this gap. 834 is the 50 period on the daily. So 838, I should say. So that could at least be something. Just want to see where it goes. I mean, you have a lot of names ripping right now. I mean, Ford is making a breakthrough at $14, making a break to the upside. I have this weird, I have no idea what's going on with these, I have teal boxes showing up everywhere when I click on things. See this? It's all over the damn place. I have no idea. It's like narrator keyboard changes, so something's really screwed up on my keyboard. For now, it's not screwing me over. Carvana's gone. I don't know where we get this anymore. The plan was dip buy on Vana. Now, I mean, I don't know where to get in. It needs to do some kind of a pullback. It broke 26. All you had to do was take that breakout, and you're absolutely golden. I just got the 835 on NEO, so I'm going to ring the register there. But I want to grab some. I wanted Vana. I've missed Vana. And where is it going to dip back into? Maybe it settles down, pulls back into that pre-market high at 26, and then there's a long off of that level. I don't know what else you could work with.
Yeah, I don't know what to do on
Yeah, kind of frustrating because I feel like that one got away from us.
Just got stopped at a Tesla below 247, so 246 incoming here. I'm going to take the 246 back through if we do break down through that, then 245, then 244. But we do get kind of a break of the low and then break back up here. So now, ooh, liquidity grab on Tesla. Should have had that to the long side. Maybe the 250 break is good now.
That's what was screwing me over.
I think
I don't know how to turn it off.
I am going to take that 250 break, just pumping that order in right now. 250 breaks.
I can still type.
I don't know. Hard to take right now, but I think that could be a good move. So that's the move for me.
And then things started
Although now we're back down to 246, so got to be patient on this one. I like the idea of it coming back through 246, so I will wait for that to happen. Carvana got to wait for, I'm not sure what, some kind of rejection, potential, I don't know, like a hold of 26 if we go back down there, but Carvana might be just gone for me, unfortunately. Might have to wait for the next 15 minutes or so to get into that one, as Tesla now dipping into that 246. Size on the bid looks like it's, just got filled at 246.70 area. So waiting for that to break 246, but definitely struggling below 247 at the moment. These highs right here, 246 right there. So that looks like it could be the inflection point. And that is what I am going to take if we fail break that 246 right now. Should be coming in very shortly. Size on the bid, 700 or so lots. Here we go, coming into it. Doesn't want to fill it. There's the breakdown. And let's see if we come back through. Not coming back through yet. My order to go long is there. And I am now long. Got to punch out probably. See if this takes out that 75 level, I'm punching out, but looking like it's gonna hold. Nope. All right, so I'm out. We'll try 245. Tesla dipping for sure off the open here. Gotta wait for those levels to come in. What's going on?
Let me come back for a second. Apologies there. My mic was on as I was having Rob help me with the PC issue that I was having. But it hasn't affected my trading yet, so I don't think we're in any kind of a panic zone. Just coming back for a second here. NVIDIA, it did make a push to 392. Didn't really get to that 95 level, but it's holding out. So it's in a very tight range relative to the 15-minute, but you did have a false break. You're holding above. So NVIDIA is looking relatively strong here as the market presses to the upside. I don't want to ignore you, NIO. I've already gotten what I like out in front of that 840, 835 area. That was a 50 period on the daily. That's starting to work. Tesla, I haven't gotten into Tesla yet. It's like, what am I doing? Like 45. It just bounced off 45 clean here. So I'm going to get my first attempt at Tesla as if it holds that 45. That was the zone we liked for the dip buy. So, if you're going to trade it there, you got to take it in front of the 45. Otherwise, you don't want long. And it is pretty weak right now. Interesting to see that NIO's holding up. Carvana, I don't know about an entry till it gets down to like that 26 and holds. But yeah, NIO going the other direction, now pulling back with Tesla a bit here, Brendo.
This announcement, guys. Some of the other charging station companies downside in a big way today. Here's EVGO, for example, trying to get back above $4, down 8% so far. ChargePoint, the other one, getting crushed almost 10% at the lows for CHPT.
All right, I just took something on the north side out of 246 there on Tesla because it looks pretty weak. I'm going to try to hold on to it. I am long two EV names here, so you want to be at least a little bit cautious. I'm seeing NIO pull back pretty heavily. Just jumping back over to SoFi. I knew there was something that I was missing out on. Remember 850 on SoFi? Would you believe it went to 846 and pulled back?
I'd believe that.
Of course it did.
That
right?
SoFi is not the easiest.
That is the, that's a little bit of a pain in the butt. But that was probably a short opportunity there. I didn't see it when it got there, but who knows? Tesla's starting to make its rebound to the upside there. I want to try to find a place to add, but I want to see a little more strength. NVIDIA's pushing through, so Tesla going up. NIO's catching a bit of a bid. Yeah, I'm going to get off SoFi because the party's over here on Tesla. If this gets back to 250 after this Huadunk, that's where it could be absolute game over. So I think the place to add's got to be in the 46 range if it can start holding a higher low.
Yeah, I'm long Tesla here off 246 area, looking for that 250 break. Got to get through 249, which has been a problem for whatever reason. But looking strong here, lots of buying on the tape, almost $2 in the money already. Looking for that 248 break into 249, into 250. I'm going to be adding on 250 and looking for that 251. Let's go, Tesla, to the upside. Struggling with 248 for now. This looks like a very clean rejection of this 246.50 breakout and back up, but we do really need to get into that 249 quite quickly, in my opinion. Kind of holding the teal for now, so let's see where this goes. I'm not looking to take anything out until we get back above 249. Maybe 248.50 actually could be a profit taker here, but yeah, Tesla looking ultra strong. Don't want to get out too early. I'm not into the full size that I would like yet. Now somebody trying to get filled on the offer and they get filled right away. So time to explode here on Tesla as Carvana's pulling back into that 25 finally. So maybe that fail break is something that you could pick up. I have all my eyes on Tesla at the moment, so I can't really be taking that Carvana at the moment. Sharif, I think, is long Tesla probably because he is... Sharif is long the SPY. Yeah, the market is really exploding here. 43.12 on the old ES contract. I don't know what that means for the new contract, but yeah, we are going nuts on the market here. Tesla holding up for now. Don't want it to break back below 245.80, I think, but I'm not really seeing that happening as we get all of this buying every time it dips, and then people kind of chilling out at 247.40 for whatever reason. So 247.40 now the breakout level on Tesla, in my opinion. Get back into that 50 period and then back to the upside. Just got to, yeah, then moon. Let's get some mooning action going on here.
Whoa. Easy, Ty. I know the market's going up and we're happy, but let's not moon anybody. You know what else is, okay, fine, mooning. No, it's not mooning. But look what happened to Netflix, actually. So it was strong, broke that 425, and then started to fade back in here. I think we're looking at potential, like, calm down, dip into 416. It just bounced off of 417 change in here. So this looks like it's pretty decent. I'm in the same two names from earlier. I'm tracking NVIDIA. I do not want to rush into anything to the south side. Oh, goodness, Carvana's starting to come back as well. So do not want to be looking at anything that's outside of the pocket of what I was planning on. The other day, I jumped over to like play because it was in play, and it wasn't in the stocks. I was supposed to be watching at the open and ended up being my worst. Let's go back to Vaughn. It's starting to come back in. I know I like 22.5 or 22 to 22.5, that area here, but it's starting to give you a base. If it can hold 25, that could be a go zone. NIO has started to slow down a little bit. Like, it just got a second leg. I love the higher low. I want to see it consolidate. If we're going to trend upside, can start jumping back in on the trend. This is the one I got in first. I wish I had been more aggressive with Tesla, obviously. But Maximilian with Tesla looking good. SoFi, by the way, this could be breaking that 850, that triple top on the daily, higher lows being put in. Oh, goodness, it could be one of those types of days here. So SoFi making a big move as well. Before we go to Brendan, if you want Tesla to get to 250, you better hit that like and subscribe, which I just saw. We're within 100 subscribers of 400,000. On that note, let's go to Brendo.
AI action early on, guys. It's not C3 AI, however. It's this one, Big Bear, just popping up on a volume scanner to 225 there. Nice look so far to start for BBAI.
Wow, there's 500,000 shares on the 850 offer on SoFi here. I think it's about to chew through it. It's tempting to want to just short 49s, but I feel like it's going to bust that level. It's only 2 cents worth of risk. I guess I should be thinking about it here. Why not? I'll probably give it a shot here just in front of that level. It's one of those only a day trader would short when it's, I didn't even get the order in. It's already breaking. Sometimes it's better that you didn't even have time to get the order in, but it also means I wasn't ready. Give me more long, give me more. Let's see if I can get some. I got 52s there. Just able to get some more at 52, a little bit at 51, and we'll see where SoFi can go. This level is from way back when in the beginning of the year here somewhere. We took it to 825, and then you have to go back to last year. The last time was 80.50. August for SoFi. So SoFi's starting to go. I know there's a lot of runners out there, but you got to pick and choose your poison. Make sure that you're focused on the right ones. We knew we like SoFi. If I'm short something, NVIDIA's now $2 away from that 395. So that could easily come back into play.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. NVIDIA ripped off the open, and then I saw the dip. I kind of wrote it off. So that 395 incoming on NVIDIA. Tesla just broke out finally. So I took 25% of this initial position out on 248 area, looking for the breakout of 249 and adding here on 250 for that big move. Tesla could not even get to the prices really that I wanted to buy it at. So
I'm covering it 250, sorry. That's just, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair way to see it. I see it as I don't want to be in these shares anymore if 250 fail breaks, so I'm down to add on 250 and see what happens up there. So, yeah, going to set up these orders to take 250 and these profit takers. Yeah, I think we know where Tesla can go if it starts moving today. So I want to be adding if I can. I didn't get the full size that I wanted down low because it didn't do my setup exactly. So I had to kind of finesse it with half size there. But yeah, looking for that real moon action here on
If
Tesla.
it goes to 260, drinks are on max. But
yes.
So not everything is strong. Apparently, Intel is getting shellacked, down 1.4%. I mean, this is in the midst of NVIDIA. Showed you guys making a run there. The second I saw that, the first thing I thought about was, oh my goodness, Micron could be getting to 64, but it's not. Micron bouncing off 65, so that's not going to be in play. SoFi has been a slow break so far. It's running. SoFi has been a slow break so far, but it's starting to pick up some steam there. Yeah, not really much of a dip. It's holding that 850 zone. I did take a couple of pieces out here. I do want to hold on to the bulk for a bigger push, maybe to $9. So we continue to ring the register. I don't want to look any gift horses in the mouth. This market wants that upside. Apparently, Palantir's making power moves. A rising tide is lifting all ships today. That was, good entry off 15 on Palantir if you happen to have that. Wasn't on my radar, that's for sure. Palantir could be breaking the high again. Look at this. I mean, everything just wants to break out today. If it takes out the high, you got a 16 level that was in play a little bit earlier on Palantir. That was actually, 2 days ago we had the 16 level on Palantir. That should be a big one. I love that Tesla, but I'm going to be getting out in front of 250. I really don't mind the notion of taking a breakout on Tesla. I just always like to separate those two things in my head, make it a new trade there. I didn't get what I wanted. I had that PC issue. That's all my fault. That should not happen again because I've taken off that whatever it was, the combination I hit that made narrator keys jump up and screw me, it is now deactivated. So thank you, Windows, for whatever that was. Can't seem to get through 249 here. And if we fail 249 again, I'm going to take my exit in front of 250 and look for the re-entry. Right now, you're going to get to that 250. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. There it is. I'm out now with the 245 dip. I'm going to look for a re-entry on a breakout. Or if we do a failed break, maybe look for a dip buy all the way at the bottom.
Here we go.
And now it's going to go for that 250 level. You still got it, Maximilian.
I've still
You're going to add on the 50 break?
I'm adding double size on the 50 break.
I want
here,
the breakout
so,
too. Yeah.
Looking for this to break and go straight to 251. I got an offer out at 251.40. So yeah, let's see where this one goes. Tesla looking ultra spicy right now. If you wanted to kind of screw everybody, you would not even break 50 and then dump it right now, and everybody has to cover. But I don't know.
Do they, though?
I am ultra bullish right now on Tesla. This tape is absolutely flying. People definitely, offside with this thing gapping up 6% after a 6% or 5%, whatever day it was yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. Where can we go on Tesla? 260 possibly?
I think so.
Maybe higher, 275. If it's a really crazy day, I don't know if that's really realistic, but I'm looking for the moon on this breakout, and if I don't get it right away, I am bailing right away. Not trying to hold a Tesla 250 break against me at all. I think the last time we were at 250 was when I was taking the 250 breakdown actually, which worked quite well.
Oh, here we go.
But here we go into that 250, popping off, and yeah, it's a failed break. All right, and I am out. So
Quadunk?
250 Quadunk there.
Not
Way
much.
she goes. And
Oh,
now
now
we
it-
are
yeah,
right
that's a
back
Quadunk.
down. Sadly, my flatten order didn't work there because I had a script out.
I'm
which
not
was
in it.
dumb,
That
but,
was weird. I'm not in it right now. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so
it'll
Tesla
update.
rejecting 250 for now.
I'm not in it, but that's okay. Yeah, but when that rejected 250, it's not the only thing. I suppose when I take another fill. So SoFi also came back on me. I was in and out like real quick there. And SoFi just pulled back on me. I might not be, I don't know if I want to hold this all the way through 850. I'll probably take a piece back out and then see if we can rejoin. Like take out more than half or something like that and then try to rejoin it a little bit lower. NEO's holding up a heck of a lot better. Right now, I'm seeing this. It just got back to 840, so I took some out at that double top. Tesla was at the high. NEO was at the high. The 8 break has been clean. I'm going to try to hold on to this one. I think it could be an all-day type of move. DocuSign was one. We said if it settles down and can hold a bid, I would like it off 60. Where is the settle down? Like it got to 60, it churned through. It tried to get back above. It rejected 60. Now you're at 59. So I no longer really have a bottom play on DocuSign that I'm even remotely in love with. So I might not be trading that one at all. Carvana, that's the other name that we should be paying attention to. It's you can call that a quadunk. I think we're allowed to say, now I can say it's quadunking. But remember, 22 was that big buy zone on Carvana. I don't want to be long at 23.5 or 24. I want it to get there. I want it to show some strength, show me a bounce, try to get a long offset bounce, give it to the low of the day, all that fancy jazz if Carvana comes back in. So, I mean, NEO's continuing to go. SoFi managed to hold, so those ones are pretty solid. We'll do a Kincaid spike. Max is not going to know who that is, but you're going to know in 5 years who Dalton Kincaid is if you follow football because he's the Bills' new beast. Anyways, CEI, told you guys I was waiting for a dollar break. No volume, no Moss, no dollar break. That'll have to be gone. Their Palantir is waking up. I think that's one we should be watching as well. But NVIDIA, to me, it's still climbing to the upside. That 395 still going to be in play. The market is churning. You're at 1%. But the one thing to watch here for the NASDAQ is you're getting pretty darn close to this. It's kind of a double top at 14.7. We get to that 14.7. If you haven't taken some risk off on tech names, you might want to consider that's a place to ring the old register if we can't get through that 14.7. Only 40 handles away now on the NASDAQ. I haven't really been paying attention to the ES there. And Apple, Janelle in the chat just mentioning AAPL doing some power move thingies. Oh, it's strong, baby. Everything is strong. I want more longs, but DocuSign didn't set up on the dip buy. I'm looking over the names that I like to the long side. We knew we liked Tesla. I feel like that's not necessarily done, but I don't see an entry here. SoFi we got, NEO we got. SoFi's back, only 10 cents really it's giving you off that 850. We'll give it some time. Apple here, if you want to think about where Apple can go, just remember it was like 185. That's the top. It's actually filling in the gap here. This dips back into 181 and holds. Like 181 is a great entry price. I don't know what you're in Carvana.
Yeah. I just got into
Nice.
Carvana. It did what I wanted. Couldn't get to 23.50, got to 24, so I'm in 24.20 right now. Looking for the moon on this one, not getting anything out ahead of 25. We'll see if we reject these like pre-market lows here of 25.20 area. But yeah, I'm looking for this to be the continuation move on Carvana. You know, we went up to get everybody out. Now we've gone down to get everybody out. Let's see if we can continue the trend now. Carvana target legitimately 29.30. And I seriously think that we can get there.
Did you just say 29.30?
Yeah. I think,
29 or 30.
Yeah, 29
Okay.
or 30. Yeah.
No, because for a second I thought you were throwing out the most ridiculously specific target.
No.
Like really you got it to the penny, $5 higher? Because that would be really impressive. Okay, so 29, 230 level. I think that's the thing about 30, if it gets there, is because it's so cheap to short, a lot of people are going to like the 30 short. Any short on Carvana has to be off a failed break. Like if it gets to 30, I wouldn't short it on the front end. It has to go above and wick below if you even think about shorting something like that. Because it's a Huadunk, and if it catches a bid here, that could be pretty spicy. NVIDIA, yes, you're right, it's at that 395 zone. We talked about a potential fail break up there. 394.85 is the current high. So it's about to make a break. I want to say it's going to break here. Go. Maybe it's not going to break. I don't want to be in like sitting in front of it. I want it to get above, maybe trap some longs above 395, and that's the only way to get a short. And the fact that the market's at the high gives you one shot, but I haven't short anything yet. There's the break of 395. It's actually doing decent volume above. This doesn't seem to want below at all. Wow, okay, this is probably not setting up for the short. You're still seeing lots of buying and bidders above here. Like they're stepping up and holding 95, 20s, and 30s. If it doesn't fail this break, get under and try to hold below. You probably don't want it at all. Super strong name here. Everything's going to the upside. Like SoFi just hit 65. NEO's above 850. Both those are fantastic.
Oh, yeah. NVIDIA's going for sure.
I don't have an offer here. Yeah, this is not really setting up for the short. Like you want it to jump above, the longs are immediately scared, and then it comes right back down. That hasn't happened at all.
Yeah, I was sitting here watching the tape waiting for that to happen. We couldn't even print 15, so I think NVIDIA's gone.
Yeah, that's gone.
The breakout was the way to go on that one. Carvana starting to rip, but I don't have any offers out on Carvana. This is a moon trade. And Tesla, I am going to take 250 one more time. I think if we break that again, then people are probably wanting to cover their shorts, but we'll see what happens there on Tesla, consolidating right now between 247 and 249. So we'll see what happens on that Tesla break. What's going on with Carvana?
What else is
still
going on?
Chilling. So Carvana, I'd like to find a place to add to this, but I wanted to kind of trade above 25 first. I think, let's trade above 25, see what happens up there, see if there's resistance there. The volume isn't as crazy as yesterday, so that's, slightly, I don't want to say concerning, but it's not.
Less than ideal?
Yeah, it's less than ideal, exactly. Thank you for that one.
Oh, and the professor is the one that's supposed to be coming up with the ways to help you articulate things. I mean, I don't know where, I think he went to get like a tea or something. Maybe he's drinking a coffee. I shouldn't say it's necessarily tea. Or he's getting his 15th egg. That's the other thing he could be doing. Come on, Neo. Neo just hit a number that made me get on the offer. Neo is now up 10%. So congratulations. If you were long Neo at the open. Sometimes you like an even dollar level and you could just take a consolidation break, which would be at 785. Someone in the chat probably has a long off the opening breakout on Neo, which I never want that one. I waited for $8. We've had a stop order to break long on Neo on like all week. Actually, I think it's 6 days in a row that we've been looking for this to break in the open market. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And now it's finally going. Sometimes that's even better. Like when you wait around for something and it won't go, pent up anger. The earnings actually weren't even good. They actually kind of sucked in some regards. But the fact that the market likes it is good. Bit late to the move on SoFi because the 850 was a break when you could have had this 25 cents ago. So maybe that's why it's only 15 cents in the money. It doesn't seem to want to go as much. Coin, AMD, Amazon, the strongest out of it. Coin is the strongest out of everything.
What?
I'm hearing that from Rage TV in the chat. Coinbase up 2%. I don't know that I would call this the strongest out of anything, but you can't go wrong if you're in the long today. I just quickly want to go to my quote board and see what is actually, is there something I'm missing that's the strongest to the upside? Neo 10%, Rivian 5%. That's something we haven't looked at. GitLab's up 5%. So I was just checking my quote board there.
GitLab.
The 56 level on Coin, that's a biggie because this was the hard bottom on the daily chart previously. So we are filling in the gap all the way to the bottom in the low 40s, in the mid 40s here. Come to my daily chart for a second. You had the mid 40s on Coinbase here, down at 48. Come to my chart for a second, guys. Yeah, we had this 48 level, and since then, it's just been bouncing after the SEC lawsuit, but the range was a 56. If it's going to turn, it's 56, or it's the moving averages here close to 60. So I would be ringing a little register if I was long here the same way. I look at Neo at that 10% and start to take a little bit more out. Roku's absolutely flying. Like, what isn't going right now? I know Intel is a heaping pile of crap this morning, but what else is bad today? I don't know what else is doing bad.
Netflix off the open hasn't been great, but I mean, we're still up 2.5% on Netflix. Currently holding that 415 level. Yeah, waiting on Tesla right now. It doesn't want to break that 249. So yeah, maybe we got to go back down to 245. If we get back down there, I'll try that 245 again. Yeah, sadly, wasn't patient enough on that 245 the first time to really make a lot on this move back up. But yeah, looking for that Tesla move. Looking for Carvana to start going. NVIDIA back through
It is
395 was pretty. That was pretty great. I mean, it dips into 394.50 and then just kind of explodes back up. I'm assuming that these wicks aren't real, but maybe they are. If I check on my other side, yeah, no, they're not. So it just dipped below once and then blasts off to 396. I think you can see 400 on NVIDIA today, no problem. Yeah, we'll see where that one goes as Carvana starts to dip. Maybe this is the ad spot for Carvana if we wick.
I need something short.
24 again.
You're at 14.7 on the NASDAQ. This is a
Yeah.
level, like I just trimmed some more SoFi. So that's one way to think. If I think we're turning, I trimmed a little more SoFi. I have a third of the position left. So I might have been a little bit aggressive on that. NEO, we're holding on. This one's still looking pretty strong, but it's like what is at that? The NASDAQ's at that high of 14.7. I was just looking at Meta, which earlier this morning, Meta was relatively weak. Meta's only up 0.2. It just barely is green on the session. So if there's something for a rollover, it's underneath the afternoon resistance at 266. Ideally, this would be a short off of the 66 level. It just doesn't, it's not really profiling or setting up for a short at this price when the NASDAQ is at the level I'd like it. I mean, I could always say Intel, but like Intel was strong yesterday. That's the only reason I'm not really in this right now. So you have yesterday's support. It's at it right now. If it continues to the downside, this looks juicy. I'd have to be out at 60s, but if the market fails here at 14.7, then short underneath VWAP on Intel does look good. It's so weak right now. I don't want to play and catch up on me, but that's probably the one. Let's go to Brendan for happening now. I'm talking myself into an Intel short, I think. After it's bouncing off.
Hey guys, yeah, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They've just unveiled cutting-edge trading suite optimized with newly upgraded algorithms and unmatched market signal and pattern detection. Use a QR code, bottom of the screen right now. Check out chartprime.com. Get 35% off. Shout out to our friends over at Chart Prime for bringing you happening now. Here we go. Nice look overall, pretty much green top to bottom on this board today. We are dealing with the Russell 2000 downside ever so slightly after it bounced nicely throughout the day yesterday on those regional banks primarily, but 0.5% overall for the S&P, 0.12 there, or 0.2 I should say, for the Dow back to the upside, 0.95 or 1.1 for the NASDAQ composite and the 100. Tech leads once again as we head towards the weekend. DocuSign on watch this morning. They beat estimates top and bottom, raised their full year revenue forecast as well. NIO with earnings better than expected as well, along with Tesla, just an absolute monster. On that GM note, joining Ford, adopting Tesla's charging network technology. Here's DocuSign though, through 61, straight to the downside, almost back to where we were yesterday, guys.
Oh my goodness, so why did I just cover some on SoFi? No, so I just made this, like, this is what it does. Sometimes it'd be like this. I had just covered when futures got to the high, some shares at 865, and then it made a 20-cent spike up. I just got 870 something. What did I get, 75, 74s maybe? No, actually, no, 76 up here. So SoFi absolutely churning. This stock has been on just a tear. Like, you can count them yourself. I'm not going to bother doing it. How many up days in a row we had on SoFi? You're clearing out on the daily chart. I got to zoom way out here, that 850 break. All roads lead to 9 is an even number. But as far as resistance goes, you're talking about $10 here. Like $10 is the next resistance level on SoFi as it's churning. I know a lot of things are going. Coin has broken that 56. It's trying to go. A couple people in the chat talking about that short film Tony. Here's a new one. Welcome to TraderTV Live. I haven't seen you there for short film Tony. You got any good short films for me to watch there, Tony? I'm all into art, all of that kind of stuff there. Microsoft rejecting. If DocuSign's making a move off the bottom, I might be a little bit disappointed in myself. It just didn't. This never set up at a level I liked, but it was good earnings, right? So if it catches a bid, you could see this breaking back out through 60 even. I like what I got, so we're going to stick with those. I just got to make sure we're monitoring here. SoFi's pulling back a bit. NEO is pulling back. Trend's still good, a little steep, but it's still good. There's one consolidation where you could have maybe had some 810s for a reload. At that time, we're kind of focused on Tesla. Speaking of which, said Tesla. I don't know. Like there was a 245 bounce that played into 250. There was the absolutely failed up-down move on Tesla. Now it's making a higher low. This might not be done over there on Tesla. That could be a good one. Still just focus on the two names. They have been good. I can't complain about it. Tesla's been good. Obviously, NIO and SoFi. But I am still looking for something to short that isn't just Intel. So Intel now showing a little bit of weakness here. This could be my sign.
Carvana just broke that 24 level again and then rejected again. So I added. Now I have more shares on Carvana. We're now more in the money and looking for that 24.80, 25 break, and eventually that 28 break for the moon, whatever the moon may
29.
be. 29 level is where I want to take profit. Obviously, I'm going to take profit somewhere ahead of that. I want that to be over 26, but maybe 25.89. I'm convincing myself to take profit at. I like those 69s, 89s, 99s to take profit. Typically, you can get filled on.
You just say 60. Okay, 69.
69 always gets filled, Neil. We all know this.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah. All right. Wake up, everybody. I haven't had my third coffee yet, so I should have had a line for that. I had absolutely nothing. Well done, Max. You. I still don't know what to say to that. That was good. That was pretty freaking good. Yeah, there you go. It is what it is. And what else is moving? MVIS. So I know we need bangs for today, but I don't have Sean's Stream Deck has the bang. Like mine has a whole set of different ones here. Like I got congratulations. You should have it.
It's not working.
Oh, his Stream Deck's not working. I kind of know how to fix it, but I don't want to hop over there because yeah. Yeah, we'll figure it out. You guys can hit the bang. Sure. You know what's up. I can do this.
There we go.
Damn, that was aggressive.
There we go. No Sean, but we still got the bangs. 69's getting filled at 25.69. That's where I put my offer. Since we talked about it, might as well. Yeah, going to take a little bit up there and really, looking for that move. Yeah, I'm not really trying to take profit in the middle on Carvana today. I'm trying to get that squeeze move. We'll see if it shows up today. I don't know. Like it won't break 23.50, which is pre-market low. That was a high yesterday. I don't need to bring up the chart because it probably won't even work, and we all watched it yesterday. But yeah, so we're going for that 25 now. Looking for that breakout. Volume starting to pick up a little bit on Carvana. Looking for that 25. This is kind of similar to what the tape looked like yesterday. So you get up to these levels and then they sell it off, trying to get people to cover their longs, trying to get it to dump down so they can get the liquidity. I think that people need to cover their shorts on this name, so I am trying to get a short squeeze on it. But yeah, definitely need to get back above 25 pretty quick here and then start seeing some higher levels. What else is going? AMD through 126.
Okay.
Yeah, Palantir 16.
Did you say 126?
Yeah. Yeah, that AMD, I wanted like a 120, 150 dip on AMD. And
yeah, the dip buys were not available.
They were not there today.
They were not there at all, man.
Except on Tesla, which maybe should have gone harder on that Tesla dip. But
I blame narrator keys, actually. So thank you very much. We actually, you know what? In actual truth, were we not kind of like crapping on Windows for a few issues?
We were.
Before we even came on. And so get your ish together, Microsoft. Probably having a great day, Microsoft. But that 26 on AMD, yeah, we liked dip buys. Doesn't matter. It broke out that 25. You're continuing to go to the upside. You could fill in this gap and be at 130 by end of day. If we have a 2%, so it's a 1% day. If 14.7 goes on the NASDAQ, let me actually complete this thought. If 14.7 goes and we just continue this move up, A, it's going to be fantastic. All along should get even better. But AMD is a name that could be at 130. Likewise, over there on NVIDIA, if we go through 395, we talked about the 420, the earnings high, 400 still in play. This is still resolving itself at 395. I say all of this while I'm short Intel because, okay, so this is still in a bit of an upward channel. This is going to be if there's an issue with Intel short, it's that you're still holding an upper channel. You had a Huadunki reestablished right away back above 31, and you could break out today still. But it's relatively weak, 1.3% down. If we reject 14.7, then the 13.5 short, 213 to 13.1, that's still a setup. But this is still higher time frame, kind of a long stock. And if it bounces here and breaks to the high, I should be looking long up the top here at 32. but that's 50 cents away. For now, I'm just going to short it underneath here and see if it gets down to 31 even.
Yeah, I'm just sitting on this Carvana waiting for it to go. It has to consolidate, I guess, above 24.50 before I can take 25. So just got to wait on it. There's the volume coming in. So this is, this is feeling exactly like my trade yesterday, which I really don't want to sit here for 2 hours in this same range, but I will if I have to make the money that I'm trying to make on this
If
trade.
it's worth it.
It is worth it to do that. Here we go into that 25 level. I think 25 break could be money here. Although we did actually break it by 2 cents before.
Yeah, we did
which
break
I
it.
did not see previously, so
Yeah.
maybe should have taken some profit when that happened. But no worries now as we're getting back into that level. Going to get filled 25.69 for sure, guaranteed fill on that one, and then we'll see what happens to the upside on Carvana. Tesla making the move back to 249, so
It could
do
still
want to
break.
see that 250 break, so I'm going to have to call that up because I do have that order out for 250 breaking. I mean, this could be a huge quadrunk on Tesla if this fail breaks again. So, gotta be prepared on that one as we
size on Neo.
come down again on this one. So Tesla, this is a very tight consolidation for Tesla on a day like today, like 247.50 basically to 249.30.
That could be good though.
That could be very good for an explosive move
Yes.
either way.
Well, if we're looking long, it's good for breakout long, but you're 100% right that it could be good in either direction. Like
Yeah.
consolidation, that plays both sides. Like you make a big breakout, it's good. So Neo's holding kind of above this top. This is a little stronger in terms of where it's holding the dip. I would have thought I could re-enter the trade maybe like 830 consolidation, but now it's just going higher. So I think we're just holding on to Neo and SoFi at this point. We got one short in there. We're going to go to Brendan here. I'm not really seeing anything other than Vana that I want to get involved in that's new.
Speaking of, not really seeing anything, Peloton, guys, having a huge day here, up 18%. Couple of positive analyst moves on this morning. Decent volume behind this move as well. About to take out day highs on a run here for Peloton.
4 is the entry. Peloton, don't tempt us with things that, another top $10. Look at the daily on Peloton. I knew this was going to be the case. $10, the Huadunk level, the 200 period at 10.17. Like it's just all setting up for either a breakout and squeeze or the complete bamboozlement. I'm going to double check. I'm just going to double check Peloton for the short float here because what do we got? 12%, eh? I would have guessed higher.
It was higher before, I think.
Oh, yeah.
It was a lot higher.
I would have guessed higher on that one. So I'm not necessarily it's up 18 already, percent that is. I don't know if I want like a $10 break on Peloton. If it's gonna keep going here, it's not a huge squeeze type setup, and I don't want to be chasing it too far. So I might stay away from that. As Greg just annexed the putter, that probably means he's gonna take a few putts there. What else is going here, guys? Oh no, Neo, no. Neo just kind of quadunked a little bit. Let's see if it can hold 830s. That was strong, Greg. You got to have more touch on that putt. And this is me talking. Like I'm literally the worst golfer out here. Obviously, I promise you, I'm the worst golfer here. Get in the hole. Actually, Greg's pretty damn good. My money's on Greg. That's the competition.
I think
as far as I'm concerned. Can we come to my
Brankles figured something out the other day.
Brankles?
Yeah, he went for the reverse grip. It totally changed his putting. So, Brankles was really killing it back a couple days ago on the putting mat. So
I could see that.
I might take the dark horse candidate there.
Ooh, Brankle's the dark horse candidate? No, Pratt, I'm not betting. No one's betting on you in
No one's
golf.
betting on Brad.
No, there's nothing against Pratt. I mean, Pratt just started golfing, I think, like last year. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not throwing shade at the guy. Like I don't golf anymore at all. So I will be the worst. I will be the worst. So my one concern right here. So you rejected up 10% on Neo. Pretty decent pullback. It is now like 5 or 6 consecutive red candles. So it really needs to form a decent consolidation to be worth adding back into this. That's way too much weakness. The one short that we just grabbed is starting to roll over. So Intel getting close to the low of the day. This market is strong, man. I'm just going to take something in front of 40s here if I can get it. This market is pretty strong. Tesla's making another push. Let's go, Tesla. Okay.
Oh, here we go on Tesla.
All right, so here we go on Tesla. It looks like it wants this top end break again. We still think Tesla can be bullish. I'm out of it from the 45 dip. I do want to find a way back into this one and then add to the collection of longs we have. NVIDIA wants to top as well.
Oh, here we go.
AMD's making a top break simultaneously. So here comes Tesla.
Yeah, I'm in this Tesla break. Yeah, we're in the 40s now. Now the 80s. All right, Tesla's taking off here, looking for that 251 breakout. Hits that 251. Now we're in the 20s, 30s, 40s. Tesla's absolutely flying.
Wow,
I've
Tesla.
taken nothing off. I'm looking for 250 on my first profit taker, hopefully. Or maybe I should take some now. I don't know. I think wait on this one. This
250
Tesla
dip is a
breakout
gift.
is huge. You got to imagine how many bets have been placed in this area on Tesla. So 251.50 now the high on Tesla. Green just printing everywhere. Foot tape is flying. Tesla's moving. This is crazy.
Market is green decidedly as we're about to go to Brendo. Tesla, this one could, I see 55, 60s could be a case.
Here we go.
Any dip should be bought now because of wipeout bottom, higher low. We're going to be buying dips. I think this is going to trend for the rest of the day here, or at least for the rest of the morning. Brendo? Brendo?
Here's one on a tear today. Joby Aviation, Sharif, listen up. He loves these. Canaccord Genuity initiating coverage at a buy for Joby, Joby. They make those vertical drone type things, individual drone type things that you can take and fly around yourself. So yeah, 10% here, breaking out on the daily as well for Joby.
I don't know what Joby is doing, but I do know that Tesla just hit 252 to the upside. It just continues to absolutely churn. Oh my goodness, this is going to probably go absolute moonshot. I thought Netflix was a little stronger than this, but it is above that 420 level. Just going to throw that one out there because it's a good level. NVIDIA also flying. So NVIDIA breaking out, not as parabolic as Tesla, obviously, but it's through that high. I think we could see 400 on NVIDIA today. What else we got going? I mean, Apple, obviously that's going to be okay, but this is one concern
Here we go,
in terms of the market. Yeah, I mean, Apple is holding a higher low and could break down here. So some relative weakness in Apple. Vana break yet? Yep, Mac. Oh, Vana just broke.
Yeah, Carvana above 25. The day just turned amazing for me, so let's go. You can't stop me in this market, guys. Yeah, been patient with these ones. Carvana now starting to break out, so I'm looking for those 69 fills on Carvana. Tesla is now trail stopped at 250, 252 the high. I got half out. Looking for that trend move on Tesla today. I think that can come. Options Friday. Hopefully we don't get stopped out of the rest of these shares. I don't think that we will. That 250 has said sayonara for the day.
Yeah, we're just going up.
And we are just trading higher. I think, 260 possibly by the end of the day today. Hopefully I can hold these shares as Carvana now trying to break out. So there's some size in the 2520s for whatever reason. Oh yeah, that's these pre-market lows here. So 2520 got a break. And then get that move higher on Carvana. Maybe I should just take a little bit of profit right now. I'll take, whatever that was, less than 10% out. Waiting for those 69 fills for the other 10%. Tesla just consolidating right now, so this is looking to blast off for another move. I'm watching the 5-second chart for this consolidation. This is going to be
The
a
5
blast
second?
off move. Yeah, it just touched the teal on the 5-second and then blasts off back to 252. So Tesla moving, Carvana moving, everything going up. Market is crazy.
Everything
today.
is up. Well,
Yeah.
we actually didn't break the. So I showed you guys Apple. The reason I don't think we haven't broken that high yet is because Apple's holding to the downside. So Tesla. It might not be a dip at 250 because I kind of yelled that one out because that's where my bid is. But if you look at 251, that was the pre-market high. If there is a pullback, I think that could be like the first level of interest. I took Carvana on the break. I don't have the 24. It broke the consolidation at 25, and it's about 26, 27. I don't have any ideas about 29 and a half or whatever that might be. Just every dollar to me is going to be an exit point. NVIDIA's churning. Everything is going to the upside. A firm is almost at $20. That's a big level. I mean, could we see an Affirm 20 break? Affirm's got a huge wick the last time it was here. It got to 23 bucks when it broke 20 even. So that could be in play for us. I have one short trade, and even then, it's like a distraction. So it's holding down here, but it's only a matter of time. If the market takes the highs, even Intel's going to go up. Let's be real about that. This breaks VWAP, it's probably going to be worthy of even a reversal or something like that. The only short I got on here, if there's something weak, you guys let me know. No way GameStop is going to. Like, it's one of those days.
One of those days on the market, everything's just going up. Like,
yeah, I'd say it's going.
Nvidia at 397 now. Carvana's trying to break out, so got to get back to that. Carvana, get through that 25.50 price. Somebody with one of those little weird self programs trying to get 25.34. I don't think that's going to be a problem for this insane name as
not
volume
if we're squeezing.
starting. Well, volume's not even picking up. So, like, where do we break out from that volume really goes on Carvana? 26 was that pre-market high. I think that's a good spot to look at for like an over-under kind of level, inflection point, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, Tesla just consolidating. I really want to see it get through that 250, 250 so we can make the move up. 250, 250, probably an options price on Tesla. So
I'd say so.
You know, another kind of area that we may want to reject from, or that, you know, we might blast off through. If we do come back down to 250, no, you know what? I don't think that's a reload if we come back down to 250.
If it bounces, I think it is.
If it does bounce, but like I think if we break back below it, I don't know that that's like.
Oh no,
that's
like a fail
level,
break.
But we'll see what happens there. As I'm just kind of staring at this Carvana, wanting to see what it's going to do, because we are $1 in the money, so we may have to take a little bit more size off of it. But yesterday the trail stop was the move on Carvana, so that's what I'm going to do. Just get a stop out on this one. And,
I just took my breakout on Carvana out. It couldn't hold this. So it's obviously a different trade. Like I took the breakout. Like right here, took the breakout to see if it could hold above VWAP and then continue the move. So I was offering up here, but my stop's going to be tight. I do think it's better on a consolidation than the break at this particular point. So relatively tight stop. It's going to be a different style, obviously, than holding here or here. If it does make another breakup, I guess a consolidation above VWAP can be solid as well. We should check Meta, we're being told. Let's see what's up. Oh my goodness, Meta. I mean, everything is up. Like, so many things are high. It's like, oh, look at this stock, look at that stock. It's everything's going up. You're right about that. But Meta up here, I got a crazy wick on my 15. There you go. This is yesterday's high, 267.70 or something like that, and it just made a wick top up there. Oh man, Meta. So if there's something at the high that is setting up a little bit for a short, Meta would be in that pocket. It just rejected a 67 break. Yeah, someone's saying you should look at Meta. It wasn't necessarily this one's going to the moon. I don't know. The first thing I see is if it starts to pull back, you've got 65 for a pullback on Meta here. So Tesla, I would love to see it hold that pre-market high of 251 for a bounce. That would be pretty solid. Let's see if I can get some Meta short here at 267. Give it to yesterday's high, because that was a
Meta's been very
nice
weak
move to
recently.
the upside, but it's been relatively weak. It's still trailing the market overall. I can't really show you the 15. It's got that wick. I'll clean it up there when I get a chance. Let's go to Brendan for the small cap recap. Never got.
Hey guys, ton of strength across the board this morning, especially in small cap land. Here we go. Let's jump into Sientra first. SIEN trying to get going there, back towards day highs. 320 was the initial resistance, still up 75%. They're a medical equipment maker doing very well today on this note. FDA nod for one of their new products, so heads up on SIEN. This one, positive data on a treatment that they're working on, CFRX, which is Contrafex, still holding on to 36%, but failed at 220. If you zoom out a little bit, this level on the daily chart, and then going back a little bit further was 220, 225. So starting to come back in a little bit for CFRX. This one as well, wearable devices. We were talking about this going back to this day, I believe it was, if you go to the daily chart when it popped up on positive news. But an AI-based algorithm announced after the close yesterday for precise gesture learning. And then if you read further into that note, they talk about the gaming market, maybe a possibility for WLDS, and obviously Carvana, everyone's favorite stock for obvious reasons, guys.
Tomato?
Carvana. It's Carvana. It's Carvana.
I would say Carvana, but
I say Carvana. Everybody says Carvana. I think everybody says Carvana. It doesn't
you
really
say
matter.
pasta
Carvana
or pasta?
I say pasta.
Say-
I had to think about it for a second.
I
You
think
know what?
I was always a pasta guy, but then I kind of switched to pasta. So I think Carvana makes sense. For
I like
that.
pasta.
Yeah.
Has to. You know what? It doesn't matter how you say it as long as it makes money.
As long as it short squeezes up to $450 today, we're good to go on Carvana.
It doesn't matter. I say Neo. We used to say Nio on the show, and then we got corrected. We actually got corrected by the viewers on that one. So I want to shout out to everybody who corrected us when we kept saying Nio when these guys first were picking up on volume. And really, we had no idea. So I'm in meta. If it breaks a high, I'm getting out of it, obviously, because I don't want to get too run over on a rate train. A freight train, that is meta. But if you're going to show 267, risk to underneath 268, and then you've got 66 and 65 as targets, that's a setup that I can live with. I do want a couple of other things that we can add to the longs. I know Adobe's making moves. That's not one I like. I'm still in this SoFi. So I got the wick top. Now it's higher lows. Not really seeing a position to add just yet. Neo's still just sort of, it's still in its pullback, not really showing you the support that I would like here. It's kind of going nowhere off VWAP. So this might be running out of steam on NIO. I have to consider whether I'm just getting out of this one if it can't hold 830. I might have to respect that Neo could be done here. It was a good break off 8, but that's a pretty big rejection that I'm seeing on NIO right now. And Intel, that's the other short. That just got me a couple of fills off the bid here. So there is something flushing. It's Intel, and it's down 1.55%. If the market were to pull back, I don't know how bad it could get for Intel today. Like, you're already down 1.5 into a screaming market. It could get really ugly. Tesla's pulling back in here. We're about to find out about that 250 level.
Yeah, I like
right
the 251 back above potentially for an add on Tesla, but you know, then I'm kind of messing up my risk, so I think I won't do it, but it's looking really good. So much buying on the tape right now on Tesla.
It's insane.
I'm also watching Carvana at this 25 level. Every time it dips down anywhere near 25 or below, it just spikes back up into the teens. So, I mean, that tells me two things. Number one, that there's sellers in the teens, and number two, that there's buyers at 25. So whoever wins here probably wins. So yeah, I'm not going to hold it all the way back down to my price anymore. I'll probably stop out at 24.50, but looking for this 25.15 area to break on Carvana for the next leg up.
I got to shout out to Momo. Momo in the chat said this in the pre-market, and I didn't say anything when you said this, that 252 is a bigger level than 250. A lot of what we say about 250 is because it's Friday and options, but the way it's trading right now, I cannot disagree with you. That was a monstrous breakout with a lot of tape levitation and a ridiculous amount of buying above 250 that stalled out at the 52 level. So wherever it happens to bounce, a break of this high looks pretty juicy at that 52. Now, whether it bounces at 250 and that's worthy for reload, I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But that was some serious levitation for us not to be following through just yet. The market's also at resistance. That's worth bearing in mind. I don't think you can ignore the fact that the market hit a bit of a tipping point as well. So Tesla's trying to make that bounce. Let's zoom back in here. It didn't quite get to 50, but it's back up to 51. That's not bad.
It just did that little liquidity grab kind of action down there below that 51 price. Now we're trading above. For whatever reason, there's resistance at 17, it looks like, or 18. So just need to get through the 20s on Tesla, and then we'll test 252. Carvana did the liquidity grab below that 24.90 and then shoots directly up. So this is looking pretty strong for a move. I was about to stop out. Now I'm looking like maybe I should have added on 25 there. Looking for this 25.50, then 26 break on Carvana. Yeah, I mean, the moon is the target here. Did I cancel? I guess I canceled my sell at 25.69.
Oh boy, Palantir.
But yeah, I am looking to get another piece out. I want to be kind of 50% out of Carvana right now. And Tesla just kind of quadunking into 250 right now. So yeah, maybe that's the double liquidity grab action.
Maybe.
They get them back above, they get them back below. But yeah, we'll see. We do bounce there off 250.50, so looking for that to get back above 251 pretty quickly, as we do see the buying pour into Tesla. So yeah, not concerned about that. I do really want to see this one get above that 252 price pretty soon for that trend.
Palantir just hit 1598. So Palantir, which has been kind of catching the AI train as well, a little bit later after their earnings, great earnings, and a great move after their earnings, been on an absolute churn. Look at consolidation break, step up. I think it probably has to pull back off 16 to reload and get its legs underneath it to make a run at that 16 even. As I say that, it just bounced off 15.90, so not much of a dip buy. Not a dip buy opportunity on Palantir. I still think it has a chance to make a break at 16. I'd rather take a top end. I'd rather take a consolidation off the top than take a breakout on PLTR. So I might not have that 16 break, but I'd like to get involved. Meta just wicked the high. Didn't really do any scalping in the range. I wanted 26, 266, and 265 for the out. But I said I was going to stop out at the high of the day. We stop out at the high of the day. Do not want to be fighting it. If there's weakness in the market, obviously I found one stock that's weak. That's going to be Intel. If there's something else, you guys let me know. Oracle breaking out. I'm seeing Ford, Ryan Nola in the chat saying that Ford's breaking 14 even. Yeah, I mean, the EVs have been pretty strong. SoFi is starting to get back going a little bit, so this is getting back toward the top. But if we do not break this 1880, you know what, I'm just going to get on the offer in front. If it makes another double top, I'm going to take some out here on SoFi. No one ever went broke taking profit, and we're still unable to break the top on the NASDAQ. 14.7 is still resistance. Nothing has changed. Like, we're still strong on the 60-minute. It's all green. On my 15-minute chart on the NASDAQ, which is probably you guys care about more, you have one red candle. This is where I tried to get the short working in Meta. Well, that's where you want to do it, but now you're breaking back toward the high. So if we make a fresh high and break 14.7, I think it's off to the races. Oh, Tesla's back above 21s now. 51,
Yeah.
51.
Yeah, Tesla is like strong buying. I saw someone pop up with like 500 lots on Tesla in the 80s there, and then now it won't trade back below those 80s. So definitely interesting. Definitely some large size positioning going on in this name above 250. Looking like a little liquidity grab. Oh no, that was a false wick. But yeah, so looking for that 250-50 break, and then we'll see what happens above 252. Not trying to get anything out, although it is very difficult to not take profit out and do nothing as things are working for you. But when you have a big picture idea, you can't kind of cut yourself short. Even though this, I look over at the profit, it's looking great.
You can't look at it that way.
I can't look at it. I want $5 on this. I'm not getting out for $1.
We had this conversation yesterday.
Yeah,
It was,
exactly.
okay, well, how many days is Carvana going to do this? If this is your style of trading, then on the days where it's available, those are the days you got to hold on. Because quite frankly, is it always like that where there's Carvanas that can move that much? Or is it always going to be a potential $15 or $10 a day on Tesla? Not always.
Yeah, exactly.
But on the days that it's setting up, you want to make sure you do that. And that's why you scalper or in the middle, or you're a hold all day long to the moon and above. To infinity and beyond, I should be saying. Because I'm actually trying to get my daughter to watch the Buzz Lightyear. It's movie night tonight, and she has no interest in watching the new Buzz Lightyear, which I would like to watch. So I'm gonna, maybe if I say infinity and beyond enough, I'll show her a clip of it, and she'll be like, what is that? I'm like, the line. We're gonna watch the movie. Anyway,
Oh, someone just popped up 251 on Tesla, so maybe that's the same bidder trying to get filled 251 now. They are refusing to fill that person or algo or entity at 251. So yeah, now trading in the 20s. We'll see if this person doesn't get filled right now. I think this could definitely blast off. But yeah, okay, so they
got
filled. So we'll see what happens now. If they get filled and it trades above, probably bullish. If they get filled and it trades below, probably bearish. So 251 now the inflection point on Tesla in my mind. We'll see what happens here. Probably don't want it breaking 250.50 anymore, but I don't know. I'm gonna leave my stop.
It's interesting that you just said that, because my interpretation of that was this was the place to add, and if it can't hold in front of 50, just get out and reassess.
Yeah.
Like it's on 3 minute, like it just showed you the pullback. This is the first green. There's the buyer. If it doesn't work from here, it doesn't work. We'll see. I mean, I think there's going to be places to be able to add above as well. Like it could break the top, and that 52 is a breakout zone. If it's going to go to 55, there's lots of places to add to the upside. But if it can't hold here, you're going at least to VWAP, I would think. So Tesla, worthy of that reload. I do want to respect, where are you, NIO? I'm going to go to Intel for a quick second here, because the market, I mean, the market's kind of rolling over. Man, Intel. Should have sold more covered calls on this. Like it felt like it's breaking out. The market's going, and this wants to go down 2%. I own Intel in my long-term account, so let me Why would somebody be groaning if you think this stock is a short? Because the stock can't seem to get out of its own way. So here's 31. That's the bottom. It needs to hold this if it's going to be any kind of strength in Intel today that follows the market. That's obvious. I'm going to put a bid out in front. If there's 1 million shares or so on the bid, I think maybe it's worth a long down there. Like if it's a gigantic bid at 31 on Intel and the market's still going, I think you take a shot. I think I probably take a shot at the long. For now, this one is a bit of a dog. Palantir's in that pullback we were talking about. So it hit 16, 15.98. Now it's pulling back. Whether it holds, somewhere between 65 and 80, and gives you another push to the upside where you're then long in front of 16 instead of long on a 16 break. That's what I'd be looking for on Palantir. So let's see what happens on this name. I'm not in it just yet, but I do want to take a shot at this at some point on Palantir.
Okay, Tesla doing the dip into 250. We'll see if we soak this dip right away. Carvana also doing the dip. So, yeah, both my positions looking sketchy right now, but luckily we took a decent amount of profit on both of them on the way up. So stops are in. We will see if they get hit. Yeah, Carvana, I guess, so we reject that 250. Should I just bail out of this right now? Gotta consider that possibility. We want this dip to get soaked up right now on Carvana, like back above 24.50 right away, and then into that like 24.80 kind of level. But no, stopped out there on Carvana and Tesla at the same time. So they're making the same moves.
Oh, no way.
Together, but yeah, that's all right. It's okay. So
well, as you say that, so that's not the only stop. I just got stopped out on NEO. NEO just quadunked underneath VWAP. So a lot of things just reversed. I got Tesla out there as well. I mean, it felt like that was the decision point, and that was the decision point. The best, what? If you make a decision at the right time, that's a bit of a win too, right? Like obviously getting it all out or not re-entering the trade there at 51, you could say in hindsight that was right, but that was the inflection point. So making some kind of decision there was true. Should have found something else to the sell side. What's going to happen now is I'm going to pull up Meta, and you always know that's the case. Like all the longs that were working stop out, and you pull up the short that didn't work, and you made near the top wick. But Meta's still holding a higher low here, so I took my shot. It didn't work out. Intel short's working. SoFi, I think this one could be the good one. SoFi made the double top. I was able to ring the register, did hold on to it. This has a shot at 9. You're holding a higher low. That's what you want to see. The market pulls back. There could be something. Yannick asking, not our Yannick, but Yannick Nesbeth in the chat asking, would I reload NEO at 8? If it sets up, yes. If anything sets up, you do it. But that was like a breakout well above any kind of consolidation. Like it was just an even dollar break into a parabolic move. So it could easily be down at 770 or 780 before it finds a bid. I'd rather it hold a bid above $8. If you go to the higher time frame, that's a much stronger look if it holds a bid above 8. Underneath 8, I'd have to be really convinced under 8. If it holds above, I could take a reload, but I'm not going to rush into it.
I just got back into Tesla above 250. It's really holding here above 250.
Oh, yeah?
There's size on the bid at 250, or there was, and now we're getting all this buying above 250. This could be like, a bit of a trap up here, but I'm willing to hold this above 250 again, try to get the same trade back into 252. If this works, I mean, the risk reward here is incredible. So, pretty confident in this trade right now. I'm going to give it down to 79 here. So if 79 breaks, I will get out. But right now, lots of buying around the price. We thought this price could get kind of violated a bunch of times today. So, we'll see if it does hold here. I don't want to hold it down to like the 50s, but there we go with the buying above 250 again. So one more spike down. Let's get back above those 250 30s and then move to the high side. I got to set a stop here at 249.79. And yeah, we'll see where this goes. I'm not taking any profit ahead of 251 here. There's the size trying to get filled on ahead of 250. So definitely interest at this price. This is where you want to be involved in Tesla today. I think, all the bets being made right around here. Carvana went all the way down to 224 again. So does it do the same action that it did yesterday, where 24 or 18 held like 3 times yesterday on Carvana? Is 24 that price today? I'm not going over to the chart because I am watching Tesla here. trying to figure out what is going on. Don't want to be, you know, in a bad spot on Tesla today, but yeah, I think like back over 250.50 could be an add on this right now. As there we go, there's more buying. So tons of buying around this level. Lots of people trying to get long here or covering shorts or whatever it may be. So yeah, I feel like I'm in at the right price. Just going to let the stop ride for myself here. See if we can get back into that 250.50, 251 area. As the 20s, we have a seller on. That person should get run over pretty shortly here. Yeah, that's not enough size to worry about on Tesla. And now the bids are starting to stack at and below 250. So where do we go today? 260 is my target. We'll see if we get there. What else is brewing? So Carvana did hold that 24 once again.
No way.
Yeah, so clearly shouldn't have stopped out of that. It's doing the exact same action that it was doing yesterday.
Well, so here's my, and again, I stopped out for like break even, which is, it's a tight stop on Carvana, but you have to trade your style of trade. It didn't do any like the explosive break the top moves just yet, but it's still lower highs right now. I almost feel like if it makes a double bottom, I'd almost rather it breaking out above 25 than, I waited for it to break back out up top. I think I might wait for the same thing again. If it holds here, fantastic, but I'd rather be taking it breaking back out above 25 in VWAP if I'm going to be back into it. SoFi just got back to the high of the day. I took some out again. Now it's bouncing to the downside. I just heard Sharif say, yeah. Meta now dumping to the downside, so it is what it is. Yeah, the futures are making a move. We can talk about the future for a second. It is what it is. Like if you're not willing to make top wick and then have it work out for you when you short into a strong market, then all you're gonna do is get yourself run over when the trend continues. So like if you're not willing to have that short suck when it gets blown out, then you're just basically asking to get run over time and time again. I'd rather do that 5 times and then limit the losses when you're fighting it than just sit there averaging into it and hoping it's going to work out. But yeah, the futures got to that top. There is the curl. You can see them starting to come down. So if you got a short, congratulations that you found something that is working. I know Meta is obviously probably going to go to VWAP here. Let's see if it bounces off 265. I just have Intel. But I am going to pop up Micron because I know if this breaks the low, 64 from yesterday, this is a level I love. 64 from yesterday gave you that clean dollar move up and consolidation at 65. So both those levels probably good. And on the daily chart, I mean, if you don't like levels like this, if your resistance for a year and then you break out, go $10, so go 15% and then bounce off that same resistance turning into support, I'm going to like that technically 10 times out of 10. So if we see Micron at 64, I'm going for it again. If it bounces 65, I'd probably take a shot there. What is NEO doing? Why are we screaming NEO? Yeah, NEO's back above 8 or back at $8. So I got out. I got trailed out here at 820 on NIO all the way back. If there was a mistake, the mistake on NEO was probably this fill, which I just automatically put at the pre-market high because I always do that, and then you're a little too aggressive getting out the first 10, 15, 20 cents. But back to $8 as we're going to go to Sector Watch with Brendo.
Hey guys, shaping up to be a nice green day here on a Friday. Let's check out the S&P 500 here, see where strength is coming from. Mostly tech, as we've been talking about all morning long, including, I mean, you can kind of call Tesla at this point a tech company, but 7%, just unbelievable. GM as well, having a nice day on that announcement last night, if you missed it. Mary Barra with Elon Musk on a Twitter Spaces announcing that GM will adopt Twitter's charging network technology. Etsy upside in a big way, 6.25%. Some of the travel names back higher again today, including CCL, NCLH, and RCL as well. But it's all about tech, both the tech sector itself and consumer discretionary leading the way as far as gainers are concerned. Industrials, materials, some of the communication stocks, and some banks down here pulling back a little bit today, offsetting what would be a bigger day, only 0.5% right now. But hey, we'll take it, guys, for a Friday.
Yes, sir. I saw Dish on there. That's a pretty weak stock. There's a lot of names out there that are going to be relatively weak. We haven't even talked about. So, I mean, I'm gonna go to GM for a quick little second because we talked a lot about Tesla. Because remember, they had the deal with Tesla. It's good for them too. But this was a huge failed break off the highs here, like a 38 wick and now trending down. This is a bottom backbreaker. The only thing holding this up, I would say, is here's 36.70. That's a 200 period on the daily, and it was previous strength. So, what I would be looking for, if it breaks the bottom, kind of like holds beneath 36.70, I think you're headed down toward yesterday's low. So I'm going to keep my eye on GM. I don't know that it sets up just yet, but it's certainly on the radar. If there's a mistake that got made, I was just explaining to Max what I'm lamenting on myself here. It felt like I got in on the right side of, and it always feels this way. Like I thought I had got it in good on Meta, where it's like, let it make the wick high, get out underneath. When it runs the stop, when it runs the top again, get in as it rejects the high. Then it starts working. I'm very close to adding to it on a breakdown, and it runs my stop at the high. However, what you got to do here is you got to grit your teeth. If you get wicked out and it sets right back up, you got to jump right back in. I should have just been short when it got back underneath 267.5. I was not. That was a mistake. Meta short was right. The market was at that futures level. I didn't take it. That said, we're all here to learn. We're all here to get better and make more cashish. So take a few seconds, hit the like, hit the subscribe, because we want to get to 400,000 subscribers, and I want to do it on a Friday so we can enjoy it, guys. It's been a fun one, to be sure, but take a couple of seconds, hit that like, hit that subscribe if you have not.
I was looking at AMD here, and the market's coming in. I like to look at like AMD for bounce plays on the market because I find that it just works for some reason. Wanted it to come down to that 125, and we only get to 125.20 and bounce. So sadly, couldn't get that one. But if we do keep dipping here, maybe you get that 125 bounce play. The under over kind of play where you get down to 124.90 kind of area and then back through. That's what I'll be looking for there. Tesla, I think you got to wait for 245 now to try another long. And that Carvana is below pre-market low at the moment and below that 2350 kind of breakout price from yesterday. So I do want to see it actually get back above and then hold, and then maybe that's a potential move back up. But going to be patient with Carvana, not just going to take breaks or anything like that. Now that we've kind of given up that 25, we're definitely in a downtrend now. So trying to reverse that is, can be a little spicy. So got to wait and see on Carvana. I still think, we're still well above that 20 price, which was kind of the inflection yesterday. Once we finally got above 2050, then we trended up for the rest of the day. So you got to think that, as long as we're trading above 20, Carvana's a long. And I will be looking for it there. Maybe a 23 fail break. I was thinking that 2250 to 2150 kind of zone as an area to get long Carvana. So if we do end up getting there today, I'll still be looking at it. It's still doing volume. You're still getting buying on this. So I think there's going to be a bid all the way down on Carvana if people are trying to cover shorts. Where's that AMD at? It's not there yet. So yeah, just kind of sitting on my hands waiting for a level to come in today.
I'm not going to go long Intel, but I'm going to get out of Intel because it's about to get to this 38. I think there's going to be a zone where we can jump back in, but there's a couple of things happening. One, 14.6, we're bouncing on the NASDAQ a little bit here. At least we're attempting to bounce off the round number. If 14.7 and 14.6 is as clear as it's going to be, and Intel is at the support zone. I got some out in front of 31, but if it doesn't hold 31, as a matter of fact, if it gets back above 31, I'm going to get out. And if it gets down to that 3080 bottom, I'll get. So either it prints me in front of 3080, or I get trailed out in front of 31. That's the way to put that one. SoFi still holding on. I don't really want to get out of this. It's holding the top end of the range here. SoFi feels like it wants to continue that move. It's bouncing off VWAP. If anything, the market can hold this bounce. This one never gave it up. NEO trailed out. Everything was trailing out with the exception of SoFi. So I think I want to find a spot to reload this above 860 as long as the market wants to hold up here. Don't want to rush into anything. We got about 10 minutes to go until it's 11 o'clock. Although I'll be joining the professor at the desk. It's going to be myself. It's going to be Yannick. We're going to have Obi. You'll be coming back, obviously, for the close to join me in lieu of Sean. Ooh, NVIDIA. Carvana just bounced off 23.
Yeah, I was looking for that 2350. I didn't want to take the kind of breakout of that 2350. Clearly, that was the play. That's already 30 cents in the money. I
remember 22.
Yeah, the 22 is what I'm waiting for, ideally. But I mean, if we're not going to get it, I don't want to get left behind on Carvana. But I mean, now we have this obvious 25.35, 25.50, let's say, breakout zone on Carvana today. So that's kind of maybe where you have to wait for it to get involved. If we do dip down into the 23.50 again, I will take something, risking the low. But yeah, really, you just want this kind of breaking out or like fail breaking. And it didn't quite get below 23, which is what I usually like to see. But again, maybe that's a good sign for the long here. And Tesla just did a bit of a fail break below 247. So that was kind of a price earlier on the opening drive on Tesla, where you know, that's where we bounced from really initially, was that 2680, 2690.
You see that number, Max? I see that number, 399,972. So we are 28 subscribers away from 400,000. I want to remind everybody, we have a bit of we're going to do a reveal. So we have something coming down the pipelines that I'll be able to tell you about once we hit 400,000 subs. So if we do that today, we will be telling you something big coming for the channel. I think it's going to be fantastic. I don't want to give it too much. I don't want to give it away, but yeah, we're going to let you guys know what that is whenever we do hit it. So can't wait. 400,000, it's a great accomplishment, but really thank you guys for getting us there. I want this market to be, everyone wants the market to be green. It's always nice if the market is green. But these rejections are getting insane. Palantir got to 1598. When we don't short Palantir off an even dollar level, this is what happens. SoFi was the last thing holding up. SoFi just broke through. I'm like, this is the only long still holding. Now you're going to get back underneath 850. I don't know that it even makes sense to hold this past break even. I was going to give this past break even. I don't even know that I want to do that anymore. So I might get trailed out of the last of my SoFi as well. I'm out of Intel, which hit my target. Look, I got hit on my target in Intel, and then it's just continuing to flush. So congratulations if you held on to your any of your shorts there. This market wants to give it all back. Let's go to Brennan for Money Talks. Wow.
A bit of a pause so far today for the dollar index, coming off a pretty wild week that follows or is going to be followed by the Fed. Obviously coming up next week, we get CPI Tuesday, we get PPI Wednesday morning, and then the big event, obviously the Fed coming up Wednesday afternoon, 2 p.m. Make sure you're with us. We'll bring it to you live. And then obviously the press conference afterwards at 2:30. Here's a look at a pretty flat market though, 0.13 right now for the dollar. 103.48 really hasn't done much so far today. The euro, same story, kind of chopping around with in the range. Same story for the Canadian dollar, getting back towards 2 weeks ago. Resistance points, 0.2 for the British pound, back to 125, grinding its way back higher. Everything else kind of choppy so far, including BTC and ETH, both negative on the day so far, guys.
Five away.
more.
I have to do this because like we have a program monitor in between us, and like my trading screens kind of block the corner of it. So if you see me do that, I'm just checking out the number. You could be the 400 subscriber. I also would like to. So if you're if we get over 400,000, maybe SoFi will catch a bid as well. So no, that's really not how it works, and that's not how we should ever hope it works. But it just bounced off 850, which is where we took the long. So I'm going to take my shot here on SoFi, just getting a reload. If it can't hold 50, I'll be out of it, as we are now 4 subscribers away. What else is going on here in the market? Got about 7 minutes. So I'll switch over. Oh man, we're gonna go to 45 on. Okay, we're here. We're gonna. I mean, 45 is incoming on Tesla.
Yeah.
If there's going to be a bounce, then I suppose it would be here, but everything is just churning into the downside. I'd hate to be too early out in front of it. I want to see it bounce first. I want to be convinced, because what I see is a Huadunk and fail breaks at monster levels. Fail break 50, couldn't get past 52. The longs were looking fantastic. There it is, 400,000. Thank you so much. And now we're churning
Done.
above.
Thank you guys, much appreciated, right across the board. It's sad that Sean can't be here to enjoy this, but we'll celebrate with Sean when he comes back on Monday. But I mean, thank you so much. It's been such a ride. It's been so much work, obviously, but we're happy to do it every single day. Happy that everyone joins us every single day on quite a journey. Neil, I know you'll echo that.
1,000,000%. It's a lot of fun doing it. You guys have no idea like how humbling it is for all of us for something that started out like it was just an internal Day Trade the World educational program. Like we're just gonna pump it to people, offices in Day Trade the World, so they could learn like risk management and how the platform works. And all of a sudden, we went onto YouTube, and it just sort of blew up on us. And so thank you guys for being a part of this community. It's absolutely amazing. And I promised you that we had something coming. I'm not going to reveal everything about it, but what I can tell you is, if you enjoy Trader TV Live, we're live every day from 8:30 to 4. We have something coming for you guys after 4 o'clock. So we've been asked this a lot. Can we have something for after 4 o'clock? Well, there is going to be something after 4 o'clock. So that is going to be coming down the pipeline. More details to follow in terms of when it's going to happen, but there is something coming for after 4 o'clock for Trader TV Live. There it is, 400,000.
Wow. Awesome.
Jam.
Awesome. And now cruising above 400,000. So good breakout there on 400K on the subscriber count. Good breakout here on 246.50 on Tesla.
Son of a...
I thought that was a key level. I just took 2 losses on it, but now we are cruising above, looking for that 248 break back to the upside. You know, sometimes you just have to get down, stop everybody out before you can cruise back up. So I'm looking for 248 plus here, 249 being that like key inflection point today. Looking for this to get to the teal, and then above. Tesla's starting to fly here off the bottom. So,
Technical breakout, someone just said. It's so true. Like we were consolidating. We were consolidating at 400,000, and then now you can make the technical breakout, and then you got to go to the moon. Sometimes you have to pull back, dip, consolidate, all that good stuff. I just missed that Tesla. I'm not going to be mad over it because thanking you guys was obviously important to do, but that's not bad. That ain't bad. That's not a bad long there.
We're chilling in this one.
Bad.
This is,
and you know what? If it holds a higher low, gets above VWAP, then if you go to the bigger picture here, you made the break, you hold the double bottom. It might take some time. The market probably has to settle down here, but then you have a great base of operations for the rest of the day.
I think we can go back to 250, no problem.
I think it's got a chance
on this breakout. So chilling on this one. The fact that we got up here so fast is pretty bullish here on Tesla. I kind of thought I would be grinding in this position, sweating for quite a while, but it basically just went 40 cents right away and then blasted off.
It's not alone, by the way. I mean, a few names have found bottoms here. Not nearly as big as the bottom on Tesla in terms of bouncing, but NVIDIA made a higher low. It's trying to go here. I did reload SoFi. You might have seen that for a quick second on the screen. Oh my goodness, that was a pretty big bottom on Intel as well. Like that just went wick to 30.70 and is already back at 31 even. Like on Intel, it's a $30 stock, right? So you're talking about a 1% bounce there off the lows on Intel. So yeah, a lot of things making the bottoms. Please tell me Micron's at 64. No, damn it. It's at 65. Okay, maybe the long could be off 65 on Micron. I like that 64 level. I don't want to compromise there. Just a couple of other names that are moving. Shout out in the chat to Amazon Huadunk. Yeah, maybe, but you know what? It's actually holding the range from the open. So chilling out, holding this 123.5 from where we opened, it can always make a bit of a bounce. I think you want to be very careful about your entries when you have a failed break like this. Like you'd like to see it bounce, break out, and then go, or already be a strong name. To me, like SoFi, if it holds VWAP here and keeps going, we're going to see $9. So I don't mind getting something at 60s. My stop's going to be at 50 cents anyways, underneath 850. So I'm never really risking more than 10 cents on any reloads here. In terms of sell ideas, Passion Film, the two that I liked, Meta, it wasn't a good trade, obviously. Got the right area. It's going to execute it well. It's going to go to VWAP, all that good stuff. It's relatively weak to the market, only 0.2, with the market at 0.6. It never broke out yesterday's high, so a lot of stocks were breaking tops yesterday and going, then reversing. This stayed inside of the range, and if it does do that and holds the afternoon high, that 266, that could easily roll over again. So yeah, it's bouncing off VWAP, but it's still got some signs of relative weakness over there in Meta. I don't think I can join Intel to the short side again, the way that one's bouncing, the way it made that low. just a bit of a strong move off support. When you go to the 15-minute, it doesn't really favor the short unless it's breaking underneath and then filling the other gap another dollar. Like if it's breaking here and making fresh lows, then that short looks better unless you're waiting for it to pop another 20 or 30 cents here. So I'm going to be very patient getting back into those names. Been a great morning. We got 1 minute till I make the switch over, so I'm going to get prepared for that and let you take it into 11 o'clock so I can join the professor himself.
All right, all right. Back to that AMD. Goes right to that 125 and then turns around. So that's what I was looking for, but I was busy with my friend and, sometimes nemesis Tesla here. Yeah, I think that Tesla trade is better than the AMD trade would have been. But I think if we come back into that 125, I don't think that's happening, but if we come back into that 125, potential for a dip trade here on AMD. Looks like it kind of wants to blast off with the NASDAQ here. NASDAQ catching a bid off of random 14,550 price. So need to get back above that 14.6 really. So maybe we do get that dip on AMD. I'm going to stop out of this Tesla break even if that happens, but I'm not really expecting that to happen based on the way that buying came off of that price. But we'll see what goes on there. If we have to try 245 again, that's fine with me. We'll see. Here we go. So, the tape just starts to fly when it starts to fly on Tesla as the market just starts to rip there right to that 14.6 price. So market ripping, Tesla ripping, all of the tech names probably ripping with it. I'm looking to take profit at 248.89 on Tesla and then hold the rest to see if we can get back into the 250 price. VWAP being 249 even basically, which is as expected, given that 249 was kind of an inflection price. I do want to get out some in front of it and then see what happens over that. Are we ready to go for the midday? So pass you over to the big dog Sharif, talking about identifying as a truck earlier this morning. He can explain that to you. And, good luck for the middle of the day, guys. We'll see you later.
Max, tongue-in-cheek, of course. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. That is Neil. He is setting up, and we are brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy a relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Go to my screen, guys. Shout out to Surge Trader. Use code TTV for 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. All right, guys, I had one trade and one trade only. That was on the future. I decided to go to use the SPY rather than the ES or trade the NQ or the Qs for that matter. Reason being, we were at that critical level of 4,300 here on the ES. We had been dancing around it all pre-market. We were poised to break it, higher lows, higher highs, holding at that level. Closed 2 points below it yesterday. We closed at 98. I had a bias, but I didn't have a bias. I said to myself, watch how it trades at 4,300, and oh boy, did it go. And so let's get to the trade. The first pullback, yes, the first pullback after the 930 pop up. I'm buying, and then there it is. We move up a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit there. I lament obviously not having held through the top. The problem that I encountered here was, to me, it was a blue sky setup. You have to go to the SPX to really find the levels, and
Right.
the issue was, I was trying to base it off of an NQ top. I was thinking maybe 14.7. I didn't have a high, so I ended up taking profits at what I will admit were random levels, but the idea was sound. Thanks,
But
bro.
the good thing about that too is on top of that exactly where to look to make it better the next time.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, which
I should have done my homework a little bit more yesterday with respect to identifying tops. I didn't do that. That probably hurt me today.
whatever, that's fair. I think this morning the longs were so good that it was hard for it to be wrong. I think what I'm going to be sort of examining within myself right now is Like, you know, I'm not in a short right now. You know, like as the market got to that NASDAQ high, I have Carvana up because I'm just kind of curious about it. But as the market got to that 14.7 top, I was like, okay, we're getting to tops. Take some more profit off. I was covering things. I was covering NEO. I was covering SoFi. I was covering Tesla. But then as we started to pull back, I tried to short Meta and lost. I shorted Intel, and quite frankly, I never loved it enough to just get as aggressive as I think I should have been maybe shorting it. I guess maybe it didn't set up enough. That's what I have to ask myself, like, why didn't I like it more? Because I look back at it, and if you really like a trade, so here, like when I'm getting short Intel in the consolidation, I'm generally shorting the entire area of the consolidation. Like you short it here, but I'd also be shorting in the 40s. Because if it breaks the bottom, I want to be getting out as it breaks the bottom, but I'm short all in here. Not just only short the top wicks because you're thinking it's going to run on you. That's the way you short a strong stock. Shorting a weak stock would be aggressive in here, and then when it breaks, hold for these levels down there. So I made a bit of a mistake there on Intel. It's bouncing now, so strong recovery for Intel. I still like that notion of finding relative strength, relative weakness. Make sure you take that. Speaking of relative strength, look at AMD. I'm going to make the assumption that Rage TV is loving AMD, and my stop loss on SoFi, it's not very creative. Where did we take the breakout on SoFi, people?
Oh, wow. AMD.
At 850. I do have one fill. My average price is 57 because I got a reload. So I took some 60s, and my original entry was just above 50, so my price is 57. But I'm not going to give it underneath, man. If it can't hold 50s, I'm just getting out. It could fill in the gap. But AMD is an absolute beast. I wanted you guys to know, like, that's where my stop is. So I got back into it, but I want to let you guys know where I'm stopping out. AMD is strong.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of speculation going on here, man. Look, I still hold the same position that unless I hear something big from them with respect to GPUs, I'm suspicious. I think a lot of the money that's coming in right now is either with respect, you know, to maybe adjusting their portfolio because of the latest earnings and making the requisite adjustments, and speculation. Let's call spade a spade. People are guessing that they're going to be coming out with a big headline, and they want to front run the news because, you know, typically you have a sell-off on that. It runs up for a bit, you run up. Anyway, AHI, I got to talk about this one because small cap capper de jour, Neil, the 5-minute on AHI. It is a NASDAQ name. Let's put the thing in.
Look at the dollar. I don't even care about anything else, but look at the dollar break.
That's the thing. That's when it shows up on my scan. When it does that dollar break, you danced with it last night.
You got to set up a scanner if you're going to be trading like small cap breakouts and all that kind of stuff. You can't let it show up on your scanner at $1. It's got to tick in there at like 80 or 90, right, so that you don't miss the actual break of the button.
That's actually very wise.
But look at your chart. It even showed you a resistance. Look at the here we go.
Sure. Right there. Danced with it in the aftermarket yesterday, the 105 touch,
so you go
and the immediate rejection. So you know that it's danced with it before, so you're on guard, you're upcoming. So I you know, that's if I want to do that type of trade. Now, I'm not doing that on a regular. When it shows up, we talk about it. But yeah, if you're looking to specify this type of trade, I love it. If you want to be the person who sits there between, 80 pennies, 85 pennies to $1 looking for, filtering your scanner to block out everything sub 85 pennies and wait for them to make the move, hell of a niche. Good Tesla. Bounce back on these markets, though, Neil. 14.6-ish area holding AMD at the moment.
AMD break?
AMD
127?
Break. Go.
127 maybe? So look, AMD is I don't want to say the strongest name, but since I moved over and was looking for things that are relatively strong, I know what's relatively weak, but relative strength is over here in AMD. This is holding above its consolidation break and wants 127. So if you like a 127 break, then I do too. Well, I like a 127 break. I'm not in this one. I want to be in it. There was a question in the chat. I'm going to assume it was a trick question, but I'll bite. Ooh. The question was, do you guys eat ketchup chips?
When I eat chips, I don't mind them.
Ketchup chips are literally my favorite chip of all time. Yeah. Like, to the point that, like, if my wife's going, like, she travels for business sometimes, like, one of the things that happens, if she's traveling for business, like, there will be ketchup chips on the counter. That's her, like, I'm going to be away for a few days. I love you, honey.
There you go. We're
going to literally ketchup chips. When the Bills play on Sunday, I'm eating ketchup chips.
I like
Straight
salt
up.
and vinegar.
No, they're good too.
Yeah.
But
I like salt and vinegar.
I love ketchup. Like I could eat. I mean, I could eat a lot of things a lot of times.
Yeah, likewise. Jeez, I could be eating up
I could
a
always
storm.
eat,
But the longs have been in today, and
Yes.
they look like they're back in at the moment.
Holy Tesla.
This is the SPY. Let's look at, this is the 1 minute on the SPY. We should be looking at the 3. Is my man, no.
He's smirking like the Cheshire, is it the Cheshire Cat? The Cheshire Cat, that's what Max looks
Put
like.
him on.
He's
no.
like,
There you go. I don't know if they're able to there, but it's okay.
that's fine. Tesla's about to break 250, that's all I'm
Max
getting at.
has a lot of names. Now, look,
Oh, my
I want to
chart.
address
Oh, my chart,
one
come on.
important issue here. Max has a lot of names. There's Max, Maximilian. There's a whole bunch. But I want
Which one does he
the
like?
people to know that I am adopting the mad one.
The mad one.
He is the mad one.
Oh, the position boards, I have to take a...
He said he can see that from multiple perspectives, for sure. Honesty, another virtue on the Mad Ones list there. Let's go to the SPY here, because we are bouncing. We did form a bit of a low. Now, the corresponding level on the ES is that 43 for 13-ish area. Not really a level for me. A bit of a bottom, I guess, on the earlier approach there. But yeah, again, you know, you're just going to be dancing with rhythms here. Did we get a VWAP bounce? Yeah, we did actually. The ES did actually give you a VWAP bounce. Now that I look at it, you get a quick one. You had to probably been sitting there, and then we're retracing up. Obviously, we're looking for another higher high to continue with the trend. Clearly, it's a higher low at this point. Higher high comes vis-a-vis that 43.2550 break. So looking closer to that, the ES, then the NQ looking at the moment. We'll see how this one pans out. The ES only up half a point, the NQ up 0.88. So technically the NQ stronger on the day. But now why I'm looking at this is because I want to see how it trades at those levels. Do we, you know, does that level end up being anything? Is it going to be an area of resistance? And do we break through it? And when we break through it, do we trade above it? Then we're looking at it like a pattern here. So I'll be looking to get in. I will not be front running this. Made my money, and I'm not giving it back unless it's like an A+ setup. So
That's what you gotta do.
that's what I might look there, Neil.
Yeah, it's got to be A+ setup. You got to be, you know, convinced of it. This, you know, at this time of day, like usually you're either sitting in something, or like you're in the last thing that was good, or you're looking for an A+ setup. I'm just watching Apple here because Apple getting really close to this. I don't want to call it a triple top. I don't know what you call it. It's in multiple times here. 182. I for sure want the 127, which is happening on AMD any second now. So that could come into play. But Apple's right up at that top as well. So, you know, whether it's Apple, AMD, you are getting top-end breaks. I'm going to make the assumption that Max is probably offering somewhere around 251.69 in front of the 252 level. I have no idea.
No offers left.
Okay, but no, apparently he just said he doesn't have any offers left. So, I mean, Tesla as well making a break. It's trying to get through 250 here. If this blows back through 250, I know that 252, which was a resistance, could be a big break spot as well. Jason, 4207, I figured out the song. Sharif was humming Call Me Maybe by Carly Rae Jepsen.
Incorrect.
We'll get it eventually. I'm not really
Maybe
taking...
one day, like, we'll have beers or something on the close, and I'll just, like, let it slip out. But anyway.
We hit 400,000 subs today. If you were ever going to cave... and
I'll do it at 500. That's what I'll do.
Give the people what they...
500.
At 500.
We'll do it at 500.
How's about nowish?
Because it's kind of judgy-ish, okay?
That's not even a word,
The song,
man.
I know.
Judgy-ish.
I'm dancing with that. I want to address a super chat here real
Go
quick.
for it.
Nick Dub. Nick
Judgy-ish.
W, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Nick. Sharif, can you please give us your thoughts on IonQ? Let's have a look at the chart. Let's load up that bad boy. First and foremost, we'll start with some deets. Trades on the NYSE. IonQ, $2.1 billion market cap. Is a quantum computing company. The company is engaged in quantum computing and develops general purpose quantum computing systems. The company has developed custom hardware, custom firmware, and an operating system to arrange the quantum computers. Okay, so I think it's safe to say they're in quantum computing. What's the float look like?
I think it's safe to say that.
Yeah, let's have a look at the flow. We're talking about 175 million share float. It is not a low float. It is bigger. So what is the look here? Now, let's look at the daily price action first and foremost. What's the long-term trend? Okay, so we have that big, huge move up with all the speculative assets back in late 2021. We get up to 35 bucks. We have a huge move down. 2022 actually was a flat year. The move down was, actually in early 2022. I take that back. But look, fact of the matter is, we're making higher highs and higher lows. The general trend here has been to the high side since the beginning of the year. So you have a bit of a reversal here, and you are taking out major levels. Took out that 850 level. That was a clear top. Going back to August highs in the market probably corresponds to that. Now, where are we looking? We're looking at 15. Now, we got a lot of tops here. That's the problem. We got 15, we got 16, we got 17. Yeah, you get the idea. Point is, you have a good trend here. Number one, you have a bull flag. That's what I see. Number two, you have the golden cross right there. These are EMAs, reds 50, blues 200. You have already, it's crossed. It crossed, I believe, on the 19th. By the way, EMA typically lags SMA in the cross. Well, not always. But anyway, just one quick thing here to continue. So it's a bull flag. You have a breakout area of about 11 to 1150. You know, this is a fantastic one, probably one that would benefit from an anchored VWAP type, play here where you anchor the VWAP at the breakout point, and then you're buying retracements into VWAP for the idea that it holds and it breaks out with your stop out being, whatever, 3%, whatever, 50 pennies, whatever, below the anchored VWAP spot. So good look on that. That's an eye on cue. Shout out to Nick Dub.
Exactly, and so I'm into AMD. Obviously, it's made its break several times here. I'm looking at the top end of the range. If I take a breakout at the highs, it was at 12. When it broke initially at 127, it got to 08s. So I allowed it to kind of try to hold out. If it makes a new high, get in, and then I have a tight stop underneath. If I'm taking a breakout trade, I want it to work right away. So I just came right back underneath, maybe a bit of a hwadunk if it does hold underneath there, but I wanted that break to go. I wasn't really looking for, I want to hold on to this forever, because if it pulls back, I think you're risking at least $1. I don't want to be risking $1 on this. I want to be taking like little shots above. If it pulls back in, maybe VWAP. There's plenty of places to catch that trend and hold on to it. But I had a tight stop on there on AMD. It still could be setting up for, it might be still going here. But I didn't want it back underneath that 127 level. So it's always a usual tight stop. By the way, that Carvana is actually at the zone from yesterday. It's not showing many signs of consolidating down here. So I had one shot breaking out at 25, didn't really go obviously. But 21.50 to 22.5 was the supply zone for like an hour yesterday in the afternoon. So it's in that zone now. Once it shows me some strength inside of it and can try to bust back up, I'll go for the long there. There's a stacked offer at 22.10, so there's still a lot of selling going on at these prices. So I don't want to jump in too early on CVNA here. I think we overstate the hwadunk term. Essentially, what you're looking for is a pullback or a dip candle that is the biggest of the day. So I would argue that when we failed 27 break on Carvana, that was a hwadunk. You could call that there. And I'm not saying AMD is going to. It's just if AMD was going to make its biggest pullback of the day, I would think the 27 break or failed break at 27 could be it. Like if you fail this break here, and simultaneously, the futures make a lower high. Yeah, I could definitely see AMD making its biggest pullback. That's why I had a tight stop on it. Didn't want to get too aggressive. There is a short that I know I was in earlier that's starting to set back up again. I'm not in it yet because you're still pretty strong on Intel, but you're getting into that supply zone where you could roll over. So the supply zone yesterday, let me just draw it for you. It's a bit wide, right? And I made myself a mistake here, not being aggressive enough getting into this short. The market was so strong at that point. I shouldn't be taking shares out here. I should be getting more short there. So it's in the supply zone. I don't want it breaking out past like 31.40. So I'm going to start working into a short on Intel. If the market wants to roll over, I got to feel this one's got a chance here. So this one I like short more than AMD for obvious reasons. It's down 2%. It's been relatively weaker on the daily chart, which doesn't want to load for me, but it was weaker this morning.
What do you need?
Oh, the Intel daily, but everyone,
Sure.
I mean, if you...
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you can tell it's relatively weak anyway, but if this rolls over, I think it's pretty obvious here. AMD, strong chart, up and to the right, as you like
My
to say.
chart,
NVIDIA,
guys.
same thing. But if we go to the daily chart, it's been trying to break out, but it hasn't quite done it yet.
No, we
Like,
talked about
it's-
that 30 level being a level, bamboozled you and I.
Where the close is
Yeah.
above the major moving averages. Like, it's trying to do so.
For sure.
But it just hasn't happened yet. So until that happens, there's still available shorts on this
This
stock
is a
every day.
buy, man. I don't know. I don't want to
No, I
get
like the
into it
stock.
again with you because I think you and I both like the stocks.
I'm long the stock in my long-term
I know.
portfolio, but
So
it
there's no
has not
point.
broken out yet.
Yeah, I like it because I think that it starts producing some of these GPUs in the States because it's a political issue. And I think it's bigger than business here. So that's my look. That's why I like this stock. So INTC, great look. Now, AHI, Neil, your friend, AHI, it's halted here at right
Is it
below
though?
150, 149. I like that. Up a measly 380%. AHI.
Oh, is that all? Is that all?
Not only did it reclaim the $1 status, but now it is up $1.25 plus. What is the tap? The tap is $1.50, my friends, and that is 1 penny above where we close. So where am I getting in? First of all, I'm taking note of halt levels. Halt levels are very important to me on these halting stocks. Right off the bat, $1.03. That's the first halt level up. I'm putting a trend line right there. Second of all, I'm looking at this bull flag that clearly formed here with a compression pattern and clearly resolved to the high side as is, to be expected in the direction of the trend. You like this $1.20, $1.25 range. It's open. What is it, dude, here? So a bit of an equilibrium all the way down. Now back $1.40. Some buying coming in here at $1.40. I guess we're gonna dance at this $0.50 area for it, but let's see what direction it resolves. Let's look at the book. Is there any notable areas with size? I don't see any, to be quite honest with you. Nothing really moving here. Let's see where the size is following. Do you see size following the the book up, or do you see size coming with it down? Here we go. We're going to halt at $1.34, $1.35. Looks like $1.35. There it is. We're halted. The tap, $1.27. So obviously more downward momentum. Now down to up 335%. The first downward halt on the name today. I believe so. Hold on. Let me just double check that real quick. Yep, first downward halt. 3 halts now. So yeah, I'm not trading this one, but giving some advice. Keep the halt levels in mind and then look for consolidation areas, buying and selling zones, and place orders there. And I would honestly place resting orders. I wouldn't be looking to go in hotkeys here. Get your levels and then have resting orders for stops and profit takers. My suggestion when trading these crazy stocks, unless you're a seasoned professional like yourself.
Well, yeah, everyone uses stop orders.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Resting orders in the sense of getting in, getting out.
Right.
Like that's my take.
Just
It's
be careful.
a habit for me to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah, of
careful.
course, got to monitor them because sometimes it blows through them.
When you're trading those like that, whatever. If you're trading a level 2, like it's the primary level 2, that's your hands are on the keys. When you're at key price levels, make a decision. I gotta say, the reload did not work. We'll stop to fail on SoFi, so it does not hold on to 850. It was strong all morning. It looked like maybe this was gonna be the one that could bounce. But when the market made another turn downside, we had to give it up. If you're wondering why 850, oh yeah, my daily hates me. Anyways, you had to go way back on the daily chart. A triple top on the daily on SoFi at that 850 level. As I said, I am in Intel, but that Carvana, it's at the level, CVNA. Definitely going to be a big one. There's another one. I wanted to get to Coinbase in a second. Because if there was a mistake today, like every single day since the SEC lawsuit, been kind of waiting for Coinbase. Well, I was looking at the first 2 days, which was a waste of time outside of the pre-market, but Coin finally got back to that zone where it was before the lawsuit. Here it is, like 56 to 59. Like they got into the target area for a short. I wasn't looking at it, and now it's pulling all the way back in. I don't know if there's a trade at the absolute low, but yeah, probably a missed opportunity for me. I mentioned Carvana in the context that it's at that possible supply zone, so there it is. It just wicked underneath. 22, and is now starting to hold. That's my 15. Let's go to the 3 so you can see it a little bit better. So it got to that 21.5 to 22.5 zone. Now wants to hold 22. What I would like to do is be long in front of 22, giving it to 21.5. And then if it gets to VWAP, obviously the risk to reward is pretty solid. We just get some at the quarters there. I'll add to it if I can actually get a fill at 22 even, but it's showing you some signs of strength. This was the zone we were looking for in the AM. If it had really flushed, in the AM, it's still in the AM actually, but earlier in the morning, it sat around here forever in the afternoon yesterday, and that's where it jumped off. So if it does the same thing, I want to be into a long here, giving it underneath 21.50, and that way if it gets to VWAP, you're already looking pretty solid.
Someone's saying May short SPY, Sharif. Yeah, look, the SPY, critical level, here we go. Possible double top with the right top being lower, that's bearish. We have a bottom break here. If we close here, we close below what I would call the neckline or the bottom of the V, whatever you want to call it. We're also at VWAP, very critical level. Last time we got that immediate bounce and the retracement up. Doesn't look like it's going to be that way this time around. So it looks like we may be headed south. Well, where are we headed? Well, 4,300 looks me right in the face when I ask that question because it's been a level that's been an obvious area of resistance, and now if the book is to be believed, it's supposed to be support. So if we make it down to 4,300, I shall be buying. Let's see what we do here. First, we got to break through this. Now, obviously, there's a short involved here. Why am I not taking the short? That's something that I really need to ask myself.
Yes, Sharif, why?
I'm not really convinced to take the short because it's in the direction, it's against the trend. Sure, there we go. There's the neck break, and there's the big boy Huadou that is coming in as we talk. So 4307 is where we're at now on the ES. 4,300 is getting closer and closer. Where do we get down there? We got to 02s, baby. Jeez Louise. Okay, so that's a beautiful double top retracement. Shout out to whoever took that. I was sitting here yapping about it. Whoever punched in, good on you. But there it develops. Go.
Get in there and sell, Mortimer. Woo! Sell. No, it's not like I took a short on the future. So, but usually it's like someone has to be devil's advocate. That's what I was like, yeah, but why don't you? Because you were basically when you explain a setup and then you sit there and
it's
as you're
happening
explaining
in
it,
real life.
you hear yourself describing like an entry to a trade. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm describing this, but it actually looks good.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to grab it if you can. I'm not taking anything on Intel till it gets to 31. There is a long off the bottom that's counter trend that I think I take a shot at. If you were watching the show yesterday, you can probably guess what that is. Micron continues to flush to the downside. Yes, it's a good short, but 64 on Micron. That's the Alamo. My daily doesn't show it, but 64 with big resistance. It was a wipeout bottom yesterday. It gave that dollar retracement. It's been a good level on this stock for a long time in either direction. So if we see that today and I see any strength off 64, I'm probably going to go dip buying. With the note that this is in a retracement trend here on every time frame. So this is a big move to the downside. Lower high in the futures. Thank goodness we got out of Dodge on AMD. If you take a top end break, not holding it forever, not averaging in or whatever for $1, it either works right away or it doesn't work. That's a breakout trade for you. If a breakout trade ain't going, then it ain't a breakout. So what else is going out there? Yeah, the short's starting to come in there. Can we look at a Lucid chart and tell us our thoughts? Without looking, 606 is the support on Lucid. I'm only saying $6 because that's a 52-week low, or it might be the all-time low actually. Yeah, and it got to, oh no, it didn't get there the other day. It was down around. And $6 is a big level. My daily hates me when I move positions, but $6 is what you got to watch. It's downward trending. When you have a stair step like this, right when the EVs were catching some strength, or some EVs were catching strength, not a good sign. You know, like Rivian punched out, like Rivian punched through 14. I know because I was short in front of it that day. And Lucid just lower highs. I think it's going to 6 the way this is happening. And that 52-week low, the all-time low at $6, that's your support zone. If there's a million shares or a couple of million shares in the bid, I think you take a shot at that long. I got one short right now, and it's about to give me my first out. It's just Intel.
I want to say something.
It's the same thing from before that I shorted. So.
I mean, I'm obviously wanting to be in a future long off 4,300. But look, I'm not going to have a dip trade sitting there. I'm not going to be the person trying to play the level and looking for an immediate V-shaped recovery. I need to see it trade there. I need to see it, I need to see, a good area of trading and to see that, buyers are overwhelming sellers and that, we're going to stair step up. So if I miss a trade, I miss a trade because it's coming down to this level, coming down to 43.02. It's finding support here. Hasn't quite made it down, first of all, to 4,300. Second of all, yesterday's close, the technical level is 42.98. So
AHI is going, by the way.
Yeah, AHI is flying. I want to also mention HKD is also going. So anybody interested in HKD, it's up a few percentage points. It's a bull flag. And it could be something. Here goes AHI. Here's the chart on AHI. It's an absolute rocket. You had the downward halt. You had the 135 hold. I think it went 1 or 2 pennies below the halt level there. So if you punched in anywhere, you weren't really at risk of being out of the money. Up into the right, baby. 168. Do we halt here? I'm not looking at the book, but the tape isn't moving.
68 is the level.
It is the level. Okay, so AHI, an absolute rocket, and I believe the NQ is going down here. Is the ES also going down?
It's going to
Yes. Well, not really. The NQ is making lows. The ES is not yet. We're still a little bit above it, but. Yeah, both looking weak, so I'm not going to jump into anything here.
It did halt.
It did halt. So AHI halts at 68.
You got it. So AHI halts at 68. The current tap is instantly flat, so 168 is the current tap. I only have the 2 positions on right now, but we'll watch that one. It looks like it could make a run at 2. Those low floaters, you just got to watch out for the trend wherever it goes. I got my first out at 31 on Intel. It looks like that wants to go gate to hell to low of the day, but it bounces off the round number because that's what stocks do sometimes. So if it punches through, I want 90s, 80s, and 70s. And if this is a continuation flush to the downside, it's just a matter of where. My Tesla chart, that's right. It's just a matter of where we can hold to. I don't have anything else to the south side. I'm in that Carvana. I have 22.15 as my price. It might not hold that 21.5 to the downside. Tesla could be back to that support level pretty darn quickly. Market acted on MOB, but Callie.
Market acted on Trump news.
I don't think that's likely.
But there's no Trump news right now.
There was overnight. There was the indictment news, but I don't think that. Why would the market wouldn't care about that? I don't think.
No.
I don't think so. I wouldn't think so. Can we look at Mullen?
Man, we're making lows here, Neil. We're headed to 4,300.
This is ugly.
We just touched 4,300. Who's calling me from Ottawa? Probably the dealership. All right, 4,300.
Is it Alfred?
No, it isn't.
Oh, okay.
Alfred from the Batcave.
What do we buy when the market's going down, Alfred?
Yeah, Alfred. We're setting up a weekly hangout, by the way. Him and another friend. We were all 3. We used to box together because Alfred had taken boxing for years and years and years, and he was teaching him and I, him and my other friend, myself and the other friend, and he was teaching us. What's wrong with me? Anyway,
don't care about
the point is where we got like the little trio back together. We're doing like a weekly hangout. Pretty cool. I know, right? Ironic enough, Bradley's like, Sharif has friends. Like,
seriously, the guy just talked. The guy's jacked, and he just talked about how he boxes, and that's the moment that you want to trash talk him.
He knows I love
Brad.
him. He knows I'm not going to touch him. That's why he feels emboldened.
Yeah,
because I'm not going to touch him. But
that's why he had the slipper, and why Rune was always going to kick his ass. I'm just saying, like
that. That's hilarious. 4,300 has been breached. Haven't closed above it. We're headed south. 14,550 broken as well as we head south on the NQ now. We're only up a quarter point. We are barely, and I mean barely, green here on the ES as we cling to life above yesterday's close of 42.98. This is the move I think you like if you're a futures trader because it gives you,
This is it.
Yeah, man. So here we go. Let's watch how 4,300 holds. We know that it was a resistance level extraordinaire all week, and now we're looking for it to be support. So here's the trade. Let's watch. Does it develop? Does it give us what we want, or do we get bamboozled here? We'll see.
No
We'll see, Neil.
bamboozlement.
Well, hopefully not.
No
4,300 holding.
bamboozlement.
Lots of time to get in.
Nobody wants to see bamboozlement. We want to see it follow through. In terms of following through, I want to see, like I talked about Meta. We had Meta short. I got stopped out. It then proceeded to flush. That's obviously going to suck for me. But this one holds underneath VWAP. I still think it can be relatively weak, given the fact that it was trailing the market. But the difference now is, I said if it held under VWAP, I was going to short it. The difference now is suddenly with that pullback, Meta is stronger than the market.
Yep.
So we dipped down, followed through, and Meta held a higher low.
Yes,
so
and
what
I want
was,
to identify that too. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, that's
Meta's clearly strong.
Because that was
yeah.
like, to me, this was the one I liked short at the highs.
Yeah.
Now was all of a sudden, I don't love it as much as a short trade if it gets under VWAP. So I wanted to get that out of the way because I did say if it held underneath VWAP and broke down, I was going to short the stock. Yeah. But suddenly you have a relatively weak name
I
here.
meant to mention that. That's actually.
Oh, you know what just happened on Carvana? So Vana is now, so made another wick underneath 2210. I have it zoomed out so you can see the level from yesterday. But you know, once I drew the lines and now they're not there anymore, but that's fine. So made another wick underneath, held 2160, just underneath 2150, which is that support level. Might start to go. I might add again at 22, starting to show more signs of strength. I'm going to offer 23 and 24, then I'm going to hold. If it goes past that, well, I'm not going to hold till 29 because I'm not max. It's not how I roll. I'll be like 23, 24, 25, 26, 20. I'll be getting out every single dollar on the way up. And if it breaks the high of the day, I'll make a new trade probably at some point. That's just my style of trade on Carvana. AMD, which was strong, it's trying to hold on to VWAP here. It's still got a gentle upward trend since the open. Like I could draw it like this if you wanted to see like since the open. I don't know. Sometimes you can draw a trend from early. I like when a stock goes parabolic in the first at 9:30. If I'm drawing a trend line, I'd rather put it from where it settled down after that nonsense in the first like 3-minute candle or 5-minute candle. So that's where I would draw it from. And it's holding on to that since the open. If you draw the trend line using the pre-market, it's never usually telling you anything. So this could hold. I think this is one of those stocks that it's worth it. I wouldn't have held a 27 down to here, but if it starts a couple of green candles showing some strength, I might go long off that trend line. That'd be a breakdown at 125.50. So if I go long in AMD again above VWAP here, my stop would be underneath that. As I complain about Carvana, I didn't really complain about it. As I mentioned Carvana, it's tempting. So wherever it breaks out here, like 22 and a half, I might get something out on the south side of 23. I'm sitting on the north side right now, but the south side could be it as well. The market wants to bounce here. If I take another long, I think it should be AMD above VWAP.
Sorry, can you just, for 1 second, I just have to fix this crazy wick that came in here.
Crazy wicks are part of the game. So as I was saying, I was looking for confirmation of strength. I think we're starting to get it here on AMD. I don't want to miss out. One way to frame this, I could take a 126 break, but who cares about an even dollar level? I just want to see another green candle in here, and then maybe get the long in between 125.5 and 126. Momo saying Ford rejected 14 twice, then had a high, had a dip lower than yesterday's high. Does it mean anything? Let me just pull up the chart. I'm going to stare at AMD for a while. I'm not going to get into it just yet. So Ford, let me look at the 15. That's going to tell us the story. 14 on the 11 longs on Ford. 14 has been an out for sure. It's still in an upward trend. Even if you reject the 14 high today, so run up. You had a consolidation day yesterday. You've been all breakout today, and then even with that pullback off 14, you're still in the upward trend. So you're holding a higher low. I don't really see a reason to make any. Like if I was holding a swing trade, like you'd be like, what do you care that it rejected 14? Maybe you've already taken some profit out, but if you're looking for a long in something worthy of a dip buy, you're just continuing the trend. If you accumulate here, the problem is you're probably not wanting to hold to 13.5 as a day trade. I think you're probably stopping out 13.6 or something if you're long in this range. That's still a continuation of the uptrend. I like AMD a bit better here, just as far as the setup goes. I could obviously be wrong about that. On the 15, like it's cleared out. That 126, like that's the other thing about 125.5, is you're now holding above this bottom range. So if it breaks out again, you got room to 130. Like I know where my target can be. The risk to reward is pretty clean. Now the problem is this one has to start holding. It just rejected 26 again. It's about to test that same bottom. I need to see it hold a low before I can get really excited about it. And the short that I am in here, Intel, it bounced off 31, lower high being put in. If it makes a fresh low, I take more out in front of 90. I'm not reloading this unless it's at 25s and VWAPs where we got into it. I just think I don't want to rush into this trade. It's still holding a higher low. The Huadunk already happened. Like the big move to the downside already happened. And I got to respect the fact that the real short can always be done. When this second one sets up here, you can't automatically assume it's just going to trend for the rest of the day and go to lower highs. The market is green today. Intel might have already made its move, so pay myself out. Only re-enter if it sets up as like a level short and nothing else.
All right, we're long.
Nice.
Long the SPY. Gonna look to build a position. The out is the break of the low, but I'm looking for ideally a consolidation area to form where I can build a better cost basis. I'm not looking for quick profits. I'm in a small position to start with the idea that I'm going to be adding. So in at 02s, let's see how we trade around here. You know, I'd rather not like a big V-shaped bounce. I'd rather a long base form in front of 4,300, like a fence, like a big concrete fence to say, nah, shorts, not today.
Concrete fence.
Yeah, that's what I want to see, right? Because then I know,
Don't make those
I
up.
feel like I got some protection by my back there.
Yeah,
in
that's what
terms
you want.
of, that's what I want. So that's the idea. Whether or not I get that is an entirely different story. Excuse me. And that's why I'm in with a small position to start. Now, if I miss the trade, I miss the trade. I only get the benefit of the small position if it runs, and I don't get to build. And that's the nature of the game. So too bad for me. Sharif building walls, says Anthony Kerr. Figuratively only, not literally. But yeah, so.
You mean you don't build walls in your
Never
free
heard
time?
of a concrete fence. Have you been to California? There's plenty of them there.
You say that like you
They're
live
so
in
high.
California,
My
though.
sister lives in California.
know,
I'm
yeah.
there every year, right? So
No, but they have them like barriers on like highways here too. You see,
Yeah.
you don't see them as much here, but
never heard of it.
they exist. I mean, they do exist. It is the thing. Why is the what? They're called-
Alfredo's in my ear there. Yeah, he's chirping about the wall.
Okay, that's fair. It's called a wall.
Yeah.
That's so true. No, that's 100% right. It isn't a fence if it's made out of concrete. It's a wall.
Well,
That's not. But I made the mistake
Yeah,
just
yeah.
now too. Let's be real. That shit's a wall, bro. I mean, come on.
anyway.
They got you. They're
me.
right. You guys are right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, where it's all tongue-in-cheek stuff. You know how we roll here, Neil. Obviously.
No, but that's literally it's just right or wrong.
Yeah.
If it's made out of concrete, it's a wall, not a fence, right?
Yeah, oh, that's a good point. But, you know, I don't know.
Like, yeah.
I don't know. Like a wall, is this a wall?
Just take the L, dude.
No.
Would you make a brick fence?
Brick fence, yeah. I've seen
Oh,
brick
come on.
fences.
Get out. Sharif, now you're just not. See, now
I just don't see the bad thing about it.
you're just
All
not.
right, let's get to the internet. Go. We're going to have to go to the internet.
Okay,
on
no,
this
that's
one.
fine. I mean,
Let's
just
go, baby. You brought this on. Now we're going to go deep here.
I
Let's
almost
go.
don't care what this tells you because as far as I'm
Brick.
concerned,
We're typing it
I
in,
think,
Neil.
I think we know what's up here. I think we know what's
Brick.
up. I'm getting into AMD now. Stops at 125.50. It's a very tight stop. Come on, Sharif. No, it's a wall, dude.
Well, we're going to find out.
No, we know what's up.
There it is. There's pictures right there. Brick fence.
That's a wall. That's a wall.
Masonry and brick fence coast.
That's a wall.
Yeah. Huh. What about that? Huh. We are
What are we
kidding you guys.
doing?
No, we're having a
Okay,
good time.
whatever.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean,
We're having a good time.
actually, I like this. The only person who actually has it right, I think, this is the
got it right?
argument you should have made.
Go.
Is Scott here saying a wall supports something?
That's
There
what
you
I was
go.
going to say.
That's,
Roof.
yeah, that's
That's
true.
what I was going to say. A wall and a roof.
wall is
But
better.
then you guys started attacking me all at once. And I'm like, okay, here we go again. All right, guys. No, we're building a position here on the future. Adam asking me why I was trading SPYs. I think, let's see what the question exactly was. I didn't quite catch it there, Adam. Sharif, how come you're going long on the SPY when the Dixie is on the back end to the upside? Be cautious, my friend. Okay, so Adam giving me direction in a different way. I thought he was asking me why I was taking the SPY as opposed to the ES. No, that's not the question. Okay, so this is an interesting proposition. Let's have a look at the Dixie. So let's take off AHI. AHI halted to the downside, by the way. Surprise there. What's the DXY ticker? Do you know?
It's just D. It's
yeah. Well,
no, because in P Pro 8 it's DXY on the. Yeah, I don't. You know what?
Well,
actually,
it's okay.
No, we don't have it on P Pro 8.
Well, I can probably pull it up on TradingView.
I have no idea what it is in TradingView. Just a quick thing on,
Go for it.
on AHI here, because look, AHI is halted to the downside. I will say this though, like this stock is halting. And again, I'm not going to go into too long of a rant about the halt rules. I kind of hate when you have a stock halting on small moves like this because it's under $2. So when it moves 15, 20 cents, is that really like why does it need to halt on a 20-cent move? But that's what's happening. It is a down halt. It's giving a current tap at 159. That would be down here. But it halted down before only to hold and then run again. So that changes from like 59 to flat and then breaks out the top. It could just resume its ridiculous move to the upside. Speaking of move to the upside, we got into that AMD. It just cracked 126. I want outs on the north end of 126 and then out in front of 127 and then hold for however far it decides to want to go here. Why am I on the other? There we go. It's like it didn't want to fill. Whoops, I meant to hit this one. Damn it. I wanted to hit my Kincaid spike. No, it's Kincaid spike. Prad just said Gronk spike. No.
Ooh.
I am not a fan of
Shots
Rob
fired.
Gronkowski.
Yeah, anybody in the AFC.
I'm a
East
Buffalo
is
Bills fan, so I'm not going to be a fan of Gronkowski when he was a Patriot.
You heard him for years, proudly, that's why.
No, but on top of that, I will never forget when Rob Gronkowski, so basically, Tre'Davious White's our top corner, and he was covering Gronk, and he elevated, like White's short and Gronk is 6'5". He elevated on the sideline to get a pick. He mossed a dude that was 6 inches taller than him for a pick. And as he went to the ground at the sideline, Gronk got mad. And he pretended he was like tackling him. He was out of bounds. And he forearm shivered him all his weight on his head and almost concussed the guy.
I don't know about that.
And he wasn't even suspended over it. So you can say what you want. That was a dirty play by Gronk. I will never like him after that.
Facts
That's
are
just
facts.
how I roll.
Okay.
So facts are facts. But AMD gave me my fill, so we rang the register there. Carvana is still holding, but not really anything happening. I might, if I reload Intel, I got to be patient with it. It's still in the pocket. No reason to take more out. No reason to add to it just yet. So everything kind of sitting in a range where you just make your decisions. Like if you're already in something, you're just managing your trade. We're trending down on Intel. No reason to do anything there. Daryl, you remember that?
You remember
of course.
it.
Anybody that watched that knows it.
But can we say one thing though? I don't think you want to be judged on one incident of your life.
Don't.
Neither do I.
But I'm a Bills fan, so
Sure, you're gonna give him the gauntlet.
No, but like here's the thing. Like I'm not gonna yell at Gronk if I see him in the street or anything. I'm
No,
just
of
not
course
gonna
not.
cheer for him. And when I do a spike thing,
That's
I'm gonna
fair.
say the Bills tight end and not him.
I think that's totally
And I don't
fair.
want him on my I didn't want him on my fantasy team.
No,
Like
that's where you gotta draw a line. If he's
No,
he's gonna give you points. He's gonna give you points.
Actually, that's not true. Like I will in fantasy, you got to be able to just I used
See
to be
right
that
through it.
guy who like my team was loaded with Buffalo Bills.
Can I tell you?
Actually, my team still is. In my dynasty league, I have Josh Allen. I have Cook at running back. I've got Diggs. I've got Gabe Davis. I have Knox. I'll probably draft Kincaid. I got the defense.
Yep.
And when they were bad, obviously my fantasy team wasn't very good.
Yeah.
And now that all those guys are fantastic, I'm obviously finishing first place every single year.
There you go.
So
I want to tell you something too. And fantasy really got me to like teams that I had no interest in. So for a year, I had. Remember the Jets defense late 2000s, 09?
The Rex Ryan defense.
The Rex Ryan defense in the year where Mark Sanchez, Antonio Holmes, Antonio Cromartie, what's his name, Darrell Revis, right? So I had
good team if they had a quarterback.
I know, that's the thing. And they got to the AFC Championship that year, which is funny. But
With Mark Sanchez.
With Mark Sanchez at quarterback.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine
Anyway,
they had a
so that got me liking the Jets for a while because I actually had Santonio Holmes on, and I had the Jets defense, and that Jets defense was money that year. So I ended up having a connection with the Jets as my secondary team, which is an AFC team, And it has no way connected to Dallas, so I was kind of able to adopt it.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about them battling Dallas, which is important. Like, I like some NFC teams. I don't have to worry about battling the
AHI
Bills.
halt up, Neil,
See,
183 again.
We were just sort of talking about that. Like, it could easily open back up because it's just halting so easily because of how cheap it is. So it's just doing, until it settles down for a bit, I don't think there's an entry. Like, you probably want to trade off a consolidation after this thing calming down itself a little bit. So I'm not going to touch this. Maybe there's a 2 break or a long over 2 or a 150 long, but I want to see consolidation or a settlement. I just saw a question about Alibaba. Analyze Alibaba, 87. That's my analysis on Alibaba.
Pump it.
So this is, the daily chart, not going to fully load, but you don't need it to. This is what 87 looks like on Alibaba for the last couple of weeks. Suffice to say, wake me up when it breaks 87 and we like the long. That's about it. You probably wanted more than that, but 87 is the wall.
I know you're not a footy fan, Neil, but I do know that you are a sports fan and that you 100%. Have a keen eye for detail when it comes to sports. So I'm going to throw this your way.
Now there's too much pressure on me. I'm going to make a mistake.
No, man, it's not something you can make a mistake on.
Okay.
Who wins the Champions League final tomorrow?
I can't give a good opinion on that one.
Okay, we got City, which has been
a beast. They've been a beast.
Okay,
but I'm not an expert there, man.
And then you have Inter Milan. And you have Romelu Lukaku and his crew.
So basically, where my football allegiances lie and where I have family. So I probably just would automatically lean to the team from the Premiership. But I don't know, man. I would probably just say City, but that's not. Yeah.
Look,
don't anybody bet any money on what I think.
This is as good as it's gonna get. So there's something in English.
I want them to win. How about that? I want them to win, but I actually don't really know.
All right,
I don't know enough to tell.
And I think if you choose them, I think nobody really could fault you. I mean,
I'm a Liverpool
The bull case for City goes as follows. No, before the bull case, sorry. If they win, there's something in European football called the treble, meaning you win 3 main championships that year. The league, your actual league, your domestic league, the cup in your country, because that's beyond your Premier. It's all the professional football leagues. And then the European League, which is now called the Champions League. You win all those, and City's got all those except the Champions League and has not won a Champions League. And Pep was brought there to win a Champions League.
Then you're the GOAT. You do that.
So there it is.
Oh, AMD broke down. Boo.
Can they do it? We'll see tomorrow. They're a hell of a team. They beat my Arsenal. You know, there was like a trend in football when you have to cheer for the team that beats you. You ever heard about this trend?
No, I don't necessarily.
I don't want to do that. I'm just saying there was a trend.
I always disagree with it, but I feel like in the playoffs, sometimes that's just the way you go. Like, if you have a really big battle and you respect the team that won, you're like, oh man, they beat us.
They beat us.
I gotta respect them. We're just gonna cheer
off.
for them, just given how impressive whatever the run that they made was. I sometimes have agreed with that, but I gotta get back to trading here. So AMD, it was okay for a hot minute, and for a hot minute, okay, technically it's like 3 minutes. It was good because that's a 3-minute chart. It bounced off VWAP. I was able to get some out there. It gave like a 40-cent win. It came back. I reloaded. It broke that trend, that 125.5. Tight stops in there. I don't want the market reversing on me. You know how I roll. It's just the market rejected that top so much that I do not want to get trapped like averaging into this when it's showing weakness. Like if it's going to hold above VWAP and trend higher lows, then you can be adding back into aggressively. I'm just going to get out of it and move on. Carvana, while that was happening, is still doing a whole lot of nothing. The longer it holds in here, the more I'm just like, I should take something out at the top end of the range. So yeah, I said I wouldn't do it, but I'll probably scalp 40 cents on this and then see if I can hold for the buck. I'm going to hold more up into VWAP, but this is not doing anything for me. I never got a reload on Intel. Because it's barcoding, so the short's still good. It's just not moving right now as the market's trying to decide what it wants to do next. What else is going on? Ole, 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 Inter. There's a lot of Inter fans on here, apparently, because I was looking over in the chat. I'm not.
Yeah, it's a very storied club.
I'm not picking.
There's no doubt
I'm not
about it.
picking a side.
They've had big winners. The last time they won it was with Jose Mourinho. and that was a big time for them. So the SPY moving down, but as expected. I mean, I want to see how it trades around here. If it breaks the level, we're out. We're already up on it. So taking small size here and looking to see if these dips get bought up. This is part of the exploration process. Do the dips in front of 4,300, are they met with buyers? Do the buyers overwhelm the sellers? It's a question that can only be answered once it's already taken place. How much does it cost you to find out? That's why you start small. That's what I would posit. So let's see what happens here. You know, I'm buying the dips. I got a better cost basis now at 88. Let's see what resolves.
What resolves? Apparently,
let's see.
There's something called AKLI. And the only reason I know that it is a Keeley is because it pops up when I put in the P-Pro 8. Okay. It's up 40%. The daily, which mine is going to be incomplete because it doesn't want to fill out. I'm sure you can pull it up in the time that I'm talking here. AKLI, if you can pull the daily.
Oh, sure. I was looking at
That's
something
just me
different.
stalling for it to go.
No, go for it.
That is a few consecutive candles to the upside. The first thing I usually do is, okay, what are we dealing with in terms of flow?
Here we go.
I should probably full. Yeah, you have the daily chart up there. That's what you want to see. AKLI, 60 million float. Short float doesn't really matter if the float's that tiny. So it does have, obviously, some room to run when you have a tiny float. Like a 60 million float on a dollar stock, that's going to give you some juice to the upside, I think. I mean, you look at the $2 level, that's obvious, but I mean, anywhere from 2 to 250 looks almost choppy. You have too many wick highs for it to be obvious that $2 is it. So what you want to see here is it just made the break. The volume's only starting to pick up now. Does it hold the previous high? I think if it holds 150, you give it 10 to 15 cents, something like that, and you could make a breakout of the high. Room to $2 on AKLI. So worth a look, but it's starting to pull back off that high break. You want to see it hold and consolidate above. It's not a huge amount of volume. 3 million in volume for a $1.50 stock is more in the good, not great. So I'd put it into that camp. The spread is okay. It's tight. It's 1 cent most of the time. But it's not as liquid as you would think. So it's a decent one, but maybe not as much volume as you would like. Oh, Vana, I knew I should have taken something out. I was just saying I would scalp trade Carvana, and I don't take anything out. It's right back into those lows, unfortunately. So it's trying to hold. It's not really breaking. I think this one might break down. It's the right area. It's still at that accumulation area. And I don't want to stop out unless it goes underneath there. But this one feels like it doesn't want to go. Waited around for it to either break out at 25 or to hold 22.5, and it doesn't seem like it wants to hold this area here. Unfortunately, for Carvana, it probably is going to stop me out if it breaks too much further down here.
Yep, all right.
Boo.
AHI halted 184, up 493%.
Oh, it held.
Here it is. Let's look at the 1 minute, because that's how we're going to see this thing. It's actually halted to the downside. It was actually up to 208, halted at is it 184? Yeah, 184. What a monster this has been. The spread has also been quite decent on it, but it's just, yeah, it's just, not what I've been focusing on, not what I'm going to get into, but a hell of a move on the day. A couple of halts now, a few actually to the downside, 3, but many more and much bigger of a move to the high side. We're continuing to dance here with the 4,300 level on the future, creating that lower high, inflection point. Well, see how we trade. Do we give up 4,300? The NQ breaking down below 14,550.
APRN.
Is this just too much noise? APRN.
So Blue Apron, just very quickly here, because I know a lot of people are messaging like Apron in the chat, APRN. There is a closing of transaction with Fresh Realm to execute its asset-light model and focus on its direct-to-consumer business. It is a news pending halt for Blue Apron. So that means when it's a news pending halt, you never know what's going to open, but it did open back up like 20 minutes after, and then went into a volatility halt to the upside. So you had a news pending halt. It was actually trending down. It opened up, it looks like at 560. I wasn't watching, but this tells me it opened at 560 and then halted up at 606. My daily probably won't load, but I can show you here the recent high pre-split is like 640 here. So post reverse split, the 640 top, actually my daily chart did load, is going to be a break of 640. So you had obviously the reverse. Now you're maybe possibly breaking out here. It hasn't broken out yet, but if it opens up above 640, it would do so. 606 is the current tap. It's actually halted at 606, so the current open price would be flat. But that's a big move to the upside on Blue Apron.
Ooh, we haven't heard that one in a while.
It's been a long time since that's been talked about.
We've been talking about APR, and yeah, I see AKLI. Those are the usual suspects you've been talking about today. Third on the list is, Bark. What is this company? Yeah, this does nothing. All right, so let's see what else is popping off here. Woohoo, says Yannick Sweater.
And it's open.
Okay, go for it.
Whoa,
APRN open.
Okay, that was a big spread. It opened up to like a 25-cent spread there on a $6 stock. Oh goodness, that's a break that could be a little bit dicey. You can't take that because if you take a top break at 650, let's just say, and the spread, like the bid's at 20s when you get long, you might get filled at 60, and the bid could be underneath 6 without anybody even selling much. So yeah, I wouldn't touch that one. The spread's way too tiny. What happens a lot of times, a low float name does a reverse split and it gets a little bit dicey, the liquidity. So if you got it, congratulations to you. You probably have a long that is worth it. I don't want to take the top end break. Even above here, the spread's way too tight for me to like here. It's even like 13 cents. The bid's 43. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to touch Blue Apron. Sorry, guys. If you got it, congratulations. If you got it early, I'm not going to be touching that with a 10-foot pole. I see people talking about Microsoft in the chat. This is relatively weak. If the market refresh, oh goodness. I was looking at Meta maybe too much here, but Microsoft really giving it up. I don't want to say flat bottom break, but I'm about to say flat bottom break. If this does not hold on to that 22 bottom it had a couple of days ago, then we could be in some serious trouble. Where could you get short? Anything off of 27 looks pretty solid. I think you want to be thinking about some of these shorts as the market is now making another stair step into the downside. AMD was strong. I think it's getting a little bit weak now. I think you want to favor the sell side in some of those. Apple, which was holding things up, is still trying to hold a breakout. If there is a bounce in the market, I mean, Apple is one of the names I think you could go to. Yesterday's close was 180.5. It then broke up in the aftermarket to 181. That's been the channel top. It's holding above both yesterday's close and some of these lower highs. It is trending downside since making that 182 top, but it's holding on to yesterday's close at least. So it has a bounce zone that could come into play. I'm only in two names. One of them is Vana. I was saying Vana was about to stop me out. That is 21.50. And what do you think held? 21.50 on an absolute dime. When that happened, I'm like, oh yeah, you got to take some more if that happens. Like that's just blind luck that it wants to hold. I will scalp it out if it does bounce above 22 even. But 21.50 is held now several times here. If it's going to go, it's got to go off this level and this level alone. AHI is back open. It's now finally holding open for more than 30 seconds, which is an accomplishment for this stock. It actually has been unable to do that for the entire time. Doesn't mean it's not going to stop halting. I suspect if it continues to go higher, you're going to halt at least. I mean, it's not going to $3 without a couple more halts. That's the way it's going. Like it goes over 2 just now and is instantly back at 190. This is a trap on top of a trap with a trap piled on top of that. I wouldn't be touching it up here, man. You can't mess around with those. Blue Apron is going nuts. It is absolutely going nuts. Just getting started, people are saying, yeah, I mean, it's a halt trade. The problem with entering into it for me was a 660 break was risking 70 pennies. I guess you could always just size down in that situation, like take less shares because you were going to hold it for like 70 pennies on a $6 stock. That's never a setup that I really love. But yeah, this one looks like it's going to go. If you took the break at 6, if you took the top break, you're absolutely laughing. But the spread was gigantic when I saw it, so I wasn't going to take that. I got to get out of here. It's already 12 o'clock. I'm over time. Lunch smells good, but I'm eating a salad anyway. So I think it's going to be Yannick coming on to join you, and then I'll mosey on over to my desk.
Thanks for being on. Thanks for filling in there.
Thanks, guys, for 400,000 subs.
Yeah, can't believe we hit 400,000. Pumped about that. Thanks for being on, Neil, and have a great weekend.
It ain't over.
It ain't over. Yeah, he's gonna be on. He's gonna be on the midday, baby. I mean, he's gonna be on the close. Yeah. So shout out to Neil. All right, we came down here on the future, breaking through 4,300 and breaking through the 42.98 area where we closed yesterday. That was yesterday's closing print. Getting bought up a little bit now, but not quite triggering our stop there, but quite close. So we're on the borderline here. 14.5 is kind of the equivalent level there on the NQ. A lot of buying around that 14.5, helping that index pop up. We shall see how this one transpires, whether or not we find support at this level. You know, it was an obvious area of resistance going back the entire week, and now it's the first breakout above it. I'm talking about 4,300, and is it just, you know, is it a fake out breakout? I mean, are we gonna hold this level, or what is the deal? We shall find out. D-Loaf says, which do you like better for dip buy? Palantir 1482, 1472, or 1455? Whoa, that's a whole lot of levels to look at there, man. Let's see what we can get to, though. All right, PLTR. Oops. All right, look at the 5-minute on Palantir. We'll put in the commentary here. PLTR on the New York. So, what are the levels? 1482. Let's put a horizontal line there. 1482. So right here, 1472 or 55. All right. 72. I'm not sure where you're getting these numbers. I'm going to look at the charts in a sec. Or 55. I guess these are prior day levels. Okay. So here we go. Let's zoom out a little bit. The 82 level, I guess that's with respect to this pre-market area here. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Is there any more significance to that level? Look, it's, you know, you're going to really have to look at this entire area from essentially 15 south, no, from about 1485 to about 1440 as an entire range. That's where it bottomed out, and that was the range of the bottom. Then it popped back up. So if you're looking for support, it has to be within this range. You can kind of choose narrower versions of that range. That's really up to you and whether or not that pans out. The way I look at this, though, I look at it as a range. I don't take any particular level. That's not how I play this. So I won't be able to comment about those specific levels. But, yeah, Palantir has been strong, man. You know, you're going against the trend if you're shorting this name. There's no question about that. The daily really makes that very clear. You have some topping tail candles starting to develop here. Usually these are signs of exhaustion, but you know, you're not really making any major lower lows. So let's continue to watch. I say if you're shorting, you're against the trend, buy the dips here if you can. If you're swinging and possible dollar cost average. If you're day trading, you know, try to use key levels. So we shall see how we resolve. Looks like we're back up above 42 hundos here on the future. So we'll see if that's just a momentary reprieve or whether this is going to be a genuine 4,300 hold. We're invested here. We got a dollar cost average of 58. So we break above and we're looking good. But fact of the matter is we have lower highs and lower lows on the ES chart. And here's what I'm talking about. This is the 5 on the ES June contract. Here's the high I'm talking about. Currently, we have a lower high. Here's the low I'm talking about, the bottom wick here, and here's the other low I'm talking about. So downward channel until proven otherwise. Much like this. Break out of this channel, you know, let's go. But, you know, what we were looking for was consolidation to show that buyers are stepping up at 4,300, overwhelming the sellers there, and then we get a hold, and the idea is to bounce back up on momentum. So that's what we were looking for. We were looking for this exact thing, for us to wick, for the buyers to say, nuh-uh, and get bought back up. But this is just a momentary. This is still all noise. Let's see how this pans out. Long trade ahead of us. We're talking marathon here, not sprint. We're talking about holding into 2-3 hours. That's the idea here. We want to hold this bad boy, build the position at the level, and then hold, hold, hold. We end up getting We end up getting stopped out. We end up getting stopped out. That's the way it works. How's everything going on over there? Good to go? Let's bring in my man.
F keys aren't working, but yeah.
F keys aren't working.
I'm here.
So what are we going to do? You can't punch?
I can't punch out. I'm in a trade right
You're
now,
in a
so
trade
it's
right
a
now,
little,
okay.
you know, sweating a little bit, but small size, so it's all right. It's all right. We're just
All right,
gonna,
so what's your look? Give us your
I'm just
take,
gonna
give us your
restart
look.
P Pro 8 here,
Sure.
see if I can fix that. No, I'm just short the Qs from 355. Took the trade as it curled up to that 355. Covered some 354, added back in at 355.
Okay.
355.7 or 54.7.
Are you looking at 14.5 as the bottom on the NQ?
I'm on the Q, triple
the
Qs.
Qs.
Yeah.
Do you
I didn't
look
take the
at
NQ.
corresponding levels on the
Yeah,
NQ?
of course.
So
I haven't really looked at the NQ yet. I've just
Got
looked
it.
at the QQ,
Okay. Sure.
the triple Q.
I gotcha. Sharif, come on, where's that smart car base model trade? Yo, I saw a smart car the other day with huge wheels put on it. It was very off-putting. It was like someone tried to put monster truck wheels on a smart car. It was the first time I'd seen that. Shout out to that person's creativity. Still hanging out at that critical level on the future. I mean, there's really nothing much to report. I'm keeping an eye on the Dixie because Ponzi, I think Adam DeLuce, not Ponzi, Fonzie, Adam DeLuce was telling me about the Dixie. Not something that I typically monitor when I'm in a futures trade. I'm typically looking at levels, but yeah, DXY has been strong. There's been multiple reasons for that. I mean, you know, with respect to interest rates, with respect to other central banks, hoarding U.S. dollars, and then there's cycles of that where the central banks start hoarding and then they're trying to resolve in other currencies. You're seeing the rise of, you know, like BRICS and stuff like that where they're basically looking to resolve in local currency. And theoretically, that should lessen the demand for the U.S. dollar. Whether or not that pans out remains to be seen. A lot of podcasts that I watch, you know, they basically say U.S. dollar is dominant until otherwise proven. So, yeah, so that's basically it. Let's keep looking here. Yeah, the future's doing nothing. So let's look at what AHI is doing. Are you good to go, or is still not working?
Currently on my keybinds got white.
Okay, so yeah, let's continue to watch what AHI is doing. Here we go. So let's load up the 3-minute chart. Where are we at? So we're halting down here. The halt levels are going to be important on AHI. I always mark those off. So we're dancing with this 165 level. Yeah, volume's definitely dropping off too. You're starting to see, you know, declining accumulations of volume. Definitely a lot more red showing up on the volume bar. So this one may be headed southward. VWAP is at 110. So this one could ride a wave down, and it is extended away from those levels at the moment. So you could see some sort of retracement. Keep an eye on that. AHI, if you can secure shorts on that, obviously quite extended, 442%. But getting in this front of this freight train could be, you know, interesting.
All right.
Piton reversal, says Div Gandhi. Have not looked at that. Yeah, bouncing off that 850 is Piton. That's up 5%. It had been having good momentum. I don't even know what the reason was on Piton. Didn't even bother looking at the headline. I know Brendo mentioned it in the morning show. 850 bounce. Until proven otherwise, we'll see 925 VWAP. So if you're looking for a retracement level, that's interesting as well. It's also the bottom end of that bull flag. So Piton, big move, gave it all back. Not really surprising there. How's it going, Yannick?
It's going good. We're good now. We're
Yannick is back, baby.
I am back. What's up, guys? We're here. We're short the Qs, hoping that this market goes further. Down, not up. We're getting euphoric here. It's time to pull back. It's time to take some profits, people. Let's go.
All right, give us more insight. So give us color. You know, you want to explain your thinking. You know, give us insight.
This trade was fairly simple. I was looking for an entry up here originally, as I saw it, you know, kind of slowing down. I was going to risk 357s, but I didn't get the trade off, so I waited. And I waited for that 355 level, wanted it to come under it and test it, and that's exactly what it did there. Came under, let me give this a little more. Came under the level, tested 355, didn't even touch it. I got short, covered some, added back underneath 355, kept risk just above 355 there. covered, and yeah, here we are now. It's slowly trying to curl up. My risk is still going to be to about 355.11. I'll have my stop there. And for an ad, I don't think I'm going to add any more here. I want to keep this average up here and see where we can go. But yeah, that's about it for this trade. We're just going to let it play out, and hopefully we get some more off of it.
Were you just looking at the future today, or were there any other equities?
I did. I traded NEO in the morning, but I had a really bad screw up. Fat fingered, doubled up my share size, and went an extra like 5-6 cents. So it really screwed my morning. So after that, I just kind of chilled out and went for a walk. And yeah, it made me a little upset. But
I
yeah,
like that though.
Just
there you
had
go.
to step away.
Very wise, man.
That was.
But you know, you
not
learn
fun.
from your losers. Some people say more than your winners.
100%.
So let's go through the trade. Let's talk a little bit
100%.
about it. What was the thinking? What was the idea? What would you do
Yeah.
differently?
Well, the NEO trade, like, I was really just trying to churn shares, get some shares
Sure.
going. I was long
Okay.
originally.
It's a heavily
And,
traded stock. Okay.
Yeah. I was long. Just pull the chart up real quick. I was long from here, 720, 820s. Took some off here. Got short, covered here, and then I got long right around here. I got long, risking 830s, and that's when it happened. I tried to punch out here, doubled up, and ended up punching out down here.
Right. Oh.
So,
Yeah, you tried to
was,
catch that dip, thinking it was
yeah.
a quick dip. Yeah.
but
You
NEO
know,
just completely turned around. So,
it ends up being that way sometimes.
Exactly.
It be that way sometimes. So we'll continue to watch here. Andy Fischella, dig the young kids. Yeah, sure, man. I mean, he definitely is, on the younger side.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
awesome about that.
Only
in that you're
22.
very committed, but you also started at a very young age.
Yes.
And may I say, quite wise for your age. I'm sure you've heard that before.
Thank
probably,
you. I
right?
appreciate it. It's a big compliment.
So we're going to continue to watch the future as we dance with 4,300. Still not really,
Set up my
out of that
chart.
range. We're holding it. So there is some buying stepping up here. It's definitely not overwhelming by any means. But there has been some buying showing up at the 4,300 level. Let's see if it maintains. 14.5 on the NQ was a quick wick. I don't even think it made it all the way down to 14.5, but got close enough. So continue to watch that. What else we got? I haven't been trading these big cappers at all today. It's just kind of been looking at the SPY and the future. What do we got here on big cappers? Let's review them. Who's strong, who's weak? Now, Neil and I were both in agreement earlier on that Meta was the relatively strong name. I think now Meta is falling into the funk that is, kind of plaguing every other big capper here, which is lower highs, all at kind of a bottom, a consolidation bottom. And if you're thinking, which way does the trend resolve, it typically resolves in the direction of the downward one because it's lower highs. Now that could, who knows, we could find support here. We were strong on the day. You're seeing that on Amazon, lower highs all across. It's very evident also on Microsoft. A bit more bamboozled here on Google, kind of the same thing. Likewise on Tesla, but all holding a general bottom. Do the bottoms hold? That's the question. Me, I'm obviously long, looking for a 4,300 hold. I'm looking for that hold. Whether or not the market gives us that, completely different story, Yannick.
Yeah, it's definitely getting interesting here. I think that this market is going to turn around today. I think we're going to end red on the day. That's just my opinion, but we'll have to see how we trade. For now, it's trying to bounce off this level here, 353.4. But yeah, I mean, I guess there's buyers coming in now, but hey, just got to wait. 355 is a key level to me, and I think that will be a good deciding point.
APRN. You want to have a look at APRN?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. That's an NQ?
75%, it's up. Yes, it's in New York, sorry.
New York. Oh.
New York. 650 break, says Neil. So APRN looking like it's going here. Go to his chart, guys.
Check out my chart.
Yeah.
That is up almost $4. 67, 70%. That is definitely ring in the register, people.
Ring that, Reggie.
Long from $5. You are laughing right now. Absolutely laughing.
Laugh up a storm. I just like to say random comments. Do you
Laugh up
notice
a
that?
storm.
You sit right behind me, so you probably understand how I work,
hear
right? Yeah, right,
You
guys.
gotta add those little tidbits.
Yeah, exactly. We're trying to keep it interesting on the show here. So what are we doing? What are we doing, guys?
This thing is straight up. How many halts is that? Two halts, or is that three? 2 halts, right? Yeah. 2 halts. 1, 2. Yeah, that's fortunately not involved in this one. Probably won't be getting involved with that because that.
When you
looks
do get
scary.
involved in small cappers, what's your approach?
Well, my approach would have been
Go to ship.
if I saw this halt and I was watching it, I would have definitely gotten the halt long. My play on the halt long is to get in after the halt occurs and look for the base out at that halt level. So the candle, this candle opened up down here and then went up here and then came back down. So I'd definitely be looking for the buyers near that 6 level, getting long anywhere, 605, 610, up to 620s, risking below 6. Yeah, that would be the trade there for me, even on the second halt. But I mean, once you're on the second, third halt, the risk is, really up there, and for a long at least. And I mean, yeah, they can continue, but I think once you've halted 2 or 3 times already, so many people are looking at this, and so many people are probably trying to get in front of it that your longs aren't going to be too happy unless you get, a clean break of a whole number like 10, which is about to show up for us. So. Yeah, I mean, a 10 break would be interesting, but it's already ran for $4, so I wouldn't be getting involved with this up here for a long. For a short, yeah, but I don't think we have been. I don't have.
Very
we
good.
probably have to get shorts for this one, and I don't have any, so.
I got that. I respect that. Piton here, guys, doing a bit of a curl. So you had that big market move up on the day. Started about 850, maybe a little bit lower. Low of the day is, I believe, 840 or so. Got up to 982, kind of almost gave it all back, not quite making it down to the lows. 850 was the bottom, curling a little bit now, reclaiming the 50 period on the 1. VWAP still at 925, so yeah, still a ways away, I guess. But yeah, curling now up 6% on the day, was up much higher. Piton, I just want to check real quick. What is I still don't have the headline.
Also,
here we go.
Someone asked for
options
the,
activity.
yes, Stonkonia asked, what's the short interest on APRN? That is 12%, 11.5%. Not too big, but still something to catch your eye for sure.
APRN, we'll just check quickly.
Yeah, let's check our
you
sources.
have 11.7,
11.75.
yeah,
Same
exactly,
thing, yeah.
same thing.
0.56.
Much the same. They're all within that same range, guys. So continue to watch, see what we do here. Tesla continuing to make lows, it looks like, for the moment. Anybody involved in that? Now, probably looking more, I don't know, well, we're still up 5% almost here, it has to be said. Look at yesterday's close all the way down here at 235. We ran in the aftermarket yesterday on the news that Tesla and GM were, they were joining forces. GM's basically adopting Tesla's electrical vehicle outlet adapter, and therefore will be able to use Tesla's over 12,000 charging stations. So that's the look there. And Tesla ran on that. Now there's a number of reasons why it's running. I can tell you that, just anecdotally, I've been hearing that the Tesla owners are none too pleased with the fact that other EV owners are going to be able to use their network. They're saying it's already backed up as it is, and this is only going to be worse. Brenda was talking this morning about the study that was done by, I don't know who it was exactly, he can mention it later, but it was a trip from Albany to Buffalo, and it was done using 3 different modes of transportation. One was a regular internal combustion gas engine. The other one was a Tesla. The other one was a non-Tesla EV, like whatever, anything else. And the ICE, the internal combustion engine car, got there the quickest. I believe it was like 8 hours or something like that. The Tesla in like 10, because it had access to a better charging network, and the non-Tesla EV got there in like 15 because the non-Tesla charging networks were either packed, completely unreliable. Were not working. There were several outlets that were just out of order. So the look there was that, you know, there were benefits to having a Tesla EV as opposed to any other EV. Just given the current state of affairs, now it's not always going to be like that.
That's an interesting study.
Yeah, so it was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Frank Jones. Yeah, what's your look?
I wanted the short here. Again, I decided that I was going to add. I put the order in, but then it just went. So I'm not going to go and chase it down here just for an ad. So leave it alone, let it curl. My next out's going to be 353 and then 352.5.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll see where it goes from there. And looks like we have a good trade on our hands. Well, we do already, but you know, get some more on it.
Solid, man. I see all the outs. I see all the entries. You're in the money. Everything is working. Yeah, solid. And you have a plan. What else we got going on here? Neil was talking about APRN earlier. Let's have a look at that bad boy. Where are we here on APRN? Let's just get that commentary in there. It is New York, you said. APRN. I was actually telling you. So here we go. Bull flag extraordinaire. Here up and to the right, you have that one halt at 753. 973 top, 9 holding. You're at 9.25 now. Do you get that next curl up into 973? Let's see how this is trading tape-wise. Let's go over here. We had HKDF. We'll just change it to APRN. All right, so the spread, eek. Yeah, the spread is eek worthy. It's too wide for a $9 stock.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so this is,
sure.
You know, this isn't, oh, there we go. Got to let that load. Look, it's trending in the right direction, but in terms of managing risk with how we're required to manage risk here on the floor, it's hard to get in with a large amount of shares and being able to secure that in-out quickness when you have such a big gap. And so,
how many shares is it traded on the day?
On the day, it's done not. Ooh, where is that?
6 million?
6.15 million. Yeah.
That's not a lot for a share of that price.
No,
not a lot
no,
at
not
all.
at all. At all. So, yeah, you know, it's great to look at. I feel like a lot of these small cappers are not trading with the same type of tightness on the book and between the spread as they used to in the past. Lately, they've been a little bit wider, and it's been making it tougher to trade. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah. Well,
I remember,
I'll
like-
stay away from that.
Remember back like 2021, 22, like when things were flying, especially when the small
Yeah.
caps were flying, you'd have like, when you'd have one that ran like 100, 200%, it would trade like 100, 200 million in volume, no problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
So thick.
It was, and it would have done like 10, 50 million shares by like
Pre-market,
7:30.
yeah.
Yeah, pre-market. And I remember like this was what I kind of started, and when I started it was February 2020. I didn't start doing it every day till August 2020, but you know, that's what I kind of opened my eyes into. That was the world I knew. It was high volume, crazy trading. There's tons of 100% plus movers on the day, and I could take my pick. And, you know, a lot of the people I was following at the time were like, no, you know, this isn't normal. It's not like
absolutely
this, right?
not,
So it's not always going to be like this. And to me, you hear it, but you don't see it, so you don't care. So anyway, interesting look. We're back at those lows here on the future, back at that 4,300, below actually 4,300. At yesterday's close. Are we met with buying or are we met with selling? We have lower lows and lower highs. It is looking southward here for some of these futures names. We're curling down on the NQ as well as we approach that 14,500. Haven't made newer lows quite yet, but 14,500 looks like it's incoming, and we may not actually be able to close above 4,300 today. Who knows? Maybe this completely goes against us, and this long, big move that we had all the way up to 43.25 is a fake out breakout.
Fake out, breakout.
That's a new one.
Word of the day?
You like that?
Word of the day? You gonna hit it? There you go. Word of the day.
Not technically a word.
Words
but,
of the day.
You know, it's a
Multiple
phrase,
words.
whatever.
Okay.
It sounds good, and so we're just going to run with that. Yeah, but we're headed down here, and I am quite close to getting stopped out. We break 92s and a half. I will be out of this futures trade. You know, even though my idea was to defend 43, you got to give it, there has to be a line in the sand. So I will be out of this future trade. And despite the fact that we were positive, this will put me in the negative, sadly, if I get out at that level. So it is part of doing business, going green to red on the day, but not out quite yet. What are we doing here with APRN? We're holding like in a bull flag pattern. So, you know, if I had to say we probably resolve to the higher side, just that it won't be my cup of tea here, Ian.
Definitely not. That APRN is a interesting one, but more importantly, we've got a short here. Looking to take some profit soon. 353 coming in. 353 threes. Some buying there. You know, Sharif's a little happy with the buying, but you know I don't really want that there. So, Sharif, who do you think's gonna win here?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna let it run. You know.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. It doesn't
What's
matter.
that?
I'm just messing with you.
About what?
Who's gonna win here? Because you're long, I'm short.
Oh, you're short the Qs.
Yeah,
Well, you
yeah.
have that 14-5 to contend with. I think my look is a little bit different. We'll see. I mean, I don't really look at it as like a who's going to win and who's going to lose type thing. I'm looking at about how I follow my strategy, how I execute, what variables I look for. At the end of the day, if I can make it so that most of the time I end up green, the one-off or the two-off, I don't look at it on a piecemeal basis. It's on a general, do I make money using this strategy? That's the most important thing, not on who won this time or who won that time. So that's not how I look at it. What else are we looking at here in terms of some other movers? Let's see what we got here with APRN. Yeah, APRN coming back down into that 850 level. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, this one's been interesting. You know, it brings back memories running this stock. Yeah, I was thinking it's going to resolve in the direction of the trend. I guess not. Breaking down now, but still holding above that $8 level. So let's see what it does at the whole dollar. 9 wasn't able to hold, but didn't really get that far away from 9. Stair step down. Held a couple of times here on this descent, but here we go to the downside again on APRN.
Yeah, APRN, man. Who knows what that'll do today? Tomorrow it might be in play. Too many halts for me though. When it just gets all halty and it's a $9 stock with a 10-8 spread, it's not viable to put on shares. Just like Sharif said, it's hard to risk a sizable amount of shares on a trade like that. What else is going on here? I mean, we've had a lot today actually. We really have. Like all the way from Carvana, you know, completely just failing everything. SoFi, Neo did things today. I'm pretty sure GameStop was doing something early. Yeah, GameStop, man. 2150 all the way to 2340, like moves everywhere. Did Beyond Meat end up? Yeah, Beyond Meat as well. BYND, that's NQ. BYND, look at that. Off that level from yesterday. Let's go back a little bit. 5 minute. Data. Yeah, BYND in the morning off the open there. Did that $12 hold, 12.1 to 1320s, you know. Couldn't break over pre-market highs, and then to the downside we go. A nice dollar move in both sides on BYND. Small stock, so you could definitely structure trades off that. AMD had that 125 level hit a couple times, and that would have been a good short on the downside. So many plays today, really. So many plays. I was looking at Shopify, too. Shopify did a move today. Shopify, New York. Shopify off that 60 level. I was shorting 60. I was looking for the short here. I took one trade. That's it. But, yeah, that went $2 off 60, like an even dollar break, and never looked back. There actually were quite a few trades today for a Friday. Fridays are a coin toss when it comes to volatility.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that,
sometimes
actually.
Fridays are so dead and quiet.
Yeah.
Everyone's just like taking the long weekend or whatever it is, and sometimes everything's happening on Friday.
Vaughn having a bit of a tough day. It had a good day. It actually was, I thought it was going to go green on the day. We closed out at, where did we close out here? 24 1/4. got up to, 27, thinking, okay, the pre-market was running. We ran right at the bell, got up to 27 and a third. Nuh-uh. Trace back down. We get back to flat, 24 and a quarter. You're like, okay, this is nice. This is a nice little dip bounce area here. You get in, 25 and a quarter, you get about $1, and then it's been making lower lows. Now down to 21 and a quarter, trying to find bottoms here. 21.01, I think technically the low on the day is there. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's find out what the technicals are on the 15. Okay, so a lot of action where we are right now. That takes us back to June 8th. That was yesterday. Hello? Yeah, June yesterday. That was what, between like 12 and 1 o'clock. Yeah, that was right when Max was dancing with it, around that $22 level. That was the breakout there. So we're right back, kind of back into that range again. How do we trade around here? Well, we're down. We're well below VWAP. We're south. It's 20. VWAP is at $24. So I'd say if you're looking to go long, wait till it curls. I'd say Neil would say get on the back end of this. Maybe a curl, but 22 and a quarter, 22 and a half. Let it curl from this side here. Otherwise, I ain't looking long. And you know my rule. I don't take these. I don't take these long when they're below VWAP. So that's a look there. What do we got here on the Fuge? The Fuge still doing its dance at 4,300, but we'll see. Looks like it may resolve south side. We shall see what happens. I was looking at my watch list as well, seeing what else is up. Snap up a third, 3 1/3% on the day, then 12.5 million shares. Not sure what this one is all about. Let's look here. Snap shares are trading higher amid strength in tech-related stocks. Well, thanks, IBKR. That narrows it down. Now we know exactly what's going on with this stock. No. The heavily shorted name, I believe, is having a bounce back day from the day on the 7th there. We sold off aggressively. Bit of buy the happy face type shape there. Let's see what the short float is on Snap. 6.29%. Yeah, not the biggest. I would have thought there would have been a lot more. Do you use Snap? Are you using Snapchat?
Snapchat?
Yeah.
The app?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you use Snapchat?
I mean, I still have it on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no.
Do you feel like you're engaged in it as much as like you are with, I don't know, what do you use, Instagram?
Instagram, definitely more so. But
I feel like I'm engaged a lot more. Do you use TikTok?
Yeah. Oh, TikTok is great. TikTok is the algorithm.
Oh, we have a
TikTok is
TikTok
great.
bull.
TikTok is
Careful
great.
here.
No,
TikTok has been much maligned on this show.
Maligned? I don't know what that means.
Maligned?
Yeah.
It means it has been talked about badly, poorly.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I think it's cool.
Yeah. It's the spyware, says.
Yeah, it is.
Right
It
here.
definitely
Yeah, well,
is.
that's the thing, right?
But you can't, like, that algorithm is so powerful, man. Like,
Can I tell you, man? I gotta agree with you 100% because it catches on quick.
so quick.
I'll give you a very clear case in point. The Canadian forest fires are all the rage right now. We're having trouble breathing. Americans are having an issue with it.
Yep.
And then I liked one of the videos showing the water bombers refilling. And then and then it showed me another one. Then I liked that one. Then it gets it immediately, and it starts giving you. You figure the Instagram one would be like that with Reels, and initially it wasn't. It's starting to adapt
now
more.
like
Yeah,
that.
they're catching up a little bit in that way. But yeah, the OG was TikTok, the For You page. That was the whole thing.
page?
The For You page.
Oh, For You page. Yeah.
The For You
Oh,
page.
yeah.
Yeah, that was originally made by TikTok, right? So yeah, I don't find myself using Snapchat at all.
I still have the account and it downloaded, but like the only time I'll use it is to send like my good friends like something cool that I see, something cool that happened. Like it's so much easier than having to take a picture, attach it to an iMessage, and then send it like that, right?
Yeah. He in the back was saying these apps end up learning more about you. Their algorithm is so smart that more about you than you know about yourself in the sense that it just always knows what you want to see. And you know, sometimes like you like one thing and then it shows you too much of it and then I'm like, no, that's enough. So then you got to get that under control.
Yeah.
But you can hit not interested to kind of pump the brakes on that a little bit. Max is laughing. Yeah, I like that. Navigating the life of like TikTok users.
TikTok algorithms.
Yeah, anyway. Hanging out, geez, here, man, at these levels, not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, not doing a whole lot. I mean, yeah, slowly trending down. Who knows what's going to happen here? APRN, is that you have that up?
Yeah, I'm not, this is Snap,
that's
I'm
Snap
not
now,
trading it.
Snapchat.
Yeah, you can pull it
Snapchat's
up.
not doing anything. APRN. And yeah, no, I tried to break over that, and it's just stair-stepping down now. No trade here. It'd be hard. Like, let's say you got 850s long. You'd really have to risk, like, maybe 820s. Probably $8 would be the better spot. You'd have to probably give it to, like, 790 and, like, come on, like, risking 60 cents on a $9 stock. Like, that doesn't make much sense to me. But, yeah, the short was there, though. You could have gotten 960s, 950s, risking the 10. But, yeah, there's nothing here for me. Maybe people that like to dip by, there's your opportunity there, but nothing here for me. Just going to manage this QQQ trade.
Tesla's tanking.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Tesla.
242 hold.
42. Yeah, that's getting down there. That was a nice trade there. 245 break. That flat bottom break.
Hey, there you go.
Right there, 245 level. Looks like it never looked back, or maybe wicked it a little bit. But yeah, in the money, $2.50 after that, if you took that trade. So that's a nice one there. That means the Qs must be falling too.
Oh yeah.
The Qs must be falling. Yes,
right
sir.
Back at 14.5s, baby. It's right back there. So we're about to break that bottom. I believe the technical close yesterday for the NQ June contract. And someone asked earlier if we were still using the June contract or if we had rolled. And so Neil actually, I think proudly asked Neil this morning. And Neil's like, you know, he usually turns on Monday. He starts using the new contract on Monday. And then, you know, the Friday will be like the last day he uses this contract. I believe we were looking at this morning in the pre-market, the older contract, the June contract, still had more volume in the pre-market. I don't know now. I haven't looked. Than the newer contract. But yeah, by Monday, we're going to be flipping over to the new contract. Anybody using Day Trade the World software, it's U23, the new contract. U23.
Okay.
Instead of M. Yeah,
I'm still on
exactly.
M23 right now, yeah.
So we'll get to that. Anyone else playing computer games while trading? Thank you for the 20. I think those are Norwegian kroners. QB's Mo 85. Thank you very much for that. Do you watch? I know Arun will watch Netflix and will learn Spanish. Do you do that?
I'll actually learn Spanish. I'll open Duolingo and do that. But in terms of watching like something, I'll watch like macro things and things that I can just listen to.
Nice. Okay.
If I have to actually watch it, then no. But listening, yeah, like I'll throw on Jazz FM and just listen to jazz all day long while I'm trading because it's like,
man.
you know, usually there's not too many lyrics and
Yeah.
vocals, so it's just like
It's
chill
not
music.
interfering.
Yeah. Jazz is nice, you know. Who doesn't like some good jazz?
Okay, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, I know. People are saying you look like a Fortnite player. Don't judge a book by its cover. Clearly, the man is talking about listening to jazz. I'm pretty sure that's on the other side of the spectrum of Fortnite. No disrespect to Fortnite players, just I think that's different taste. Men with class, says Euthanasia. I love jazz as well. Shout out to you for that. Yeah, not much of a video game player myself here either, to be honest with you. Haven't had a gaming system since the PS2.
Damn, that's a while.
And I also, but full disclosure, I have the new StarCraft on my computer.
Is the new one?
Yeah, the new one. I have the old one and the new one. I haven't really gotten into the new one as much, but yeah, the old StarCraft, that's my jam. I played that in high school. That was really the only game I really got into, I got to be honest with you. But yeah, StarCraft Strategy game. Old man Sharif says Mini Zaid. You're not wrong, bro.
Strategy games are
You're
great.
not wrong. Strategy games. It's like the Warcraft that kind of started that whole strategy kind of thing, and then kind of StarCraft ran with it. Same developer though as Blizzard, right?
Blizzard,
It was
yeah,
Blizzard
they're
Gaming. Yeah.
great guys over there.
So they're big boys over there.
Yeah.
Classical music is my thing, Sharif. Don't lie. Baha, we know you like we know you play Spiro. Who's Spiro? Is that an artist? I don't even know what the person's talking about, but sure, yeah, let's go with that. Microsoft holding lows, while Meta below lows, and you have a combination here, and Google at lows. There you go. So mixed board here on the mega cap names. Microsoft trying to, Microsoft and Apple, the two big weighted stocks. On the S&P and the NQ, both staying green on the day, both up 1/3%, but both actually below VWAP. So not a good look at the moment for these big cappers. Tesla's really found its legs southward, finding a bit of a reprieve at the moment, bouncing back up towards 244. What else we got over here? Meta is going to sleep, though. Meta, no action on Meta. It's below yesterday's close at 26.5, so not much to report on there either. So we'll keep an eye on those big caps. How's NVIDIA doing here? Look at that. We were looking at that one earlier. Yeah, it's coming close to lows, but it's just barely green on the day, up 0.5 point. 385, essentially, the low and yesterday's close on NVIDIA. It's trying to hold 387 at the moment. Anthony Corso, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Anthony. Just finished going through Brian Shannon's Anchored VWAP book. Absolutely game-changing. Thanks for putting that section on. It's a hell of a trading strategy. And also, can I just put it out there for you guys? Michael Noss did a little bit of a mini special, you could call it that, with respect to Brian Shannon's book. Every week on Friday morning at 8:45 or so, he would take us through his weekly routine, and for about a month or so, he was doing a little segment on the Anchored VWAP program. If you want examples and approaches and tactics with respect to that, go back, watch the Friday episode of the morning show, 8:45 or so. Michael Noss, he did a little bit of a special there on that. So shout out to them. And we shall see, how we incorporate that. I know Sean read that book cover to cover, and then, he didn't read the strategies part because he is implementing it his own way. But he read it, and he kind of got some ideas off it. Have you had an opportunity to look at the book?
To read? No, I have not yet.
Yeah.
I've actually been on other books at the moment.
I think we're going to put a copy in the library, like the floor library. Yep. And then so you'll be able to read it and do whatever you want on your own time,
Look at that one.
Yeah. All right. Give us some color here, buddy.
Color?
Yeah. That's what the analysts say on the calls.
Oh, yeah?
Can you throw some color onto this topic, please? Talk a little bit about this. Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. What are you guys saying? Someone said something about APR, CVNA short float. Yeah, I was curious about the change of the short float from yesterday to today. What website has the dates of the short float?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Any ideas for that, guys? It's usually typically paid, Max is saying. Short float, I typically get using trade ideas.
Yeah.
What are you specifically looking for?
The CVNA short float, like the change in the short
float. The change. The graphs. Very interesting. Yeah. Somebody told me, I don't know if they're still in the chat, that there is a function in IBKR that I can pull up, but let me know. Anyway, I'd rather use trade ideas, to be honest with you, though. So I'll email Michael Noss. Maybe we can get him to kind of give us a little bit of a fix around. Mike, the wicked thing about trade ideas, by the way, guys, for those who don't know, is if you email them and be like, hey, there's this really good indicator that I read about in such and such a book, and, can you guys look into adding this? And they'll legitimately add it. They'll do the data analysis if they figure, they look into it, see if it's a legitimate strategy. They'll actually put in the money and the time and stuff.
That's
They'll
so
invest
awesome.
into it. Yeah, so very much a hands-on company. And Michael Moss, awesome as a person in general. I know you didn't get the chance to meet him. He was here in Feb. You joined after. I'm sure you'll see him again once he comes back in studio. But he's awesome to speak to, with a hell of a trader. You know, very, you know, like composed individual who trades technically, not emotionally. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I hear him when Brendan is speaking to him sometimes in the mornings, and definitely seems like someone who surely knows what they're talking about in this space.
No question. No question. Yep. What else you got?
Well, I mean, the Q's now trying to curl over. I got distracted when I was talking to you guys, and I did want to cover some down here, but yeah, we're just gonna leave it alone. Stop, I think I am going to move my stop down. I'm not going to wait till 355, which is, my average is 0.74. Yeah, the reason it's not on the blotter yet is because I haven't placed a trade while my name was there on the blotter on the bottom. So once I place a trade, you'll see that. But yeah, we're just waiting patiently, waiting, and you know, hopefully this amounts to some more.
Do you want to look at some other stuff and give us maybe some takes?
Yeah, for sure. Enough
what
of
do
this
you
Q's.
use
This is
to?
boring.
Yeah, so you have your watch list. I know you were
course,
showing us your Trading View watch list yesterday that you have. Do you use a scanner? Did I ask you this question?
Yeah, we
yesterday?
talked about the
We
scanner.
did, okay. I did.
I'll definitely be using the Trade Ideas scanner once I get some sort of access to that. But as of
we'll
now,
get
I
you
just use the Trading View and you know, other scanners that I find online, and as well, like you guys put out your sticky note. We have the morning call, so like everyone's already watching the same stocks. You
Shout
know?
out to the sticky note and shout out to the
knows.
morning watch list, baby, to Sean and Brendo
sure.
in combination. Jay Lee saying, go short Microsoft. They can't keep Azure up to date. It's down now, LOL. Jeez Louise. Okay, well, that's not a good look for Microsoft, but I hope it doesn't, you know, attack these markets too much. So, well, we'll see here. What else we got in terms of comments? OJ, how's NASDAQ? Yeah, you know, it's right at that 14.5. It's holding 14.5. I don't know. Well, we're going to have to wait to see how we trade here. This is exactly what I was talking about, watching how it trades at the level, getting in at the level. And that way, when you get at the level, if you get stopped out, you're not too far away from, you know, because you got in ideally within the mid-range of the consolidation area. That's the ideal thing. So NEO as well. NEO down now, back to flat essentially, up only 0.77% on the day. But yeah, NEO's was strong. It had good earnings. We'll see if it can continue. Not good earnings. Well, they were decent. They were better than, some elements were better than expected. We shall see.
All those tickers in the morning that had ran are pretty much all of them are down now. From you know, you've got, you know, Sophie, NEO, PLTR. What else is down? I'm pretty sure. Oh, obviously Carvana's down. Beyond Meat is down. Crypto's down, dragging down Coin and Mara, Riot.
Yep.
Everything has turned around since the morning.
Everything has, yeah. Everything really has. Apple is at VWAP, so this is an interesting area. It's rejected off this VWAP area a couple of times today after, yeah, here it is. This is what I'm talking about. So this is, let's bring in this. There we go. Coming up to VWAP here, this lower time of day. This was like 12:15, 12:30-ish area, rejecting off VWAP, coming back down, touching 181. Now we're back at 181.5, looking to possibly take the highs here. 182.20, the high on Apple, but it's been lower lows and lower highs and a channel down. And a dance with VWAP for the last little bit. I don't know if it can reclaim it now. Well, we shall see. Do we get a pop-up Fridays or is it going to be a free-fall Fridays? I remember Bradley saying earlier, I'm pretty sure he said earlier in the day, there's no way there's going to be a free-fall Friday today. But you never know. 4,300 could come and go, and it could be extinct, and we could be down at, like, you know, whatever, 42.75. I'm sure Yannick will be very ecstatic if that happens.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be happy for you. I'll be honest with you. So, yeah, where are we? This AHI quickly here, look quick. Yeah, consolidating sideways on AHI. Not much there, Yannick. 208 top.
That doesn't look like fun.
No.
No.
Not at all.
What is it? AHI, you said?
Yeah, AHI, that
Yeah, that-
advanced human imaging stock, that's up 470%.
That's something.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you didn't know
Yeah.
about this stock?
No, I didn't know about this
Well,
thing.
we've been joking about.
AHI.
Hey guys, it was been halted all morning, right? So it's been hard to trade, let alone the fact that it's spready and it's a
holds?
dollar
That's a
stock,
whole-
which is funny in and of itself. But Max is smirky. I love when Max smirks. I know he's always up to something.
Yeah.
I don't know why he always like, there he is, get him. Atta boy. Pump, what'd you say? Pump Castle?
Tesla. Pump Tesla.
Pump Tesla. So Max, I guess from the request, is embroiled in a Tesla long. I'm assuming he's around the 244.5-ish area. 243 and now 245. Couple of
solid.
entries for Maximilian, the what's it called? What was I going to call him again? The mad one? No. The bad one?
I don't know. I can't read your mind, Sharif.
Mad Max, the mad one? Oh my God, I'm losing it. Forgot what I was gonna call him. But anyway, had a bit of a shut off moment there. Crypto week on the day. I don't know if you looked at any names. Coin is down 3.75%.
I actually wanted to trade coin. I was looking for a $55 short, but it didn't show up in the morning. It wasn't strong enough here. I didn't take this trade. I was trading other things. And then I didn't see when it came through 55 here. So
Yeah.
yeah, the trade, there's definitely a nice trade here under the 55 area. And that sure printed, $2.50 for you. With a you could easily risk, like, you wouldn't even have to risk. I would just be risking just to like 20s.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a solid trade.
Rejection
Oh, what about Mara? And
on
those, yeah, same
VWAP
thing,
on
Mara,
Apple.
Riot,
at the
all
moment.
down. Yeah. and
Yeah,
then-
sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's okay. No, it's okay.
Go ahead, guys,
And
send
then
it back.
Bitcoin, yeah. Let's look a little further back on Bitcoin. What's the overall trend so far? Yeah, we're definitely in a downtrend, even 1 hour. Yeah, there is a base though. That 2,500. Oh, I guess 2,600. Haven't touched 25,000 yet. 26,000. Yeah, but this is definitely a slight bit of a downtrend. A pause to the buying off of that 20K level. So that'll be interesting to see if we break down under 26,000, then to 25,000. That could definitely send some of those, Mara, Riot, Coin. Those will definitely be in trouble if that falls under there. Because, Mara has been trading so interesting. Like, look at this thing. For how many months now? It's been in this range of 10 to 850, like literally just 1050, 850,
I was
$2
saying that
range.
same thing. Can you believe it?
Today?
Yeah, no, I've been talking about it for
Yeah.
quite a while. It gives you 8, 9,
yeah.
10% on the day,
Yeah.
but when you look at the daily, it is stuck.
It's stuck. There's no breakouts.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
I've
if
been
you're
talking
there
the
at
same
those
thing,
levels,
yeah.
waiting,
I agree 100%
then
with you.
You're
Yeah.
making money on Mara. Like, I wish I was trading it like that. I've been waiting for the breakout of 1050 or the breakdown of 850, but that was obviously not the way to play this over the last 2 months? Like 2 months
Yeah.
of sideways action between $2.
It has been. Yeah, it has
That
been.
is- like, you do
And
not
the
see
thing
that
is,
often.
too, like,
Daily.
I mean, the play here, the noose is getting a lot tighter on these guys. They're everywhere they go.
Oh, yeah.
They're being met with regulations. I'm talking about the mining names. These
Yes,
guys,
yes.
they scale. You guys, I don't have to tell you. I'm
That's
talking
Mara,
about it.
right? Mara's
Yeah.
a miner, right?
And
Yeah,
Riot, right? And these type of names, what they do is they look for areas where energy prices are
The
cheaper,
lowest, yes.
right? And usually that's typically coal, because right now, some areas coal's still cheaper than others. Anyway, so it's dirty energy, and then they're trying to be more green about it. So they're going, a lot of them are not trying to connect to nuclear, and nuclear is being touted as the new green. So there's a whole thing here with this interconnectedness between energy and crypto, but who even knows if this ends up being a thing? But a lot of plays, a lot of stuff to consider, a lot of stuff to think about, no question. And that's the beauty of the market, the interconnectedness of it all, and being able to profit off that if you're you're able to piece it together, I guess, the right
Sure.
way. AHI, quickly, let's look at this small cap capper. What's the 1 minute show us on AHI? Still very sideways below that 185 level. Looks like 185 has been a bit of a top, a local top here on AHI. I haven't watched it trade, so I don't know what the book looks like, but bit of a local top, but higher lows here maybe accumulate for another 2 tests. The 2 tests prior to that all rejected and closed below. So interesting look on AHI. Still 470%, baby. That ain't a joke.
That chart looks really funny.
Yeah.
Especially on your
On
your
my
platform,
charting
on
system,
the,
yeah.
What is that? Interactive Brokers.
Yeah.
How it shows the actual like minutes that it halts.
Yeah, well, that's what I like about
Yeah.
that. It shows you, was it a 5 or a 10 or 15? You can count the little dashes there to show you what's up. Our friend Stressla is dancing with 246 as it's involved in a V-shaped recovery off that 243. No,
V-shaped
Max
recovery.
doesn't want me to jinx, I guess, the retracement, so maybe I shouldn't call it that. Guys, come to my chart. I'm talking. It's okay. I don't mean to be mean about it. I just, it just comes out the wrong way, really. But yeah, Tesla. Let's bring in Tesla over here as it does its little dance with no pants, as I like to say. 242 was exactly the level that it got to. Actually, 242.02. It closes, though, much nearer to 243. Now we are accumulating below 246 for an actual pop. Now, we took it here, but there was an immediate retracement. We didn't actually make it to the $0.50. Target, there's that 248 that's staring us in the face. Why 248? Well, that's where VWAP's hanging out. So you like a VWAP retracement, especially on a big breach to the south side. That's where I'm looking. Then you've got obvious levels here that you could look at. 250, the whole dollar level could be something. We also have a peak here at 252.42. That could be a high of day touch. So multiple levels off which to work on your French Stressla, but that's all predicated on it running up. We shall see how this all resolves, guys. We're still dancing. Nothing has been resolved on the futures. The futures, you like what I did there?
Futures, that's a good one.
Yeah, we're still dancing at levels, nothing resolved yet. Let's continue to play the waiting game. Sometimes the trading game is the waiting game, and they are indistinguishable.
Yep.
And you got to be able to do them both, sadly, Yannick.
You got to take those hands and sit on them. Sit on your hands and wait.
There you go. And
Wait.
make them go numb.
Wait. Keep them warm. Keep them warm.
These guys are killing it in my ear here, man. They're having a day back. They're getting comfortable. They want to get. I love it. They're involved in the conversation, and so I can relay what they're saying to you guys. We love it. We love the new
Brad and
production
them?
team. Yeah, the new
they're
production
talking to
team
you?
back
Wow.
there. Yeah, you don't have the headset
don't
on.
have
We'll
the
get you
earpiece.
one so
No,
that you
no.
can engage. But
And they're just sitting there
yeah.
talking smack about me.
no, they're not saying anything bad about you. That's not fair. Yeah. What's the look, Yannick? I mean, we don't have to talk about the futures. We can talk
look
about
is,
something else. You can have a look at Tesla's retracing. Talk about whatever AMD was having a big day. Anything you
The
want.
look is great, man. I want another short here. I want to add up here.
Oh,
at
you're
this,
overtime.
Yeah, I am overtime.
Yeah, you
Obi's
got-
got to be on. I
Yeah,
do want to
where's
add
Obi
here,
at,
but
man?
yeah, Obi's in front right here.
Obi, bro, get over here.
Come on, Obi Trice, real name, no gimmicks. Let's go.
Obi Trice shall be on. All right, Yannick, we won't put you any overtime,
No,
so we're
it's
going to
okay.
give you a
I
prop.
don't want to take it away from Obi, man.
Yeah, Obi's going to come talk about
gotta come.
Amazon, right?
That's true. Obi's
No,
gonna talk
we're
about
kidding, of course. We're kidding. He trades more than Amazon now. Anybody familiar with Obi knows what the running gag is.
That's true,
about
that's
that.
true.
Thanks for being on, buddy. We'll see you
problem.
Monday.
Thanks for
and
having
Yannick, I believe you're going to be on frequently now.
I hope so.
So
I
Yannick
hope
is
so.
a reg, guys. So shout out for Yannick.
Everybody
Throw
sues.
the ones in the chat for Yannick.
$100 bottle of pomade. No, the hair is actually sea salt spray. $10 bottle sea salt spray. That's all you need.
There you
Best
go,
thing
man.
ever.
And
Best thing ever.
That's like good for the
Thank you guys.
There you go,
Love you
baby.
guys.
There go the ones. There go the ones. Flying with ones. There you go, man. Thanks for being on.
Thank you so much.
See you Monday. All right, guys. Let's see what's going on here. We're dancing, like we said, with these levels on the future. You know what I'm embroiled in, so I'm not going to bore you with that, but we're going to continue to see how this resolves. I'm also looking to see what else is strong in addition to Tesla in big tech world, and guess what? Netflix is having yet another good day. NFLX looking solid. Pardon me. It's up 3.25%, almost 3.33% at the moment. It's off highs. Highs are at 424.65. We're down at 422, almost 423 actually. So trending up. Netflix, it's been strong. Let's look at the daily. The daily's been an absolute monster lately. Yeah, look at that. That daily. Okay, it's up into the red anyway, making higher highs. We looked at the daily before, so we won't go look at that again, but very strong on the day, up now 3 1/3. So Netflix also strong in addition to Tesla. Netflix 3 1/3, Tesla 4 3/4 as it does its little dance with 246 now, having reclaimed it. I'm talking about Tesla. I'm jumping here, I'm sorry. Back up to 246, but it's been stair-stepping up, eyeing, I'm assuming, that 248 level, the ultimate VWAP. Nice retracement possible there. Let's see what else is moving to the high side. Microsoft a little bit as well, kind of looking to take its VWAP touch to 327.46. We're at 326.90 at the moment, so we're kind of curling a little bit on some of these big tech names, which is maybe why we're kind of curling here on the future, but still definitely not off those lows and not away from the trade we would like to execute. So still got to wait for that. Oh, Nikola is up 15% now. Now, it is sub $1, but Nikola has been running lately, hasn't it? Okay, 3 days in a row, Nikola's green. Okay, well, that's not saying much, obviously, given where it's been. But there we go. Decent day for Nikola, 16%. Let's look at the 5-minute chart. Yeah, it's a lightly traded one. You have a bit of a dance with VWAP anywhere. We're at high day here on Nikola, 71 pennies. We're itching closer to $1 as they're probably dealing with some listing requirements. You probably have to assume. Have they been below $1 for a long time? Not like you follow Nikola.
No, I haven't really followed them much.
Here we go. Nikola's moving, man. Come to the chart here. We're pumping up here. 71.20. Nikola's going. I wonder if we see $1 today on Nikola. Now almost up 17%. Nikola's strong, having done 46 million shares. Sure, we are sub $1. But yeah, that's volume that will get some people's attention. We are also curling here on these big tech names. Meta moving, Microsoft, Google. Your friend Tesla's moving. Apple, Amazon, we'll see. We're moving at least the right direction, I would say. So for now, 4,300 holding. We're in the money, but this isn't the trade. I didn't sit here and fight 4,300 to take 5 points. That's not the trade. If I have to go red on this trade, I go red. I don't care. I'm going to do this the right way, and the point was to build at 4,300 and ride it back north. And if I can't do that, I'll get stopped out.
You gotta give me a second. I'm still logging in.
Yeah, I know. I'm just complaining to you a little bit.
How about this, guys? I got a game for you guys. Get your drinks close by. We'll play a drinking game. Every time I say Amazon, you guys take a shot. How about that? And by the end of this hour, let's see where you guys are standing.
So are you trading Amazon?
No, I did. We can talk about.
You must be loving that 123.50 right now.
123.50. I loved it, but I use it as a reason to cover. Let's say that. Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm logged in, we can talk about what I've done with Amazon today. That's one. You guys got your drinks ready? Let me know when you guys have it ready. I'm gonna start saying Amazon. All right. Okay. So Amazon, out the open, 124 break. Right.
Oh baby.
124 break. Let's look at previous day's levels for a second here. Let me scroll back. Scroll back. Okay, 125 was there, 124.50, this consolidation support. You have 124. So we know these levels are all here, right? All right, let me pull up to the right. 124.50, 125, 125.50. I like all of these areas to sell. Sure, I realize that I can be getting in much, much heavier here on Amazon, but I'm looking for the fade. I'm looking to counter trend this kind of strong move. A little bit past and into yesterday's high, right? And lo and behold, we get like a wick off and then hard selling here. Now, something I'm trying to do is get better at like getting bigger when it's really there. And I think like when I see some of the action that's going on in this area here, I can definitely get in a lot more. And after that, we were talking about being stubborn on for like trades to hold, right? Seeing real reasons to get out of your position. So like I didn't necessarily see a real reason until this 123.50 where there were significant people on the bid, right? So like there was bidders there, the bidders were outsized, and that kind of size didn't really show up before. So it was a great reason to kind of recognize this area as an area to be aware of. The price might consolidate or turn, and I let it give me a little bit of bounce. And when we came back, you see this pre-market area here, we started getting strong bids. The tape started changing up a bit, so I just covered, got rid of the whole position. Yeah, sure, I kind of held this $1, I held this 50 cents, but I held this like a little, just not even 25 cents. So we got a 1-to-1 on the first entry, we got a 2-to-1 on the second entry, and we got a 4-to-1 on the half of the position on the third entries there. So 123.50, do I like that area on Amazon? I think I like that area on Amazon. I'll continue keeping an eye on it. Let's see where this day takes us. What are you guys trading? Let me know. I know we've had some crazy volatility in this market. There's a lot on the table. There's a lot to go around. And I hope you guys are making money because we're definitely printing out here. Now, let's see. Tesla was another name I was watching. Let me pull that up real quick. Tesla. Now, I haven't traded this name today, although there were some great trades on this name today. I missed a few of them. Not being at the desk, not being too aware, I guess, present. You can easily miss trades like this. Now, I was watching this 245 here, right? This 245, I think, was a great area of interest. We kind of consolidated. I missed the drive into the 250. I know Max had some 250 trades, and I think that was a great area to take a piece for the long and also for the short on the way back down. But this consolidation, this morning consolidation right here, you see this wick down into the 245. When this broke, guys, when this broke, I blinked and it was trading 50 cents lower. I blinked and it was trading 50 cents lower. That's how great of a 245 of an area it was for short. But you know what? You can't catch them all. You miss some of them here and there, and that's fine. So great trades on Tesla today, great trades on Amazon. Baby. Great trades on the futures as well. Sharif, what have you been trading? Talk to me.
SPY.
Yeah, the SPY's been great as well.
A little bit of baby profits here through the north side. Yeah, baby. Maximilian, the mad one, long Tesla, looking for a 248 touch. We've been talking about 248 being the retracement level on Tesla. Here it is. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I was like running.
Did you go for a run?
No. 248 here on Tesla. Nice V-shaped recovery back in. Max printing on that. Tesla looking good. But I would pause it, guys. We are moving up on these big cappers. Microsoft at much the same level. VWAP 327.50. Apple, same thing. Amazon, same thing. Meta's above it. Google's been the laggard. That's been the story of like the week. So I ain't selling. We reject. I took a little baby profit to wet my beak there, but that's it. We were running north through here, so that's my story. I'm sticking to it. Dan, ever since 14,525 was recovered, bulls got back in control of NQ. That's Dan's look. So Dan positing that 14,525 reclaim has now shifted the market. So we're looking north. I came at it from much the same, I was looking at it the same way. I was looking to see whether the buyers on the ES were going to overwhelm the sellers at 4,300 if and when we did retrace to that level. We did. I built the position. We're still not out of the woods. The fact of the matter is we haven't reclaimed VWAP on the ES. We haven't. That is at 43.08. We're at 43.05, give or take. So we're still 3+ points really from getting that decisive reclaim, but it's the right direction, you have to say. And now we have broken trend. If you were drawing trend lines, if you were looking for higher lows or higher highs, you've seen all that in the right direction. Now it's about whether we find resistance at VWAP or what ends up being the story here. I don't anticipate anything being a catalyst this afternoon. I don't think we have anything on tap for this afternoon, do we?
No, but next week, I think next week we got a pretty packed week, no?
Sure. Let's have a look here.
What do we got next week, Sharif?
Well, we're going to look double check today, Obi, first and foremost, because we're embroiled in a trade.
Calendar.
And
I see Comp SRX here talking about coin. Now, I don't know if have you touched coin today?
I have not, but Yannick and I were talking about coin and crypto names in general. We were talking about the mining names right before you got on. What's your look on coin?
Nothing much, man. I'm sitting here kind of watching a lot of these moves just blow past me while I'm focused on other names like Amazon. Yeah, Coinbase was great off the 55. I think we talked about this in the morning meeting as well. Yesterday had some nice action, and you see this 55 right here, right? Coming out into the open, you kind of flush around, and then on the reclaim, this 55 holds, and then you start pushing and you break high a day on 55.60. I think that was a great trade there because you had yesterday's consolidation tops at that area, and then you kind of like flush around $1, like orbit around the 55, and then you just continue to go up. And then yeah, of course you exhaust off, and that's different. That's another part of this. That's a different side of the trade. But this front side definitely 55 key on coin. Now Comp SRX, he said he just covered his short. I want to know where he's short from because I think there were a lot of great prices to get short on this, especially anything above 55. I think was a decent place to sell on the backside there on Coinbase.
Yeah, he's still holding. Mad Max, the mad one, still holding stress law. I'm pumped to hear that because I'm still holding my SPY long. Let's go, baby. I'm looking north. I'm rooting north today, guys. All right, you saw us take the short yesterday. We printed on the short, and that was the day maker there on the Qs. Took that after trying to go north. We were red on the day, ended up going green because of that. It was a red-green. It was a green-red-green type day yesterday. Anyway, make a long story short. I have good conviction in this trade, especially if we get above VWAP here. I really think that if we get above VWAP on some of these indexes and these big tech names that move these indexes, we'll have a good look here. And we are getting to the more liquid time of day. It's now 1:15, and the volume typically comes in around this time. It is Friday, obviously, so that may be an exception. But I hope we don't have a free fall Friday.
Did you know? I just last week or something I realized.
Yeah.
NVIDIA is now number 3 when it comes to NQ constituents.
Wow.
It was like number 5
So
or
it
something
was that,
a couple
was
months
it
ago. Here,
reweighted?
let me pull it up. I don't know if it was reweighted, but the weighting changes based off of the market cap and whatever.
So
right?
it's constantly reweighted?
I think there's a constant.
Hold on,
reweight,
no, there is cap weighted, and then there's.
I think it might just. I'm looking at the cap weight. I think,
Okay, got
right?
it.
Let me look it
Sure.
up here. Constituents of the NQ. If you want to take over while I do that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm just continuing
like
to
2
watch
seconds
here. Looks like we just got a big move down here. What the hell is that? On the ES. That was interesting. Okay, I don't want to micromanage this. It doesn't end up ending well, but we are moving down aggressively here for some reason. Not aggressively, moved at a point.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Cool it with my terms. All right, let's have a look here. Yeah, Nicola, he didn't quite break through that 71.67 area we were talking about. This one continuing, consolidating a little bit, but moving to the high side nonetheless. Nicola looking for that $1 break possibly. What's up, Obi? You got it now.
Yeah, I got it. You know what? I was wrong. I stand corrected.
Go to his chart, guys. Go to his screen.
If you guys want to come over to my screen here, we can look at just a simple website, slickcharts.com.
Guys, come to Obi's screen.
1 second, guys.
No problem.
Right here, okay. So as you can see, Amazon, number 3, right? NVIDIA was number 3 last week,
Yeah.
but look at how close this weighting is. Both Amazon and NVIDIA are gonna kind of teeter for this 3rd place spot here. Nowhere close to Apple or Microsoft. Both of their weighting is almost double. Now, something to note here, Microsoft is number 1, Apple's number 2. Look at this, 6.75 and then 6.5 weighting.
Take his face off so that
Right?
people can see the tickers,
Oh,
guys.
sorry, here. I'll just move it.
that's
I'll
fine.
move it
Okay.
over here. All right, so right here. So Amazon number 3, NVIDIA number 2. Look how close this is.
Very.
NVIDIA has slowly been making its way up.
Google,
over the
obviously,
past
when you
couple
combine
months.
them, they're obviously higher.
Yeah,
right?
they're obviously higher. They
Yeah.
have a bit of a weighting, but these components kind of pull around the ES, or the ES pulls around these components. So the higher the weighting, I would assume that a bigger the pull, right? That one would have. But now just to know, NVIDIA's coming up, and which kind of makes sense. NVIDIA's been having a crazy run on the weekly, right? So it's warranted that we've had this kind of increase in weighting.
agree.
Now we check the S&P 500, right? Look at the weighting here. NVIDIA's also number 4, pushing past Google as well, right? 0.5 more to go to catch up to Amazon.
Yeah.
For number 3, but it's definitely making its way up there. And now that kind of makes sense as well, because they're literally the one company who's catering to everyone, all the big tech
Literally.
needs.
Literally.
Their A100 chips are catering to
I
everybody.
love how you're coming in
Microsoft,
here with data this
Google,
time.
everybody. I mean, you read some articles here and there, you know what I mean? But
Yeah, their A100
but
chips, it's
there's
a
a
monster.
reason why this company is slowly trekking up to have a larger market cap.
It's gonna
they're
be
making
big,
money,
yeah.
right?
And-
the sentiment kind of reflects that. The
Yeah,
market sentiment
absolutely.
is reflecting that in its price and price action, and yeah, it's something
The
to
market
consider, right?
really giving it a very favorable valuation. It goes without, that's a bit of an understatement. The thing is, it's going to be, like you said, everything for everybody. But and AMD's been having a lot of good price action lately, and I think a lot of that has to do with people speculating that it's going to have something to say in this as well. And I know you listen to your fair share of podcasts. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the All In, the one from last week, and it was Chamath Palihapitiya saying, he expects
the SPAC
something.
guy. I remember
Yeah,
him. I
he
remember the SPAC
expects
man.
something from Lisa Su. Lisa
Nice.
Su, the CEO of AMD, he expects something big. He wants an announcement, an acquisition of another name in our upcoming or something.
Right.
Something to say, we're not just ceding market cap in the GPU game to NVIDIA. We're just going to go about our merry way and continue to make a GPU here and a GPU there for desktop computers and laptops. That ain't the play. The play is, to kind of scale the way that NVIDIA is doing. NVIDIA, I don't know if you know, but they're looking to basically rent out their chips. We're talking about rental, recurring income off the same thing, off the same chip. So it's a good model.
it's a
NVIDIA
great
is
model.
reminiscent of the rise of ASML relative to the moat of the two companies you have. Yeah, a hell of a moat by ASML. Nobody can make those super low nano chip names like they can, because it's just so damn hard to do. From what I hear, not like I really understand anything about the technology and what they're talking about, but yeah, it seems like they've got the dominant control on that, and there's been a concerted effort, by the Western countries to kind of keep those. These are chip making machines. These ASML, they're chip making machines, and they've been trying to keep these chip making machines away from the Chinese and some of the other countries that they consider undesirable.
They have. There's a lot of chip makers in that area as well.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
There's
But not in the low nanometer, very few.
Okay, yeah.
The
maybe
low,
I
we're
don't know
talking
too
2,
much
3
about that, yeah.
nanometers. No, it's just ASML that can make these things.
Oh, okay.
There's really nobody else, yeah.
So yeah, no, I think another thing, Amazon.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard, they've also started kind of.
You got your
You
alert.
guys-
You got your alert.
Amazon. That's 4
Uh-oh.
shots.
Uh-oh.
Right. So where was I? Oh, right. So Amazon, they're getting into making chips,
Okay.
right? So
Okay.
they're making their own chips in-house,
Yes,
kind of
yes.
maybe for themselves. So again, a lot of the larger players are kind of realizing how powerful it can be to kind of source your own stuff like in-house.
Absolutely.
Keep the costs low. Have it like more of like a top-down model, right, for your business. Because like at the end of the day, for a lot of businesses, is that not the goal? Like, you know, if you have a top-down model, like you pretty much have it.
I mean, that's it. You're direct to consumer. It's you're vertically integrated. Well, that's the thing. They're not exactly vertically integrated. That's where Intel comes into play. And this is where now we're going to weasel a different trade.
Oh yeah.
Now
Intel, do you think Intel's the underdog here?
Yes, but not maybe for the reasons you think.
Okay.
Let me make my pitch.
Let's hear it.
So I'm not looking at Intel as a CPU play that's going to resurge and they're going to do better for some reason, shape, or form. No, I'm looking something completely different. I know that Taiwan Semiconductor is making the majority of NVIDIA's GPUs. And I know how sensitive the Taiwan issue is and how nervous American policymakers are about leaving chip making on Taiwanese shores.
Yeah.
They want to
They have every reason to be
reshore.
concerned,
Exactly.
right?
So somebody's going to make these chips in North America.
You got to bring
Can
it
be
in-house.
Mexico, can be in the States. We're going to call it friendshoring because these are very friendly countries to the United States and we're intertwined essentially. Okay? So they bring them back. I say to you, Intel has got 2 foundries under construction with a lot of public money. They've cut the dividend because they needed that extra money to be able to invest in the foundries. So these GPUs, when they're made, who's going to be making them? I say part of the player domestically is going to be Intel. That may be a miss. Something may develop later that I may change my opinion, but I think that they stand benefit from that. Now, there are some other names that are creating foundries in the United States right now as well. I believe some South Korean names. I don't know if it's Samsung or LG or both, but some other names are also creating, and they're taking advantage of public money, American public money through the CHIPS Act. I'm sure you've heard the CHIPS Act.
No, I do not.
Yeah, that was,
Yeah, what is it? Give me a gist. What is that about?
I forget exactly what the details of the CHIPS Act were, but you know the crux of it was to bring it back home,
Okay, so they're
create
giving
money.
benefits to chip makers in-house.
Exactly, to
Something
give them
along
money
those
to make
lines.
foundries, to R&D, whatever have you, is to invest
Yeah, somebody
in.
just said TSMC is coming to the States.
Yeah, is it? Okay, well, fantastic. If they open up here, clearly they will compete with Intel because they execute quite well. We know how well they execute. But it's going to be an interesting look, you know?
Oh yeah,
Interesting look.
I think we're in for a great time in terms of I guess human progress.
Yeah,
You wanna call
it's
it
going to be
that?
a hell of a time, man.
We're like we
I
had
love
the
it,
industrial
OB.
age, we had the computing. Well, we'll still be in the information age. a
Yeah,
bit,
yeah,
but,
I think we're
like,
past
We're kind
that
of pushed into like the technology and now into AI, and it's just like
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
starting to
we're-
go a little exponential here in
Yeah,
terms
yeah.
of.
And when you look
terms
at the
of progress.
exponential growth offered by AI, like the exponential efficiency models, the exponential growth models, like
It'll be
learning
too
models,
fast.
the insanity, it's insanity becomes like incomprehensible to me how much you can scale. So anyway, I'm not going to sit here and pound the desk about how good AI is, but when you hear some of these things and if you believe some of the people that are saying them, they're quite mind-boggling. So
Oh yeah.
we're moving. I think we're continuing to stair step up ever so slowly on these futures positions. So we'll see how this one resolves. We just reclaimed VWAP again on Microsoft, dancing with VWAP on Meta and on Amazon and on Apple. Below VWAP still on Tesla and Google, but Tesla forming a 247 top-ish, looking, I guess, to break out through there. Also, the NQ curling as well. It's looking to touch that 14.6 or VWAP, which is at 14.585. Either way, looks like we're still stair-stepping up ever so slowly to the high side OB.
Yeah, man. Apple over here. I'm looking at that. Somebody mentioned in the chat saying that Ready Player One is becoming more and more of a reality. Have you
Did
seen
you hear
that movie?
about? Did you hear about like the Apple introduction
Yeah,
into the thing. They copied the
what's
Ready
it
Player One,
called?
the Vision
glass-
Pro.
Vision Pro? Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
They copied the Ready Player One. I've never seen the Ready Player One
Oh,
movie.
it's a great movie.
I've never seen. Is it
It's a
what's
great
that?
movie.
LaBeouf or whatever.
Shia LaBeouf?
Shia LaBeouf. Is that him in it?
Don't think
That's
so.
not him.
No,
That's not him. All right,
That's
I'm gonna
not-
get roasted now. Oh
yeah,
boy.
but great
Yeah.
movie. You got to watch it in 3D.
Okay.
The,
Oh,
the
3D.
race at the beginning of the movie, I think by far one of the greatest 3D
Oh yeah.
scenes.
Okay. Okay. I
Amazing,
will definitely
amazing,
have a
amazing,
look.
amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
Go ahead.
Apple coming out with those glasses. Yeah, I think we are inching closer and closer to that AR type of environment. Let's see where we can get with that. Like, you know, like we've gotten a bit of a taste with like NFTs and digital assets and stuff like that, and really this will kind of like push the physical into the augmented, into the meta or whatever.
Right.
So it's like we're getting closer and closer to that. We're getting small introductions, getting
Absolutely.
dipping our feet into this
Wetting our
new
beak.
digital age. But yeah, no, Apple doing
So
great.
here, are you buying these Vision Pro glasses, Obi? Are you?
No, I'm
are you
buying
splurging?
Apple last year. That's what I'm doing.
I'm going back in time. I'm punching
I'm buying
long
Apple
Apple,
last year. That's what I'm
130,
doing.
and then
Yeah.
I'm
That's
selling
actually my-
a little bit. Yeah, that's your entry, 130.
Average.
Yeah.
Let's call it an average.
Let's call this man
Yeah.
a smart man, 130 average. You know that our friend and we're just joking, of course we don't know, but Warren Buffett obviously buying Apple often below 150. He said that often. Anytime Apple's printing below 150, he's got the buy algo on. I didn't say what it. Oh,
Look at this.
proudly
Apple
challenging
180.
the truthfulness
Listen, man,
of your
proudly-
assertion that your adjusted cost base is 130. Do you have anything to say to that?
I don't know. Me and Proudly can have a talk after. Yeah, that's fine. What I want to point out here on Apple is this 180 area. How key has this been? This level interaction, this key area interaction of 180, right? Like, I've been. Oh, I thought that was my alarm. Sorry. Yeah, no. This 180 over under, right? Like, look, every time at the beginning of this week, 80 down, and now we managed to hold in the pre-market. We can't get below, and we start breaking these tops in the pre-market, and then we kind of start consolidating above. I'm keeping this 180 on watch for sure, because like after this 186, this is all-time high, right? 185s? I think so. Let me check. Let me look left real quick. The 1 month. Yes, sir. This is the all-time high right before these January 22 highs in 22, right?
Pump it.
So I'm keeping an eye on that 180. If that 180 can sustain, hold, like look at the close of these wicks on the
Pump it.
monthly. Remember, this is the monthly chart, right, guys? 177, 178. This is where these candles close. This is where we kind of wicked off. So if we can hold above these 170s, I think some new levels are definitely in the stars, while Apple goes to the moon, right?
Yeah, well, Apple's moving, and so is Microsoft, so is Meta, so is Google. Google woke up all of a sudden. You had a 248 VWAP touch, and we are now printing on our SPY long. We're long 429, 44. We're at 43.15 now, so we're not $1 in the money, but we're continuing to hold only one out so far. I'm looking for a VWAP touch on the ES. That comes vis-a-vis a 43.08.5 reach. So we'll have to see how that happens there. What I'm going to do, I'm going to sit here. Let's go and sit at 25s, because what's life without whimsy? We're going to put it there, and if we get filled, great. We'll still have half the position on if we get filled up at those 25s. But yeah, we're gonna stair step up here. It's not going to be a rocket ship up like we are on the open. You know, that 9:30 to 10, sometimes 10 to 10:30 as well. So doing well.
Yeah,
on
take a look at this
go.
Netflix here.
Netflix has been a
shout out
rocket
to Compass RX for shouting it out.
Yeah.
Netflix. I had that on watch in the pre-market. Didn't come to it because like look at the move that it does pre-market. Let me pull up a shorter time frame chart. 3 minutes. Look at the move it does. Right, 410 break pushes into 425. A $15 run in the pre-market. Coming out the open. Are people going to take profits? Maybe, likely. Yeah, they do. It's there. 420 breakdown into 418, 416 consolidation. Like this is a crazy move, and now we've recovered everything trying to break these tops. I think this is a good look.
Yeah,
I
it's a
think
good look,
we should be watching the tape at this area. I mean, if you're not already in long from this 420 area or even down here, yeah, this potential break or failure to follow through or whatever it is, this could definitely be something here on Netflix. Money.
We're now $1 in the money on the SPY long, and we're out half the position now. And now the other half, we're now going to look for that continued move up. Where do we get to? Well, we've got targets. We've got targets from this morning. That's if we move up, guys. Now we're at VWAP here on the ES, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch. We got to get up and stay above this level. That may not happen, you know, on one stroke. It may be, you know, maybe a hard row ho. So 43.25, the ultimate top. You want to be ambitious, I guess you could hold to there, but if nothing's standing in your way, why not? If we're going to continue to overwhelm sellers, as I predicted we would at 4,300, you know, we're going to continue to probably find buying here. This double top was money for whoever took it, especially the break of this neckline. I lament not having taken that. But point of the matter is, let's see now if we can continue to get that move up. That's what we'd be looking for. VWAP attained, but not quite good enough, Obi. I still on a possible rejection here. We're definitely not out of the woods.
Yeah, definitely not. Now I'm keeping a closer eye on Amazon here because we are starting to break out through this consolidation potentially. So I will keep an eye on it. Look at this hard sell that we had, kind of off this 124 area, 124.10-ish. Hard sells back down into this 123.50 area that we talked about before, and now we're kind of revisiting the top of this range. So now, are we going to reject the top of this range on this market push? Or are we going to respect this range and come back, kind of recycle this 123.50, right? So here's the thing. I don't know. We've kind of retraced about 50% of this hard crash down in the morning, right? And lo and behold, where do we bounce from? NQ. What was the key area last week? 14,500. And look at where these wicks kind of lie, right? And another one, 4,300 on ES. If you look back last week, and in the previous trading sessions, 4,300 was a key area, right? So yeah, sure, 5 points here and there you hold, but like these key areas, we're bouncing off of them. I'm definitely keeping a look for this consolidation break, and I know some of the other names are running as well off of this, but I think if you had the longs on the futures off of these previous key areas, that could have been something. I don't know, but it's looking like we're doing about a 50% retracement on this pullback on these larger futures here. So let's see if we get any continuation on some of the constituents based off of this price action. I'm not seeing too much right now here on Amazon or even like Tesla, but Tesla seems like it wants to do its own thing for the past couple of days. So that's why I have it up here. I like that look. But definitely looking for like more of a beta move on Amazon. See if there's any follow through along with the market. Otherwise, we'll take this range back down. Let's see.
Yeah, no, good call. Dan saying 14,525. Yep, Dan, you're right. I mean, look, Dan. I mean, you're looking for a retake of a certain level. I'm not looking that way. I'm looking when it came down to 14.5. What the hell happened? Well, every time it wicked down there, buyers were clearly overwhelming sellers at this location. I mean, this is the 5-minute chart. It didn't even come close to printing below 14.5. In fact, there was only one 5-minute candle with a wick below 14.5. So to me, that said buyers were, you know, sending a signal that we're here and we're going to be stepping up. And if you want to sell, you're going to really have to overwhelm us, and they couldn't. And here we are above VWAP now on the NQ. We have a 14,687 top on the NQ June contract. I'm looking at the June contract. I still haven't rolled. The new one will be doing that Monday, guys. So my charting for the last day today will be off the June 16th contract. So Dan says spot on. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you. And appreciate, obviously, everybody in the chat. So Where are we at here? We're going to continue to watch and let this trade unfold. I ain't taking any out at the moment on the ES. I already had 2 outs. We're out of half the position. I've got the other position on board. I'm expecting there to be resistance at the level we're at now, simply because we're at VWAP, and one does need to anticipate some resistance around here. What I will be on guard for is a lower low. And here's what I mean. Bring in the ES again for this explanation. This trough here that we made here on the 5-minute chart, this is the ES June contract 5-minute chart, right between 115 and 120. We kind of made this bottom here. I don't want to see a print below 43.01 on the ES. If we do, I'll be out. So that will be my exit. Now you could say, Sharif, well, why aren't you holding to 43? I mean, 43 is the level. Sure, that is a trade possible. That's possible. You hold to 43, and then you get that, 3 o'clock, whatever imbalances moves it up, whatever reason. Sure, you can get that. That's not the trade I want to have. I want the trade to end by a certain period in the day. So my trade will be looking for continuation, and I will not give it, that extra little bit. But what's your look there, Obi?
I'm going to pull up, I'm going to see Carvana because some of the guys in the chat are talking. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Okay, cool. CVNA. Yeah, Carvana, I think, we took I traded this yesterday. I did kind of have a plan for it today. Didn't really come to it. I liked this 26 area to sell into, but I didn't come back to it today. Kind of exhausted it. But can we reach 20? Yeah, sure. It's like 30 cents away. But I think this kind of consolidation, this end of day consolidation break, you see how it kind of holds and kind of then it breaks down and it even gives you a chance here. I think this is a great place to sell. It's 24 as well. It's 26, 24, $2 away. 4, move down to 20. I think that was a decent selling on Carvana today after yesterday's crazy squeeze, right? Like we were watching the tape. There was some squeeze on that tape for sure.
Oh, no question,
especially when you push up into the last hour. Yeah, there's definitely players who are stuck in the name. Again, this name has what, a 60% short flow?
That's for you, my man.
Got the protein.
Is this your first one?
No, this is my. I had.
I've given you one before.
Here.
Okay.
Yeah, these are amazing. These are amazing.
Okay.
You make these yourself, right?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Custom made, baby.
All right. So I'll pass this on to you while I.
Yeah, for sure.
Deal with
Eat
this.
away there,
Thank
baby.
You.
So, Ovi, gonna indulge, and we're gonna let him enjoy there. Yeah, we're continuing to watch the futures positions move up. AHI apparently is in a full state of Huadunk. Let's look at this bad boy. This is the 5-minute chart on AHI. Let's look at the 1 so we can see the halt levels. Yeah. So this 150, now we're below that. We kind of held 150 a little bit there. But that bottom has now since come off. The next halt level to be concerned about is that 135. Whether or not we make it down there now, I think the shorts are probably in maybe until about $1.20. So we'll see. What are you giggling about?
Somebody in the chat's like feed each other.
Sharif almonds. No, I don't actually put any almonds in there. There's some nuts in there though from the peanut butter that I do put in there. So
yeah, very healthy, very.
So I have to keep those away from Yannick because Yannick's allergic.
Oh no way.
to
Okay, yeah,
nuts.
you gotta be careful.
Keep the nuts away from Yannick.
You got that EpiPen nearby.
Yeah, I gotta have that EpiPen nearby.
Dangerous.
Obi feed Sharif, he's hangry. I'm printing, bro. I'm not hangry. I'm a buck in the money, man. I'm a happy boy.
Amazon
AI. AI moving?
AI is moving?
I don't know. Someone was saying in the chat. You want to have a look?
Yeah, sure. Let's pull that up. I know that's a name that has been moving in the past, I guess this week, right? Oh wow, look at that! Holy, I almost
Use an expletive.
Expletive. That's
there
the
you
word
go.
I'm looking for. I can't English sometimes. But yeah, no. Look at this thing. Holy.
Bump it,
bro. What this thing moved today. Like look at this range break of yesterday was clean out the open, and then you kind of test this weekly high, right? Is this Monday? No, this is Monday, Tuesday, weekly high. You test the weekly high, you reject off of it, you come back down $3. That's definitely opportunities on the table there on AI. Like if you guys are trading this name, let us know how you've been tackling it, because a lot of opportunity, front side, back side, like a bit of a range. It's got a little bit of everything. Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything.
I'm kidding. You didn't get me there, but it's all good. No.
Oh no, I
good. The
zoned
chat
out for a
probably will
second.
get
I
it.
zoned out for a second.
No, it's all good. We're running. We're continuing to run here. Now we're above VWAP, both on the SPY and on the NQ. But yeah, we'll see if we continue to run here. I like how we're setting up on these big cappers. Amazon, your boy Amazon. Green, Obi. Here comes the market. Oh, baby. We're now $1.25 in the
Money.
Pumped about this. Let's let this one run. We're looking for a 50 break here. Ultimate top on the ES June contract. Today, on my chart, 43.25.5. We're still ways away from that 15 points plus away. We're at 43.10. Above VWAP, headed in the right direction. I'm going to hold... I'm holding still half the position. I'm going to let this one run before I take any more profits. Last time we took profits out was at the quarter level. We're now at the half level. Where do you take profits here?
The strength is coming in across the board.
Yep.
Yeah, a bunch of charts are starting to go now.
Yeah, it be going, baby. Meta's moving up. Microsoft, Google, which has been relatively weak now, is up three quarters of a point. Tesla's up 5%, but looking a little weaker, I gotta say, at the moment. Maybe it's because kind of extended, had a bit of a rejection off VWAP, but something tells me it's just a moment or two before this one really reclaims that 248 level, and it's trading on the other side of this black line, which is VWAP. So Tesla looking a little weak chart-wise. Apple, 181.79, looking for that 182 take. 182.19, the high a day on Apple now above VWAP. Likewise with some of these other big cappers. I know we'll keep repeating it here, but the move is unfolding as we speak. So making that's you guys are funny in the chat. I'm not even going to read those out, but Shinobi says Sharif INTC. Let's have a look
You're
at.
looking at Tony Price there?
Well,
Is that what you're laughing at?
No, that wasn't the one.
Okay.
INTC, what's Intel up to? Okay, so Intel, what is this ridiculous looking chart? Yeah, downwards. Okay, we're at VWAP here on Intel. So we're at that 31.20. You could get a short in and around here. I guess that's what you're looking for. Maybe you're looking for a breakout trade. I don't know. You have higher lows here with a consolidative top in and around this area. So it's, this looks like a breakout trade to me, especially if the market continues to head north. Now, that's predicated on the market continuing to head north. I think Intel follows. I don't think Intel continues to trend down. It's already gapping down substantially. It's down 1.92% on the day, but since the bell, it's down 2 1/3. So tough day for Intel today. Still dancing with that level that we talk about, Neil and I, that 30-ish level.
Some pretty crazy. I'm just looking at looking left a little bit on Intel here, as we were talking about before. You just mentioned it. Crazy volatility in the past couple of weeks, right? Like what I think it's been pushing around with the whole AI and Nvidia as well. But like, look at these days. Some of these days, you just have this crazy $2 drive. Like this area is definitely of interest in and around the 30. Like I think that's showing itself on the chart, right? Like look left, all of May, we kind of churned this 30 area, and then we're doing it again. Now let's look at a longer time frame. Like how, like look right here. We've kind of consolidated below over the 24, and now that's kind of stepping up, right? So I think that's definitely a look, because if we step up, and then we kind of have room to go into these 45s, Intel comes out with like I think a lot of selling is kind of out of it.
Yeah.
Right. Even though on an intraday it might look a little heavy or whatever, right? Like we look up today's, it was a hard sell out the open. But like look at the longer time frame. Like where are we in the longer time frame? Like we're still at the top of this range, right? We're coming off of these 26 bottoms. All in the while where I really think that like if Intel comes out with any sort of PR mentioning AI or being like we're gonna play a significant move, like look at the potential here.
Yeah.
Right? Look at the potential, and it's just winding up into that. So I definitely have a look on this. For a longer time frame,
is on Intel INTC.
Yeah, check out.
Neil
it
says
shouldn't be-
nothing.
it shouldn't be much.
1.62%. It's
Yeah,
not
it's a large
shorted.
cap.
It's just not invested in.
Yeah.
It's a regular large cap.
Yeah, it's just a
Neil
regular
says,
large cap. So like undervalued potentially, right? But let's see how this rolls out. I'm just looking at the chart, right? Let's look at the chart. You see that price is kind of stepping up. The orbits are stepping up.
Stepping up.
And we got room to 45. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we're moving on the future here, guys. It's been nice. Now we're through the $0.50. We're talking about the 430.50 area. We're through that. I wet my beak around there, and now I'm holding a quarter of the position left. I'm out of 75% of this position. We're $1.30 something in the money on this. We're letting it run. 40 something in the money, sorry. We're letting it run. 43.25. That's the ultimate out on the ES June contract. That's a big gap to fill. So the remaining portion I will either get stopped out on or it will retrace the highs. So one of those two will resolve. Whichever resolves first is the one that will trigger. We're moving up nicely here on all these large caps. Save and accept for Tesla. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. NVIDIA's back at VWAP. Oh, baby.
Oh, yeah.
That 385 bottom. Actually, it's a 386 bottom correction. No longer the case. We're back at 392. Great range on this one. And the SPY is moving up. The NQ, the Qs are all moving up. Hold on to your longs, baby. That 4,300 held. Money. Yes.
Nice.
I'm very
Very nice.
pleased. Okay.
They're saying that Amazon is at VWAP. Yeah, I was just pulling up VWAP on the chart. Yeah, Pratt's saying he's getting drunk because I've said Amazon way too many times. Are your bottles finished yet? You guys let us know because like I think I've said Amazon a few times, right? But yeah, 24. We were watching for that. I think we were talking a bit, so missed the 24 break, the consolidation break. That's fine. We missed trades here and there. That's fine. Not the price I'm looking for up here, but yeah, it is at VWAP and a price of interest because as you can see, looking left, this was a top that we made earlier at 124.50. So now we're testing that again as the futures kind of creep up. Again, we're 50% retracing the morning move, as well as Amazon now, right? We're almost at like what? 125.60, 124, 123.60-ish, 123.50-ish. So it's about like $2 of a push, and now we've kind of recovered about $1. So 50% retracement on that move, right into VWAP, luckily, right? It just happens to be. So I am watching this. Let's see how we kind of roll. Now I've taken one of the main trades that I wanted for the day. Oh wow! Look at that.
Down here,
Quadunk.
baby.
Is that the Quadunk?
I don't
qualify as a
know.
Quadunk?
Right?
Not yet.
It's a good move down. I don't
know.
know if it qualifies, but yeah, some volatility coming into the markets there on the SPY and some on these big cappers. Not really anything too serious though. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. I mean, the pullback is coming in, like we said, like here.
Yeah.
There were sellers there before, and they're kind of showing up again.
Well, it's VWAP level.
I'm talking about, yeah, and it's VWAP, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of a confluence of multiple factors kind of coming in, right? What's the word of the day?
Confluence.
Confluence?
Yeah,
We've
it's
had that
okay.
word of the day before.
It's okay. Bradley is displeased. He said it's
You
not.
gotta have a
of the
word
day.
like amalgamation or something, right?
We'll have to retract that.
Like
Oh,
amalgamation,
okay.
confluence of all of these factors.
funny.
That might be something. That could be the word, right?
Bit of a
But,
topping tail candle here brewing on the NQ on the 5-minute. You know, Arun would probably say to me, this is noise, Sharif. This is the topping tail candle I'm talking about. It closed that way. I hate seeing these, especially at critical levels like VWAP. But, you know, it's one candle, and you don't want to put too much stock into one indication right there. So topping tail candle, but, you know, to be expected that we dance here at VWAP. But for the moment, buyers still stepping in and showing the relative strength on the day. But yeah, some action coming in now. I looked earlier to see if we had any economic numbers, anything like that. We had the U.S. Baker Hughes total rig count. That came in at 1 o'clock. It gives a 2 of 3 horns, OB, in
What
importance.
does that even mean?
So 3 horns being the most important, 2 being, yeah, because it's a bull. Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
They're
okay.
bull
Yeah,
horns,
I
yes,
see what
yes.
you mean.
The U.S. Baker Hughes oil rig count, that also came in at 1. That was a 2 of 3 horns as well. As we continue to dance at VWAP levels nearer on the ES and the NQ June contracts. Last day, guys, by the way, for these contracts for us here on the floor, we will be rolling over to the newer contracts. And what they are, I will tell you in a second. I don't even know what the next month is, so we're going to find out. NQ, what is this thing doing? So we're going to go futures. We're going to go, it will be the September contract, which is actually at a higher level than the June contract. 14,594 is where we're at on the June contract. 14,774 on the September contract. I don't know what the volume comparison is on those two. We'll have a look later. But yeah, that contract getting warmed up and going to be traded quite soon by us here on Monday. Even the traders on the floor that don't trade futures, they typically have a chart up to keep an eye on the future because they trade the big cappers, and so they'll have to roll it over.
Yeah, you gotta keep an eye on the markets, right? Because like they can be pretty telling, and if larger players kind of decide to move around, it'll definitely show, right? But yeah, no, a little bit of an inside day today, it would seem, right? Like we kind of had a range, and we're kind of looking like we might end off within this range. Now, I think it might be an anticipation of next week. Like we said, next week's pretty packed, right?
Oh yeah.
Here, I pulled up the
pull it up. Let's talk a little bit about
calendar.
Nice.
So it says this week here because they've kind of updated it for next week already. But yeah, look, you got CPI coming in on Tuesday. You got PPI Wednesday, right? You got jobless claims Thursday. Yeah, a lot of consumer sentiment on Friday. Like next week's gonna be packed. You got the CPI. That's gonna be big, right? CPI is and then core PPI Wednesday. So a lot of things to look for next week. And I think that we might be a little bit in anticipation for next week, right?
Yeah.
Kind of potential positioning before next week.
Huge week.
Yeah.
Brendo and I talked about that this morning with the CPI print, which is always important, always watched. You know, they say that the preferred measure of inflation is that purchasers' consumption expenditures, the PCE. But CPI always seems to get the headline, right?
Yeah, I mean, it brings in the volume.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I'm seeing.
Yeah.
It tends to bring in some volume.
Exactly.
And there's opportunities off of the volume, right?
What'll also be
looking for.
interesting to look at the deets of inflation. Where is inflation still more sticky?
Yeah.
Core is supposed to remain the same from what I looked at. From the last analysis, it was a headline that was supposed to be a little bit down. That usually means food and energy have abated a bit with respect to price, and that kind of cures the headline number a bit. We'll be keeping an eye on services, especially travel and leisure. Travel and leisure is set to be quite in demand at the moment as consumer spending shifts from goods to services, and people want experiences, not products, and that's created a lot of stickiness there. So we'll continue to look and see where the inflation persists because that presents investment and trading opportunities. You know that.
You think like when you say experiences and stuff, like travel names?
Hold on. Yeah, go. Yeah, what we're seeing here,
Yeah, what are we seeing here?
is Neil. Neil is setting up, and he's looking at the T here. How do you think he's going to take this one, Opie? I think he's
going to go for the middle one.
I think the middle one.
Yeah. I think that's
I wasn't talking about which ball he was going to go
No,
for.
the hole.
About
There's
how he
there's
was going to
a
spin
few holes
it.
there.
Here we go. He's taking his
All right,
sweet
okay.
time
No,
there. There we
let him
go.
take his
Oh,
time.
proudly.
He's gotta
He's
set
got
it
a
up.
great camera system
Oh.
here. I think it's
Oh.
it.
Oh, and it comes back. So
Neil
close, so close.
live.
Decent putt.
Pradley's booing Neil in the back. We put him on the spot. He's displeased with having been bamboozled there. But yeah, we love Neil, and obviously a good attempt. Yeah, it was quite close. The The chat remains undefeated. We've got 5 more minutes left on the show, guys. It is a Friday afternoon. I hope you're having a great one. I hope you're green on the day. And if you're not, get that alcohol ready. I'm kidding, of course.
I mean, I think they've had it ready, man. Like, okay, how many shots have realistically, those of you who have played the game, how many shots have you had so far? Let's see. How many shots have you had so far? Yeah, maybe. I mean, you gotta either, whether you're on your phone, whether you're on your laptop, on your PC, wherever you are, you know, like, you hop into the chat. Let us know. How many shots? Because I like sitting here, I think I've said Amazon at least.
You've said it a bunch of times.
At least 50 times? That's a couple bottles. That's a couple bottles.
Okay.
I hope you guys are sharing.
All right. Obi trying to purposely intoxicate our viewers, which is not good because you can't punch in when you've been sipping one too many. But 14.6 now reclaimed on the NQ. Do we hold above 14.6? And if we do we retrace the high a day and give 14.7 a run for its money? Here's the chart. Currently above VWAP, around that 14.587. There's a 14.6 take, topping tail candle brewing at the moment, but a lot of noise. The next level, obviously, is that 14.662. That's where we peaked out at, and then the ultimate high today, 14.687. Then you gotta obviously be talking about 14.7. That may be a pipe dream today. I don't know. I don't know what the future has, but we're up 0.69. Yes, 0.69% on the NQ June contract. It's been a good day. Whether you traded the SPYs or the Qs to the long side, you've been rewarded, especially if you betted on 4,300 or 14.5. It's been the trade. That's it. All I got to say about that. Any closing thoughts going into the last few minutes here, Obi?
I'm just reading some of these comments. We're getting like 7 shots, 12 shots at work. Thank you.
Boom Gang's like, I know what you got in that mug. I got coffee, man. There you go. You can see. You can see that it's brown right there.
Drunk enough to think Sean has better hair than Max. That's jokes. Yeah, it's been a great time, guys. I hope you guys had some fun.
Yeah.
Right. Great opportunities in this market. The market's hot. The market's live. Trading is back. Hope you guys have been making some good money. If not, taking some great lessons, right? Because this market is definitely a giving market.
Given mood, especially
so,
to the longs
thank
today.
you for having me. I hope you guys have a good one. And we'll pass it over.
No, we're not. We're not yet. We got to keep an eye on our. We can't just throw it over to them like that. Obi.
All right,
no,
all
we're
right.
playing, of course.
I mean, Apple's making new highs. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, we can definitely talk about Apple knocking on the door of 182. Apple, the biggest weighted name on these indexes, pulling us up at the moment, looking to test highs at 182.19. We touched that level earlier on at about 10 o'clock. Didn't quite make it up on this ascent. Breaking, though, through 182 on this peak here, getting to about 182.09, 10, in and around that area. We're right there again. Can we keep ascending up on Apple? And will Apple be responsible for the move up here on the future? The trend, looking at the future, suggests that we continue to go into the close here, but we're gonna need the support of some of these big cappers. Now, whereas Nvidia, it's been a big capper lately. Well, it's actually below VWAP at the moment. Its short-term trend looks a bit bearish until it can kind of take this 391.75 area, maybe 392. It's technically up 1.5 points on the day, but that bottom, we haven't really retraced off that bottom above VWAP, much like we have on some of these other bigger names and on the indexes themselves. So Nvidia lagging, I would say chart-wise, maybe not percentage-wise, but certainly chart-wise, until it can kind of take that 392. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, Obi, on this one. Guys, it is Friday, and usually I run on Friday, but today I won't be running. I got other...
Where are you running?
I usually run on the beach.
Where are you running?
I run on the beach. Okay. Yeah, I go. Where are you running? Is that something I'm supposed to know? We're moving up on the future, though, baby. We are coming up to days highs on the SPY, or not days highs, but local highs here on the SPY. Anyway, Obi, I won't be running today. I'm gonna go get my hair cut. Got an event on the weekend.
Nice.
Got to get the hair done over here. And yeah, that's it. What do you got on the weekend?
Might go fishing.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's very relaxed.
Love
I like
fishing.
that.
Yeah.
All right. The wise man himself, Obi, putting it right there. All right, guys. We will be back Monday. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Have a good one.
Hey guys, welcome in 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon as we head towards weekend on a huge day around here. Once again, thank you from all of us to every one of you for jumping on board, getting us through 400,000 subscribers on YouTube as of this morning. So huge day. Thanks to everyone that continues to show up every day along with us. A number of individual movers still, really interesting moves shaping up here.